Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I have Jennifer Falk has come back to join us again. Jennifer is a former child abuse prosecutor, prosecuted sexual assault crimes, so she's obviously was here with us last week and is a perfect person to, as we continue this trial on day 2 of the defense's case. Yesterday we heard from Tanner Horner's mother, his great aunt, and this expert who was essentially saying, if I understood him correctly, that your past crimes aren't necessarily a future indicator of your dangerousness. But before we get started and talk about the events of yesterday and also the past couple of weeks, let's take a listen to my colleague Rebecca Lopez's story from last night.
I'm so sorry.
Tanner Horner's mother took the stand and tearfully apologized for her son's actions.
I'm so sorry.
But also for breaking the court rules and admitting she watched the live stream of the trial before testifying.
Don't get me thrown in jail. Am I going to go to jail for that?
The judge didn't hold her in contempt of court and let her testimony stand. Before the tears, she walked the jury through Horner's difficult childhood, describing instability, chaos, and anger.
Did you ever see him hit a wall?
Yeah.
What would he hit the wall with?
His fist.
She admitted to using drugs and alcohol while pregnant with Horner and not being a good mom.
I wear my shame like a badge now.
She says Horner was often bullied as a child and diagnosed with Autism Spectrum Disorder. The defense tried to show the jury another side of him, playing a video of Horner with his young son taking his first steps. But his mother says he was often overwhelmed about being a father and would ask her to pick up the
I
child.
was scared, I think, of hurting the baby.
When asked about Athena Strand's death, she didn't hold back.
I'm so mad at him. I want to just tear his up.
Horner watched her testimony with little reaction and watched his mother leave the courtroom in tears. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand?
And that is a question that, as every day goes by, we're getting closer and closer to hearing. We do know that this is supposed to, the defense is supposed to close on May 4th, and then we're supposed to hear closing arguments on May 5th. So still quite a bit to go in this trial, but we will know the answer to that question pretty soon. So Jen, just want to kind of go back over the events of yesterday. We heard from Horner's mom. I'm not sure that her testimony really helped him out.
I don't think it did. I said this last week, and I fundamentally feel this way on this case and on every case, but the defense, especially in a death penalty case, has a very, very hard job, right? So they need to personalize and humanize who Tanner Horner is, who he was, who he will be in the future. That is incumbent upon them in being zealous advocates, but also in having a fighting chance for their client to not receive the death penalty. And that means that you have to put on family members. It was the same with the questioning of the extraneous sexual assault victims or survivors last week. I heard from the mom's testimony just like a bunch of excuses. I kind of view mitigation generally, and I actually guest teach at SMU Law School a class on mitigation, and the entire focus is...
well, you're a perfect person for me to have.
So the entire focus is you need to give explanations, not excuses, right? So if an excuse is I'm not really sorry, I'm not apologetic, right? And in order to, I think, fundamentally ask for mercy, you have to accept accountability, which he's done in pleading guilty, except it's been kind of a very hollow acceptance of accountability. And there is...
Because he was going to get convicted. I mean, come on. There was too much evidence. There was no way they were not going to find him guilty.
1,000%. And every juror in the back of their mind would be like, he won't even admit that he did it. So how could we ever trust that he isn't a future danger? Or how could we ever find there's sufficient mitigation? And so really, like, the way that I view it is there's excuses and there's explanations. The defense needs to explain the inexplicable, i.e. his behavior and his choices that day and just the violent and horrific acts that he did to Athena, but also explain who he is. And I think the mom's testimony yesterday, they tried. It didn't feel like explanations. It felt like excuses. It felt like, well, this had happened to me when I was a child. And I read some of the commentary last night on the YouTube stream too. And it really just solidified what I think my biggest takeaway was, which was like, well, if these bad things happen to you and they happen to Tanner during his childhood, then how could you ever do something bad to a child? Right? Like, you, of all people, firsthand know better.
Right. Exactly. And then she essentially expressed that he had indicated to her that he thought he was capable of harming his own child.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty big statement.
Yeah.
And then it just, I mean, certainly this family is, dysfunction. They put the D in dysfunction, right? I mean, this was
capital
D. Unfortunately, there's lots of families like that, and I got people in my family like that. I think maybe all do. But they're not going out and kidnapping and killing and stomping a 7-year-old.
Right. It feels like that was their excuse for why he did this, and it's simply not an excuse, right? And I think you're right. I think everybody does in their family to some degree. And
I won't say any family names. I don't want to get myself in trouble.
Yeah, and that is just human nature. But you and I both go to work every day. We're contributing members of society. We have families that we love and that we care immensely for. We're good parents. We don't go out and commit the heinous acts that Tanner Horner committed. And so I don't think that her testimony landed. I know that the defense needed to put her on. I don't think it landed the way that maybe they'd hoped that it was going to land or that they wanted it to land, and they don't have control over that. And if anything, it swings the pendulum over to kind of the offensive.
Right. Well, because, I'm hearing, when she essentially was asked what did she think happened in this case. Let me find my notes on that. What do you understand of what happened in this case? And she says, at first I believe what he told me, which was that he backed into the girl, panicked, and strangled her. And then, of course, she's asked, well, what do you think happened now? And, that's when, of course, she admits she's watched the live stream, don't throw me in jail. Yes, I have. And then, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, your son lied to you. And now his whole initial story was not true. He even couldn't tell the truth about how and why he did this. And, it takes me back to what the prosecutor said in the opening statements, which was lie upon lie upon lie, and the only thing he told the truth about was that he killed Athena.
But even that was loaded with excuses. Not explanations. From a legal standpoint, her admitting that she had watched part of the trial is kind of a law nerd moment for those of us that handle court stuff. What everybody probably does not know is that
because Bree and I looked at each other and went, Wow.
That doesn't happen. It's a big no-no. So if you're a witness, you can't listen to other witnesses' testimony. You certainly can't watch days upon days of the
Clearly,
trial.
she had been watching the whole thing.
And in a normal trial, someone's in the courtroom and I'm like, oh, they look like a family member of so-and-so. We should
Right.
just take a break and ask. And if they're not going to testify, they're welcome to stay in there. The courtroom isn't, it's a public forum, it's open. But when she said that yesterday, you know, from a legal perspective, I think we all had this, it's a huge no-no. And in a different case, I think it would have been handled differently.
What if she's a prosecution witness? What would have happened then?
I think the defense would have moved for a mistrial, and I think the judge would have really struggled with a ruling because there are all of these resources invested. So just jury selection alone on a case like this typically
It took 5 weeks, I think.
Yeah,
was how long
so
it took in this case.
it's a huge months-long endeavor. Typically it's 2 to 3, and that's just meeting with jurors. That's not even all the prep time that goes into it. Reviewing their questionnaires or their information. All of that's out the window. All of the witnesses that have been put on previously are out the window. And I think the defense would have really strong grounds if the judge didn't say, okay, we're redoing. We're having it's a mistrial legally, but it's basically a do-over with a new jury. If the judge didn't give them that, I think that the defense lawyers would have a really strong appellate issue.
Right.
Now, I think at the end of the day, the mom saying it and saying what her view was now that she had seen the trial or seen bits of it. And we don't know what all she saw, right? Like, I'd be really curious.
Because they didn't delve into that. They pretty much shoveled her off the stand as fast as they could.
And not draw attention to the big, like, oh, you can't do that moment. But, like, I'm interested, you know, what her views are on his alter ego, Zero.
Oh, I wanted to know.
What her views
what
are
about
on-
Zero? You
Yeah.
know? Have we ever seen Zero before? You talked to Zero.
Google searches, right?
Yeah.
I mean, those things, his previous, I use the word relationship, but like interactions with the younger girls when he was in the band, and he said that they were over at, you know, in the shed at his place at his grandparents, kind of all of her information about that, if she'd really watched the entire trial and kind of her thoughts on it. So it was an incredibly interesting moment. I also think that it showed what we all already knew, which is fundamentally, even though she said at the beginning she believed his original lie that it was just an accident, she knows who he is, right? I mean,
Yeah.
she knows best who
She
he
does.
is.
Your mom knows you.
Yes. And she's known him his entire life.
And I feel like there's a lot that she ain't telling.
Agreed.
There's a lot.
And
I've
it's not good, otherwise she would
Oh,
be
no.
telling and she would be sharing.
I mean, I have many questions. You know, did he ever harm animals? You know, like, were there other things? Because
start fires, kind of all the basic things that we think
Right, 'cause
about.
I fully believe that he had either done something like this before, maybe not to this degree, but would have done it again. You cannot tell me this would have been a one-time occurrence. If he doesn't get caught, you got a serial killer on your hands.
Right, it escalates.
Well, yeah, they don't. You don't get away with something like that and stop.
And then go, okay,
I think I'm
it's on my
done today.
resume,
You
like,
know?
check, I'm done. No, I think you're absolutely right. And I think you're right. Like, this isn't, it statistically, someone with this type of like violent predatory behavior or proclivity towards this type of violence in particular, it doesn't just all of a sudden happen. There's going to be the abuse of animals, the fire starting, kind of all the things that we think of that come to mind right away. But there's also going to be, and we heard evidence of it last week, prior, you know, whether it's a full-on sexual assault, it's inappropriate or untoward conduct, it's unwanted advances, it may be grooming behaviors with younger girls or adolescents, even if it doesn't escalate into any sort of physical contact. Those are the precursors to this type of crime. And then you add in the murder component. Like, I'm just thinking about the sexually violent component. Then you add in the murder component, and, you know, yes, there are murders that just happen. Someone's never been violent before. Normally, those are some sort of self-defense issue or like
This is different.
a robbery, something. This is different.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who's at the courthouse, coming on to give us an update. Rebecca, I think what we want to know is, what are we expecting to hear today?
Well, Tanya, we're going to hear from at least 4 other civilian witnesses. And as I mentioned yesterday, right now, they have not released the names publicly of the people that are going to testify. And that's because during the hearings, when the judge was listening to the expert witnesses, one of the things that the defense brought up is that they had released the name of one of their witnesses, and the prosecution went out and interviewed that witness, which they legally can, but it's what raised concerns for the defense. Go, we're not giving you any of our witness names until the night before or the day of. And so, but we do know it's probably going to be at least 4 civilian witnesses and an expert witness.
So what do you think about that? That they that they're essentially keeping it close to the vest now, Jen?
They should be. I mean, they absolutely should be, right? So just like Rebecca said, the state and either side really has the right to go and interview witnesses and find out what are you going to say. Now, in a case like this, we can make some pretty solid assumptions about who's going to be called to testify. And so I'm sure that the state had previously at least attempted to interview Tanner Horner's mom, any close family members that are living, the brother that's in prison. I would not be surprised if they attempted any of the easily identifiable, obvious people. And candidly, that's also information that they want when they're making the determination about whether they're even going to seek death, right? Like, they need to know who the defendant is, and is this the case where we can prove future danger and lack of sufficient mitigation. So it doesn't surprise me. I'm full and wholeheartedly in agreement that they should keep it close to the vest. So as the defense, which is what I practice now, we don't have an obligation to share our evidence or our witnesses with the state. And in a case like this, there's really zero benefit in them doing it in advance with the state. It's not going to change anyone's mind. I certainly will let the state interview witnesses if I believe it's going to shed light on a situation or provide information where the state may say, okay, I understand, and as a result, I'm willing to do X, Y, or Z. Right. In this case, their position has been and is going to be, we are seeking the death penalty. So the defense, I think absolutely rightfully is holding that back, and I would be surprised if they even gave the names last night. Kind of old school, they would call it. I would either text or email my investigator and say, her name is Susie Smith, and my very first question is, what's your date of birth? So that my investigator can then run a quick criminal background check to see who this person is and what, if any, involvement, what are they going to say?
Hey, Rebecca, Jen actually teaches a class at SMU on mitigation, and so before you came on, we were talking about the mom's testimony and how when you're going to do mitigation, you should actually be offering explanations and not excuses, and what she heard from mom was a whole lot of excuses but not a lot of explanations. So I didn't know if you had any, based on that, if you had any questions for Jen.
Well, no, I thought the same thing. I felt like mom's testimony was not helpful to the defense, and the expert witnesses that we did listen to, that the prosecution did get a chance to cross-examine before they are going to get on the stand, and these are the defense witnesses. That's what the hearings were about. The things that I thought were very interesting is, none of them, they all will say he's got these issues, he's got these disorders, but none of them would say it is what caused him to do this. They all say he very well knew what he was doing, and when pushed, they're like, oh yeah, he knew right from wrong, he knew kidnapping Athena, he knew murder was wrong, he knew all of these things. And I think, and also one of the things that they are going to testify to is that in a couple of these witnesses, he actually explicitly told them that he was trying to sexually assault Athena. And so you're going to hear that, which they've hinted around it in the prosecution's case, but you're going to hear it more from some of the expert witnesses that he actually said, this is what I tried to do. And so I feel like when you listen to all of that, again, I think it's going to be a tough hill for this defense to climb.
Jen?
Agreed. I think this whole case has been and will continue to be a tough hill for the defense to climb. And it's their client's own actions and his background, and they've done a really good job of continuing to fight the fight when they're just doesn't seem to be a whole lot to work with. On paper, to me, they're kind of our explanations. I'm using that word very kind of incredulously because it's really, look, there's never going to be an explanation that legitimizes the rape and killing of a 7-year-old little girl or of an adult or of any human ever, right? And so trying to put some explanation around it is a, like you said, very tough hill for the defense to have to climb, and they have to do it, right? I mean, their goal is to identify with one juror who is going to kind of be guilted in to not voting, essentially, yes, for the death penalty and feeling like they're then culpable in taking Tanner Horner's life. And so the defense wants to personalize him. They want to humanize him. And I mean, to me, it's a Sisyphean task because he is inhuman. Everything that we've heard so far, I mean, we've heard stories where, he has a son. I guess maybe I would find that compelling. I find it more compelling that he can't ever have access to his son or be around his son because we know what can happen.
As far as I'm concerned, a good thing.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And statistically, if you're in a house with violence, then you're likely to create a house with violence or lead a house with violence. So I just feel like they're rolling the rock uphill. And it just kind of keeps coming back down. But they show up every day. They keep plugging along. They're calling witnesses. They're protecting their client in a pretty amazing way in that regard.
Wow. And Rebecca, all these witnesses we're going to hear from today, they're also going to be blurred, right?
Yes, and that is because they have received, or they claim that they have been harassed online and frightened to actually come up here and testify on behalf of Tanner Horner. Of course, they were subpoenaed by the defense to come up here. And so I feel like they are very concerned about their own safety or threats that have been made against them and the harassment. So the judge is asking that all the civilian witnesses be blurred. And one of the things that we also heard from the expert witnesses, because you guys were talking about, has he had a history of, abusing animals and stuff? I do believe that there is some history of him starting fires. And I think that we're going to hear that. If you guys get to hear the same thing that we heard during the questioning when they were qualifying the expert witnesses in the last couple of days, you'll probably hear a little bit of that.
Interesting. That's not surprising, right?
No, not at all. I mean, it
kind of fits.
It tracks, right? Like, I'm not an FBI profiler, but we've all watched the shows, right? And if you're following along with this, then you're a little bit of a crime junkie, or you're in this world. As horrible as it is, it still kind of draws you in. And I think all of us immediately, like your brain immediately went to hurt animals as a child, and my brain immediately went to fire starter, because that's really what, and I'm not saying he's a sociopath, but those are like the framework and foundation of the makings of a sociopath, or someone who ultimately would go and commit this heinous and atrocious act.
Right. I want to answer a question in the chat. Somebody's asking about the courtroom you're in. Rebecca, explain the courtroom that you're in.
The courtroom is, it very much looks exactly like this one. So you can see how the benches are. It's exactly like this. The judge is there, except the jury is on the other side. They're on the left-hand side.
But I mean, you're in an overflow courtroom.
Yes, I'm in an overflow courtroom where the judge set up a special video feed so that we could see in here as well, because it's, and we record and bring our equipment in. They're only allowing one camera inside the courtroom. And so the rest of the media that wants to view it and record it have to be in this overflow courtroom. And a lot of judges do that. We did the same thing in Uvalde. This particular judge, Judge Gallagher, did the same thing when we covered the Aaron Dean trial. That is, what we're doing. We're in an overflow courtroom right now.
Yeah, folks were just asking. Essentially, it's what the judge has done is created a workspace for the media, and it also helps because it means that you don't have as many people trying to pack into that courtroom. It's really a smart thing for judges to do in cases like this, to have an overflow type situation. So. Rebecca, anything you want to go ahead?
I have a question on that. So
okay.
Does he have any supporters or anyone that you've been able to identify at the courthouse or in the courtroom? I would be surprised if the answer was yes, but I'm still intrigued.
No, I have not seen any supporters of his at all. We do know that I think mom might have been here one time throughout all of these hearings and what have you, but no, there are no supporters of his inside the courtroom. And I think that's very telling, obviously.
Agreed.
Well, given what he did, it would be a very difficult place to come and support him. So, but anyway, Rebecca, we appreciate you, and I assume court's going to be starting up here in a few minutes, so we'll look forward to seeing you on the break.
Okay.
Thanks. So before we get started up with this morning's testimony, we got a few minutes. You were watching last Thursday, when Rebecca and Terry Bentley Hill came out and talked about what they had seen and heard on that awful 1 hour recording of Athena's kidnapping and just all the horror that was in it. I'm curious as your reaction to that.
Actually get like a little choked up. Right, and I know that you have. I assume you have as well. I know you have as well.
I've cried over this one. This one's been brutal.
Yeah, the jurors, everybody in the courtroom, the judge, the lawyers, everybody has kind of heard something that they can't ever unhear. We've all seen the images. I think sometimes when we hear a story about what happened, or we see video but there's no audio, your brain will kind of protect your heart and fill in gaps with the best possible scenario. And this took away that possibility because the audio is so horrific. I respect immensely and applaud Rebecca and Terry Bentley Hill for kind of having the courage to go do that. It's a service that I don't think any of us really want to provide, but I do think that it's important because it truly tells who he is and what he did, and that's why the jurors had to hear it, as much as I'm sure the state and they don't want to. Like, it's so much easier, well, just tell me what was on it. I really don't want to hear it, but it's imperative that they do, because that is the reality of what Athena was subject to for the last hour of her life, and that is who Tanner Horner is. I think everybody just needs like hugs from their families right now. I mean, you can't cure that. You can't fix that. There's no amount of time. There's no number of therapy sessions that take away that trauma. My almost 2 decades of working the worst of the worst cases, I still process that with my therapist and my family and my girlfriends and, anybody that I can, or whenever I need that support. And so I am sure and hope and pray for Terry Bentley Hill and for Rebecca Lopez.
And those jurors.
Those jurors.
And right now they can't process.
No, they can't go home and talk to their husbands about it.
I mean, they can talk to God, they can talk to themselves, but they can't talk to anybody else.
Nope.
And that is, right now, I cannot imagine, because I was talking to Bree West about this yesterday. I can talk to my friends, I can talk to my boyfriend, I've talked to my therapist, I've over and over, and I didn't even hear it and see it. And I was just hearing their descriptions of it. I left on Thursday. I felt physically ill, like I'd been hit by a Mack truck, and I wasn't even in the courtroom.
There's a book, Your Body Keeps Score, right? You are getting hit with the secondary trauma of the true and the direct and the primary trauma that Athena went through. Hearing even just kind of Rebecca and Terry Bentley Hill's
because they were shaken
summary, yes, like it is absolutely jarring. I hadn't really thought about it from the jurors not being able to real-time process, because obviously the law doesn't let them go home and say, here's what we learned today. What do you think? They don't get to read the commentary. They don't get to...
Not without causing a whole lot of problems.
It would be a do-over if that occurred. I mean, they don't get to talk about this. They will get to talk, and they can't even talk with each other about it until they start actual deliberations.
I mean, you have to hold this in.
Yep. And it eats you. And my husband's business partner, she has been watching this every single day, and so we text every night about it. And she's like, I just feel so bad for these jurors having to hear this, having to live through it. And I realize now, like, well, Lindy and I get to talk about it, right? So we get to process, we get to debrief a little bit. they're not getting to do any of that. There is a law that I don't know has been used a whole lot, but maybe about a decade ago, there was a new law that was put out that basically offers therapy services for jurors in certain cases. And if ever there was a case, this is it.
No, this is absolutely the case. And because certainly that video and audio is absolutely horrible, but it's also the totality of this case, right? It's what we know about what he did, the after, he's in that delivery van, he's riding around like no big deal, he's, smoking a cigarette, he's cleaning the vehicle, he's going out the next day and delivering the packages and getting mad and honking the horn because they won't get out of his way. I mean, it's just astounding. You don't get that in cases, that level of evidence.
No, but this is the case, and we said this last week too, this is the case that it's a little expect the unexpected, right? I mean, last week, every time we would take a break, it was, what's your takeaway from today? And I'm like, I'm so overwhelmed with all of them, I'm almost speechless. And we both talk for a living, and I'm struggling coming up with words, because this case in particular, based on his behavior, is absolutely mind-boggling. I wouldn't be able to understand the actions of someone who is so depraved anyways, right? Like we talked about this, and we've talked about it a lot on breaks too, just having processed these really horrific cases.
We've been processing together. Every guest I have on here, we process. Essentially, that's what you're doing. You're talking it out.
It's a kind of real time, real life, let's debrief and start processing it. Our brains are never going to understand why he did what he did. And so for it to be even more surprising that, he does these internet searches about the highest YouTube net worth and continues to go to work,
does the video
constantly record?
And then a FedEx truck. I'm like, maybe you should have figured that out before you did this.
But this case is so unique because it's like an impulsive act, but it's not impulsive. Right, like this isn't a.
No, I fully believe he planned this.
Yes.
And now I think the particular child.
Yes.
Is that was.
That was the impulse part.
That was the impulse part of it, but the rest of it is planned.
Yeah,
no doubt in my mind.
Like this isn't a 5-year-old who sees the cookie jar with the cookie sitting there and is like, oop, I'm going to grab a cookie, right? That's an impulse, like truly impulsive kind of behavior at a learning moment for our little ones of, you can't do that, you've got to ask mom or dad, or we said no, and then there's natural consequences for it. This is I think he wanted to do it for a long time and then had the opportunity to act on that impulse. Right. So it is an impulsive but not impulsive crime where I don't know why I'm surprised by his actions or behaviors before, during, and after, because they are completely consistent with who he is.
Right. Well, and you and I, we've talked about the Siobhan Randall case. Siobhan Randall's case was horrible, but we didn't have this level of evidence.
No. I
mean, imagine, and we've talked about this on the live stream last week, and Siobhan and Jen can give the quick rundown of that case, because it has some hallmarks.
Yes.
In some ways, different, but similar to this case in some ways.
Yes. Yeah, so Siobhan Randall was, and I don't want to repeat myself, but I know we have different people all the time.
It's totally okay to repeat yourself.
Okay, so real full circle moment, because the second time ever that WFAA and Tanya Iser in particular did kind of this gavel to gavel all day coverage, the second trial that they ever did, it was the abduction and murder of Siobhan Randall, and I was actually the prosecutor at the time. I stayed at that office a little longer than I'd planned to stay when I had this opportunity to go work at McCathern, because I wanted to wrap up those cases, and that was, I've had the honor and privilege of kind of seeking justice and fighting for families, all of which were very, very important. That was a career case because it was so complicated. It was 5 years long. It was a lot.
Yeah, a lot of defendants.
A lot of defendants, a lot of trials, a lot of evidence, but essentially a 13-year-old, just right on the heels of her birthday, was kidnapped and held for ransom because one of her cousin's boyfriends had stolen some dope from a really, really bad crew. And so they went and they snatched her up, and an Amber Alert dropped later that day. It was all over on all the billboards, on all of our phones, on lead story on all the news, running constantly.
I covered it. I remember it.
Yeah, because it was clearly a snatch. There was an immediate demand, not necessarily for ransom, but return of the dope or the value of the dope. And so they knew that she was snatched out of the home where she was staying one summer morning while her mom was at work and everyone else was at work. And she was there with an older cousin who had a pretty profound intellectual disability, so she wasn't a helpful witness in that way. And that trial was just really hard. We didn't have an audio of what happened to Siobhan.
No, I imagine, I keep thinking, what if there was audio?
I selfishly don't know how I would have been able to handle that case had there been audio.
She was held
of that.
for days.
She was held for days. And I have definitely had I'm not a huge fan of the word triggering, but like these triggering moments, having worked on that case where I will kind of flash into what terror that poor little girl felt. Being held at a trap house. There were the hallmarks of, like at one point she was snatched and held by strangers, grown men that she did not know at all. There were bindings that were found, so I think it's pretty fair for us to assume that she had been bound. She's just a kid in her pajamas, being a kid in the summer, sleeping in, whose life was then taken by these really bad guys. And ultimately she was shot 4 times and then her body recovered. Along with the body of another adult male. And that then led to just a slew of potential leads and witnesses and trying to figure out who did it, why they did it, and how we can prove who did it and why they did it. There's not always a why. This is a case that I don't think has a why other than it's Tanner Horner. That case, I do feel like we had a little bit of an explanation as to why there was a motive, I guess. Everybody always wants motive.
We may not like the motive, but there was a motive.
Yes.
It was ridiculous, but there was a motive.
It's a little more understandable. And, the law doesn't require that there be a motive. Jurors want a motive because it helps fill in. If you look at it like a puzzle, the motive really helps fill in.
It's called evil.
This one,
and
for
this
sure.
one's just evil.
Yeah,
it's just evil. But in Siobhan Randall, had there been the kind of evidence that we have today, you imagine, and that's the thing. I think that's what really sets this case apart is just the level of evidence that you have.
And I think that's why he pled guilty.
Oh yeah.
Right. I mean,
You're hoping that maybe one juror will have some mercy on you.
Yes, and I do just fundamentally think kind of law and order, crime and punishment, if you don't accept responsibility, you're not deserving of mercy, right? And so, if you go to a judge and say, yes, I did it, but, and kind of undermine your yes, I did it, then in my experience, judges aren't as willing to give you mercy because you're not really being accountable, right? That's a little bit what I'm hearing here today. Exactly. And what we've heard over the last few weeks. The evidence was substantial in this case on guilt innocence. I think that the defense did, ultimately it's the client's decision about how to plead, and they did a great job encouraging him, I imagine, to do so.
Okay, so we're getting a little sound from the courtroom.
All of the links are password protected. We were not provided with passwords. There was supposed to be an original radiology report from a doctor that Dr. William talked about during some hearing that I asked for, and he was required to provide. What we got was a doctor's signature on another report by Dr. William with his letterhead, and not from the original person. So, I understand the defense intends to call Dr. William tomorrow, but I'm in a bit of a problem here, being in the middle of trial and not having any of these images available to be opened or anything else, password protected, so on and so forth.
Your Honor, I received a zip file or a link to a zip file last night at 9:29. I could not access it until this morning. The files on there, it says they are imaging files. You have to download free software to look at them. So, I can't control doing that. I don't have the radiology report you're referring to. It's not in our file. I don't know if that's what Dr. Lewine was referring to or not. You're hoping to find out.
somebody needs to get on that, and he needs to get it, we got to have this resolved by noon.
Well, I can provide the court to a copy of what we've received. I think the files are there. You just have to.
But you
they're
can't open
ECM
them.
files.
You can't open them,
You
right?
can if you download the free software online. You look at it. It's just like having, if it's a PowerPoint file, you have to have a PowerPoint on your computer. If it's a PDF file, you have to have it open. These are DCM files, so you have to have a player that can play DCM. I look, there's like 6 available for free. So until we've done that, I don't think we can say we haven't provided them the images they can look at.
Okay.
I mean, we're in the middle of trial today. I don't know what software they're referring to, but the images are not currently openable by any common reader that we have here today, given this morning. So I don't know what software they're talking about. We weren't provided with a reader.
Were you able to open it using your
I just
software?
emailed a link to them because of our relationship with the court system. I'm not technically permitted to download any software in there. I'm asking FCA to download it onto my computer for me or to give me permission to do it. But I'm restricted in that we don't control our IT.
How many pages is it?
I don't know.
We
I
can't
just
tell.
opened it this morning. I can show it to you. It's a bunch of images. Just they think.
Okay, folks, the audio from the courtroom has been cut, and Zeke has got instructions to kill our mics immediately should the audio come back up. But Jen, just talk to us a little bit about what's happening right now, what we know.
Yeah, so what we were able to kind of glean, what I think is happening is it sounds like the defense is going to call a witness, and there's some photographs, it sounds like, or some sort of information that is like forensic or digital evidence.
Okay, folks, the audio.
And so it sounds like the defense wants to present those images or that information, but the state hasn't been able to view it or access it. And it sounds like there's some sort of tech issue. And so the state obviously doesn't want to be surprised and this put on before the jury without them knowing what it's going to be. And the defense, as we talked about a little bit ago, the defense doesn't want to give over all their witnesses in advance, and legally they don't have to. And so it sounds like this is what happens in trial all the time. You have a plan of how things are going to go, and we're going to start at 9 a.m. We're going to have a witness. We'll take a break at 10:30, and then things just go sideways. And this is one of those expected, unexpected kind of little momentary derailments while they work it out.
That's why when producers ask me, when will the trial end? When will we be done for the day? I say, it will be done when it is done.
It is.
And court will be court.
I know.
And if you don't like it, then they're tough. They don't care.
Yeah, I know better than to try to bet or predict on these things. And last week there were, I think, 2 days where we ended, around 2:30 or 3, and I would have put money that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I would have
thought
we would have gone right till 5 o'clock. Now I'm not. They were both really heavy days, so I was okay with that. Okay, 3 o'clock. Okay, good. I've had enough. I don't know if I can handle much more. But you're right. There's no way to plan this, and we don't really know exactly who these witnesses are that we're going to hear from today. We know they're some sort of witnesses. They're going to speak on behalf of Tanner Horner, but what their relationship is to him, how well they know him. Are they more family members? Are they friends? We really don't know, and we haven't heard whether we might hear from Cassie, his former girlfriend.
Well, and you know what Rebecca Lopez shared with us earlier this morning is that she thinks, or is what we're kind of expecting, is 4 civilian witnesses, which tells me that it's not going to be the forensic psychologists or psychiatrists that have done testing and are going to come in and kind of have this very clinical testimony or expert testimony. It is going to be people like you or I that know him in whatever capacity. So, you know, yesterday it's family members. If I'm the defense and I'm trying a case like this, really the minute that I get appointed, I am working on mitigation. And what they're doing right now is putting on all mitigation. Mitigation sometimes looks like having a family member come and testify. It could be having his 4th grade teacher to talk about what a sweet boy he was back in 4th grade or what she saw. Anyone to try to personalize, a neighbor, a Boy Scout troop leader, a friend that was his childhood friend or that person's parent, a current neighbor, a former neighbor, anyone that you can put on to kind of parade and humanize who he is. Because right now, I think most people sitting in that room don't view him as a human. I think most of us who've watched it, we just view him as a monster because that's the evidence that's been put forth so far.
Well, you've seen, you know, we're Facebook friends, and you've seen me as I've processed this trial. Part of how I've done that is usually at the end of the week I sit down and I pound out a Facebook post and, okay, we've got sound back.
Good morning. Come up right here. Raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you the witness that is potentially hearing impaired?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, watch that chair. It's kind of, okay? And as you start testifying, I'll tell you if you have to move the microphone up, okay? Counsel, this witness is hearing impaired, so if you wish to ask questions while she's testifying, please come up so that she can hear you. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Just have a seat. Don't be nervous. Both sides ready for the jury?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go. You may remain seated. And this is water.
Thank you.
Do you have any objection to me telling the jury why you're standing up here? Okay. Steve, stand to the side so that the jury can see. Yeah, that's fine. Or just right behind her. Right there. Okay. Got one more. Here we go. All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully, but she is hearing impaired. And so the lawyers, when they are questioning her, are going to stand up here close to us, and I'm going to make sure that they stand out of the way so that you can see them, okay? All right. Mr. Goebel.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me know if you can't hear me if I'm not speaking loud enough. How do you know Tanner Horner?
He is my brother's son.
He's your brother's son. And do you have any other siblings?
Yes, I do. I did have 2 sisters along with the brother.
Okay. And who raised you and your siblings?
I'm sorry.
Who raised you and your siblings?
My mother and my stepdad, but the 3 other siblings were mainly raised with their paternal grandmother for a while until I was born, and we went with my stepdad.
Okay. And why were they with your maternal?
With the paternal?
Maternal.
My mother was an alcoholic, and she just didn't want them, the only thing I can think of.
And when did your siblings end up leaving home?
My sister, my oldest sister left at 16. My brother left at 13, and my other sister left at 15.
So tell me about your brother, Terry Horner Sr.
Tell you about Terry.
Tell me about Terry, yeah.
Terry left home at 13, and he started doing drugs at that time. He has spent about 90% of his adult life in prison. He molested me when I was younger. He threatened to kill me 3 different times, and he was not a very nice person. He beat my mother and stole money from her as well.
Did he ever steal from other family members?
Yes, he, from what I understand, he's stolen from both of my sisters. My ex-father-in-law was nice enough to give Terry a job, and he repaid him by coming back into the building that night and stealing all of the money and weapons that was in the building.
As an adult, did Terry ever live on your mother's property?
Yes, he did. We thought he had finally straightened his life out, and Mom gave him the Airstream that was on the property so that she could maintain her independence and he could maintain his.
And when you saw it, what were his living conditions like?
It was horrible. He had, a lot of drug users, especially Terry. Whenever they would get high, they would take stuff apart like coffee makers and microwaves and whatever else they could and couldn't put it back together. When Mom passed, I hired someone to clean up the backyard because he had left it. Stuff was everywhere. And they found buckets, 5-gallon buckets of poop, because Terry wouldn't come in the house to use the bathroom.
Now, I know what an Airstream is, but can you tell?
Oh, I'm sorry, an Airstream RV, it's a bumper pull trailer.
And did Terry ever, as an adult, live on your sister's property?
Yes, he lived on my oldest sister's property, and he lived in the garage, and then eventually he got a small bumper pull, and it was a gorgeous house, but in the backyard there was so much stuff, air conditioner parts, cars, boats, you name it, it was back there. He would just bring stuff home.
Now, what did your brother do for a living?
Steal. He could weld, but, sorry, I'm bluntly honest here. He could weld, a darn good welder, but because he was into drugs, he couldn't keep a job, so he would just steal whatever.
Now, do you have other family members that have substance abuse issues?
Yes, I do. My oldest sister was prescription drugs. My mother was a prescription drug. Tanner, from what I understand, was or is. We've got other nephews from my oldest sister. 2 of the nephews and 1 of the nieces were substance abuse users.
Can you tell me about your mother?
Mom got married, I believe, at 16 the first time. She had 3 children by her first husband. And she got a divorce, and the 3 children, she dropped them off at Edna Gladney Adoption. Didn't tell anybody she did that. And she married my dad. They were together 18 months. I think I was an oops. And when she was a barmaid most of her life, and she worked dry cleaning. And she was, like I said, an alcoholic. I was born early. Looking back, I'm pretty sure a lot of my problems are due to her being an alcoholic. Whenever she married her third husband, the 3 children that she dropped off at Athena Gladney, their paternal grandmother found out about them, went and picked them up, and she raised them for a while in Pentecostal church. Their beds were church pews, from what I understand. And she got them all back. And
Was your mother ever abusive towards the children, you and your siblings?
she was emotionally and verbally abusive to all 4 of us. If the 4 of us was getting along as adults, she had to pit one against the other. And there would be so much drama. I eventually, whenever my mother passed, I cut ties with all of them. I don't do drugs. I have an occasional drink. I can't stand drama. It will, yeah, mess me up.
Did your mother suffer from a mental illness?
Yes, she did. She was bipolar. She had severe anxiety. She had depression, and doing the alcohol and mixing all of her prescription with all of that was not really a good thing.
What about other members of the Horner family? Are you aware of any mental illness?
I'm not entirely sure. My oldest sister, I do believe she had some because of the way that she would do the prescription drugs. She wouldn't take her heart medicine or her diabetes medicine. Well, she liked that Xanax. She would melt it in a spoon of water and take it that way.
What about when Terry and Melissa Horner were together? Were you around then?
I was around. I didn't see them much. I think I saw them together maybe 5 times. I saw Tanner probably 3 times in his life, if not 4.
And what was Terry like around that time?
Stoned all the time. Him and Melissa both were always stoned. So their house was horrible. There was trash everywhere. It seemed like wherever Terry went, he had to bring a bunch of junk. There was a bunch of trash. I don't know how people live in that.
And do you know how they met?
Terry met Melissa in a strip joint, from what I understand.
And do you know where they were working at that time? Was Terry working there?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. And you said you were around Tanner Horner 3 or 4 times. Was some of that when he was young?
Yes.
And who raised Tanner?
His maternal grandmother did.
Did you ever babysit Tanner?
I did twice.
Okay, and do you remember about what age that was?
He was a baby the first time, and he was about 5, maybe 6 the second time.
Can you describe what he was like at those ages?
He cried a lot. It was like nothing you could do could stop. You could change his diaper, you could hold him, you could put him to sleep. At 5, he it was like he wore his heart on his sleeve. And it was saying that, and you could go, don't do that, and he would just cry. And he went to run out to the street, and I grabbed him and I swatted him on his butt like that, and you would have thought I'd beat the tar out of him. He was crying and hiccuping, and we were at my ex-mother-in-law, and he looked at her and he said, she made me cry. And he just kept crying. I didn't know what to do with him because my children weren't like that. And I felt bad because I couldn't get him to stop crying.
Did you get was he? So you're saying he cried a lot. You're saying compared to other children.
Yeah.
What about talking? Did he talk a lot?
No.
Have you seen him as an adult?
I seen him one time. My brother said, "Hey Kim, this is Tanner," and I was like, I wouldn't recognize him if I saw him on the street. That's how often we saw each other. But I mean, that was the whole conversation.
Did he stop by your house or your mother's house one time with us?
Yes, he had a camper at my mother's house, and I thought it was another item that my brother drug up. And Mom wanted all of this stuff cleaned out of the backyard. She wanted that camper gone. My brother said that it was only going to be there for a week, and it'd been there for like, I don't know how long, 4 or 5 months, I don't know. I didn't know it was Tanner's, so I was acting on my mom's behalf, and I started looking for people on the phone to come and pull this camper out, and I had it hauled off. I told the guy, I don't want any money. Mom wants it gone, just make it go.
And was Tanner a kind of a typical Horner man or kind of different?
Like I said, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't around him that much.
Now, I'm going to show you a couple pictures here, and I don't need you to use the names, but you can just tell me who these are, like in relation to you.
This picture of my brother and my 2 sisters and myself.
Can you identify by the exhibit number?
Yes, sir. That's Defense Exhibit 66. We moved to have it admitted and published to the jury.
Have you shown it to the state?
Yeah, I've seen this one.
So you offer state, Defense 66?
Exhibit 66, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection?
Judge, if he wants to admit 67 as well, no objection to that either.
Yes, please. Let me
You move to admit
identify.
67?
I will, sir, as soon as she identifies that. Do you recognize the people in that?
Yeah, it's Tanner and my brother with a woman who has another child by him, and the 4 of us.
Defense 66 and 67 are admitted.
Your Honor, I will move to publish these and then I will pass the rest.
Okay. Cross-examination. Yes, come on. Yes, please. Just make sure you stand so that the jury can see her.
Ma'am, my name is James Stanton. I don't think you and I have met before, have we?
No, sir.
Can you hear me? Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have are you able to hear low tones but not high tones? Is that you?
It's all over the place. As long as I see your lips, I'm good.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna make sure that we can talk, okay?
Perfect.
I don't have too many questions for you, ma'am.
Okay.
If you don't understand something or you don't hear something, you let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm looking at this and you're talking a lot about Terry, your brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
And you
don't
said,
tell many people he is.
okay, I can see why. The second part of this, you said he went to a prison for a long time,
In and out.
in and out, and that was for drugs, right?
It was for a number of things. It was for theft, drugs. I believe his first wife, he was out on parole probation, I get that mixed up, and he beat her up and he went back to prison.
Okay. I didn't hear you say he had any sexual type offenses in there. Is it just drugs?
He molested me,
Right.
yes.
But other than what he.
But he did not
prison
go to
for?
jail for that, no.
He didn't go to jail for
No.
that? Okay. I'm just trying to get a little clearer picture.
Understandable.
And the second thing is, you said that the extent of your knowledge on the defendant, Tanner Horner, came from the 3 times you saw him in his life, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And once when he was a baby,
Yes, sir.
once when he was 5,
Yes, sir.
and then a tiny brief conversation when he was how
grown.
old?
I don't know how old he was, I'll be honest. He was grown.
Right. And that's the extent of your knowledge
Yes, sir.
on the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, let me just ask you while we're up here, and I'm not trying to be rude, are you a felon?
Am I what?
Are you a felon? Have you
No,
been to
sir, I'm
prison?
not.
And I think you said you don't do drugs.
No, sir, I do not.
You don't, okay. Now, I noticed the defense asked you a lot about your family history.
Yes, sir.
And in your family history, it sounds like you had a pretty rough upbringing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not gonna ask you any details of that whatsoever, okay?
I'm an open book.
Well, we appreciate that, but I'm still not gonna ask you.
Okay.
But it sounds like you had a pretty rough upbringing,
Yes, sir.
and including some form of inappropriate activity at the hands of your brother.
Yes, sir.
And being around your brother doing drugs,
Yes, sir.
right? And apparently being around your mom when he's doing all this stuff as well,
Yes, sir.
right? But in your life, you don't do drugs.
No, sir.
And you've never killed anybody, have you?
No, sir.
And you've never sexually assaulted or molested anybody, have you?
No, sir.
Pass a witness.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I take it? Okay. Take her back there. Who do you have next?
Ms. Sullivan. And Judge, may we approach?
Yeah. Good morning. You would raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self to God. Okay, have a seat right here. There's a rule of evidence in effect. It says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else, okay? Gonna need for you to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Very good, okay. Ms. Anderson.
Ms. Sullivan, how are you?
Hi. I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you a little nervous about being here?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
Ever been involved with anything like this before?
Not to this.
We are not going to refer to you by your first and last name. And just for your comfort, we have made sure that your face has been blurred out by the cameras, okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan, how do you know Tanner Horner?
He is my second cousin.
How does that work? He
My
now fall in the family tree.
father's sister, Jackie, she's my aunt, and then his mother is my cousin, Melissa, and then Tanner would be her son.
You had mentioned Tanner's mother. How do you know her? You said she was your
She's
cousin?
my first cousin.
Did you ever, did you know Tanner as a child?
As a baby and a toddler, I babysat him.
For how long did you babysit?
It was a few months, different periods. Like, it was during the summer when I was around 10, and then the next summer when I was around 11. But then after that, I no longer babysat him.
I understand that you babysat Tanner, but did Melissa ever babysit?
Yes, she used to babysit us when we were younger for my dad, yeah.
So it sounds like a circle.
Mm-hmm, yes.
How was she as a babysitter?
She was...
Is this difficult for you?
Yeah.
We can take breaks as needed, Ms. Sullivan.
My cousin, she was awesome. I looked up to her a lot. She was full of life then. She was a different person back then. I met my best friend because of her. She just was full of life then, that's all I can say. She was a happy person then.
Very different from the way she is today?
I don't recognize her.
How was Melissa as a babysitter?
She was fun, exciting, loved it when she came over. She was probably one of my favorite babysitters, and we had a lot. She kept us busy. There was me and my 3 brothers, so she had her hands full. She liked to play Fly to the Moon, where she'd kick us off her feet. She would take us to the park. She'd walk us around the neighborhood. She just had so much energy.
Ms. Sullivan, how old were you when you began babysitting Tanner?
I think I was around 10-ish.
At the time, did you have any babysitting experience?
No.
And when you babysat him, was it just for a few hours at a time, or for what period of
No,
time?
it would be the weekend. And it was started when he was an infant. She had to teach me how to bottle feed him, change his diaper, things like that. I really didn't have a clue. But even the first weekend, she left me alone all weekend with an infant.
And I'm going to stop you right there for a second. You're 10 years old, taking care of an infant.
Yes.
And you're alone for the weekend.
Yes. She worked all weekend.
And you spent the night over there?
Yes.
Did she ever check in with you over the weekend?
In the beginning, she would come home late at night or in the next morning. I would see her, and she would, feed us, show me what's going on for the day, what snacks, this and that. She would converse with me, and then she'd go on back to work. Yeah. It was late in the evening when she'd go to work.
Oh, okay. Do you know where she was working?
I knew it was a bar.
Do you know what kind of bar it was?
I did not know at the time.
Did you find it odd that as a 10-year-old you were being asked to take care of an infant?
Yes, it was very odd, but I also felt like, wow, you know, she must think I'm pretty responsible, you know. I didn't realize then, no, I really don't think I was.
So your perception today is a little different
Oh, yeah.
than it was then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Ms. Sullivan, how often would you babysit Tanner?
When it was the summertime, it was pretty regular every weekend.
You said that you would spend the night over there. What was the neighborhood like where Ms. Horner lived at the time?
It was usually apartments, and she would always have that talk with me, because she would leave me money in case we wanted to go to the corner store and get things, and she would tell me, you know, this isn't the safest neighborhood, you need to be careful, you need to watch your back, you need to be careful if you're gonna go. She's like, I'd just rather you not go, but I understand if you want to get out, and if you want to take Tanner to the park, just please be careful. And I always would. I'd be really careful, I'd always be really nervous. You know, the community was very scary.
When Ms. Horner would leave you for the weekend, would she leave you everything that you needed to take care of Tanner for the weekend?
Yes, and then some.
And then some? What do you mean by and then some?
Well, the following summer, he was more crawling around, potty trained. I would start a babysitting again for her, and this time around, I had already been dabbling with.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But did she leave you a well-stocked kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Snacks, food, drinks, you know, instructions. She would leave numbers on the fridge for me to get in contact with anybody and everybody, including her. Yeah.
So basically everything that a loving parent would leave for their child.
Yes.
When you babysat with Tanner over those weekends, did you know if it was, when you first got there, if it was going to be for the night or for the weekend?
No, I knew it was for the weekend.
What kinds of things would y'all do together, you and Tanner?
Watch cartoons, play, eat, walk to the park, go to the store, lounge around.
Now, you talked about what Ms. Horner was like when she was babysitting you. What was she like when you were babysitting Tanner?
I'm not understanding.
Well, we talked about, before you had said that Ms. Horner was full of life and would play games with you when she babysat you. And now you're babysitting her son. Was she still full of life at that time? Had she?
Yes, but she seemed more stressed. Didn't have time. Always gone. Always seemed stressed. Yeah, but she seemed like she was always trying. Like she was always trying to get in a good face, and you know. So she was always trying. Yeah.
At the time, could you tell if she had been, was drinking or doing drugs?
Yeah, so I'm not sure really how it came about, but eventually, yes, I did realize, yeah.
And how could you tell?
Well, basically the following summers when she wanted me to come back to start babysitting him again, and this time she was like, you know, do you want cash as payment again? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, or do you want weed? And I was like, oh, well, yeah, that would be great too. So I had just gotten into that kind of area of stuff and things, and so.
How old were you at the time?
I was about 11, 12, yeah.
Now, before she started paying you with weed, she was paying you with cash. Were you well paid?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Tanner's father during all of this?
I don't know. He wasn't there. I've never met him that I know of.
Ms. Sullivan, when did you stop babysitting Tanner?
So my father, we moved in with my mom when I was 13 on the south side of Fort Worth. And then I kind of got lost in the city life and wrong crowds. And I stopped talking to them. I didn't want to babysit anymore, you know.
You had your other life going
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
Now, Ms. Sullivan, we talked about Ms. Horner as a babysitter, and we talked about her providing for you while you were babysitting her son. Based upon your observations of Ms. Horner and Tanner, do you think she was a good mom?
At the time, you mean?
We'll start at the time.
Yes, at the time, yes.
And looking back now?
She was struggling. She did her best. She tried. Yeah.
Like the desire was there, but the ability not?
Yeah.
Ms. Sullivan, I want to talk to you now about Tanner, about your cousin. You said that he was an infant when you started babysitting him. So he was still in diapers?
Yes.
So you were the one that helped change his diapers and feed him and give him the bottle?
Yes.
And you helped putting him to sleep?
Mm-hmm.
Where was he sleeping at the time? Was he in a crib or did he have his own bed?
It was a crib.
What kinds of things would y'all do together when you would babysit?
Play with all the little kid toys, watch a lot of cartoons. I would talk on the phone a lot. I was a teenager. We would go to the park. I'd walk to the store and get us snacks.
Was he an active child?
Yeah, he would have a lot of spurts of energy.
When you say spurts of energy, give us an example of what you mean by that.
Like, it's hard to explain. So my brother has ADHD, and he would get extremely hyper and excited. It was kind of like that, but as a little infant, if that makes, like a toddler, if that makes sense. But he would run around fast, speeding through, you know, and it's just a kid to me, you know.
A lot of energy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you have to keep a close eye on him?
Yes.
Would he ever get into things?
Yes.
What kinds of things would he get into?
I remember a big part of it was the coins we had to keep up, put away from him. It was like a piggy bank. He would eat a lot of coins.
He would what?
Eat a lot of coins, change, and then he'd poop them out. And I just remember a bunch being in the bottom of the toilet every time I'd wipe his butt. And I always thought that was strange, and Melissa would always be like, keep the change put away. We have to keep the change up.
So how old was he at the time?
He was able to run around, like crawl around, run around, walk around.
All right, so you had to keep the coins put away because Tanner would eat them?
Yeah, almost like an obsession.
And after he ate them, he would poop them out?
Yes.
Would he ever try to grab them after he had pooped them out?
I do not recall that, but yeah, I don't recall.
How often did this happen?
In the beginning, it was a regular basis. That's why it was such an issue, to make sure you keep the coins put away.
Were you ever concerned about him doing this?
I thought it was odd, but I also thought it was funny. I mean, I don't know, I was a kid.
And I think you told us that you had to put the coins up. Where did you have to put them?
Well, I never brought change in. And if I went to the store and got change, that's when I'd make sure they were put up high or in a bowl where he couldn't get to them.
And again, how often would this happen? That every time he saw change?
Yeah, if there was change around, it was inevitable.
And so that's why you had to take those precautions? Ms. Sullivan, over the years that you babysat Tanner, did you have the chance to watch his personality develop?
It was a small period of time, but yeah, a little bit.
And at some point, did you ever begin to think that he was just a little different from the other kids?
I kind of always thought he was a little different, but being so young, I just thought he was a kid.
And now being older?
Now being older, I look back and I realize he was a little different.
Why do you say he was a little different?
He would have real high highs and real low lows, and sometimes he would just be in the corner by himself, and I wouldn't really know why. And, you know, now that I'm older and a parent, I look back, I'm like, oh, well, maybe he was pooping in his diaper. But at that time, it was just such an extreme. He would be going and running and hyper, and then all of a sudden quiet. And I'd go in there and he's just sitting in the corner.
What was he doing in the corner?
Nothing.
Was he facing the corner or was he facing out into the room?
Usually he was facing the corner.
So he would put himself in timeout?
Kind of, yeah.
You had mentioned the word extreme. What did you mean when you said that he would have extreme highs and extreme lows?
Sometimes he'd get so hyper, it'd almost be aggressive. Like, or his fits would be a little aggressive, more than I would think that it was necessary.
When you say aggressive, are you talking about aggressive towards you?
Yeah, just in general and fit throwing. Like,
Did he ever try to hit you?
There may have been an occasion, but it was usually with fit throwing. It wasn't like he was intentionally hitting me, you know.
Were you afraid that he was going to hit you or kick you intentionally?
It wasn't a concern of mine because he was so little.
At any time when he had these fits, could you tell what the cause of them were?
Usually just not getting his way or particular snack or show. The real high energy just would come out of nowhere, you know.
When he had the fits, were you able to calm him down?
Yes, it would take a while.
What would you do to calm him down?
Sometimes I try to hold him. He didn't like that. I would try to direct his attention to something more fun or just try to distract him.
Were you ever at a point where you couldn't control him and had to call his mom?
There would be times I would call her, lots of times, because, like I said, I was young. I didn't know a whole lot. So I would probably call her in the beginning, really 2 or 3 times a night.
And by the time that you stopped babysitting for Tanner, did those calls become less frequent?
Yes. Yeah, near the end, I wasn't calling at all for any reason. And that was usually when I wouldn't see her the whole weekend. Like I said, in the beginning, she would come home late at night or the next morning, checking on us. But then the following summer, as I was older and he was a little older, and we kind of got a little more routine, you know, it was easier.
Ms. Sullivan, you previously talked about some of the things that would do while you babysat Tanner. When you were there, did you play with him more often, or did he play by himself more often?
I would say he played with himself more often.
Could you tell, based upon your observations, if that was his choice?
Usually, yes.
What would he play when he was by himself? What was he doing?
I don't recall.
That's fine if you don't. When he was playing by himself, did he seem to enjoy being by himself?
I don't know about enjoyed, but content.
Did you ever try to distract him and get his attention to maybe come back and play with you?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
Sometimes.
What kinds of things would you do to try to get his attention?
Bring out some of his toys, light up things, noisemakers, turn on a certain show, things like that.
Now, for the times that you were able to get his attention back to playing together, did that last, or would he go off by himself again?
He'd always go off by himself again.
Ms. Sullivan, I want to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's communication skills. When you were babysitting him, did you ever have difficulty trying to communicate with him?
There was no communication with us, not verbally.
What do you mean by that?
He was too young still, to really talk.
And by the time that, I want to back up a second. You said that you had babysat him from the time he was an infant, and how many years had you babysat?
I want to say it was about 2 consecutive summers, if I can remember correctly. Because the first summer he was an infant, and then the second summer he was crawling and, kind of stumble walking.
And then I think you had a third summer where he was walking?
It was during the potty training, and he was kind of walking, yeah.
Was he at all verbal with you?
Very little, very little.
Being a mother, comparing Tanner's communication skills at that age and your child's communication skills at their age, were they the same or was one delayed?
I feel like his was delayed.
Were there times that you had difficulty understanding him when you were trying to communicate with him?
Yes, all the time.
Now, Ms. Sullivan, looking back on your time spent babysitting Tanner, did you have fun?
Yes.
And did you enjoy babysitting him?
Yes.
And why?
Because it gave me a little bit of freedom, responsibility, cash in my pocket. Sometimes I'd get to see my cousin,
At that time how would you describe Tanner as, would you say that he was affectionate, not affectionate, sweet kid, not a sweet kid? How would you describe him?
He was a pretty happy kid. Yeah, he was pretty good, go-lucky, happy, joyful kid, it seemed like, yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, you can bring them up. Oh, okay, so hey Jen, so we're watching this right now. I want to go back to the testimony from the aunt who basically said, "Hey, I distanced myself from this family. You know, I was raised in this horrible family," and it felt like the prosecution actually made some headway there because they're like, "Well, you were raised in horrible circumstances, and you didn't go out and kill somebody," and
yeah, she was a great witness for the state.
Like,
I mean, really, look, the defense has to put on witnesses and give context and give some family background, and legally it's called mitigation evidence, but they want to put on, kind of the other chapters that fill up the book of who is Tanner Horner. I loved the aunt. I think both of us were like, okay, I like her. She is, and she used the phrase herself, I am an open book. She seemed very matter-of-fact in an open book. She felt a little kryptonite for the defense. I get that she was giving background about how just challenging their childhoods were, but I think you used the phrase, broke the cycle. I mean, she's a prime example, and the state's going to argue, like, Tanner had the opportunity to break that same cycle and not recreate kind of this generational trauma and generational dysfunction and instability within the family that has now resulted in the ultimate act of violence. But even before, it sounds like there had been a lot of violence within the home, some sexually violent behavior as well.
Oh yeah, and I also want to give folks a little update because so Tanner Horner, we just saw him. That video wasn't up, but they escorted him out of the courtroom. The lawyers are up at the bench. We can't see anything. We can just see their heads, and mostly we see the seal. And so they're clearly discussing something. I don't know that
I don't know what. The question right before the lawyer said, "Your Honor, may we approach?" wasn't a question that kind of from a legal or strategic perspective, I'm like, oh yes, something is going on, and here's what I think is going on. There may be some evidence that that they all know about because it was covered in prior hearings or it's been discussed that they need to talk about. The other day we were trying to figure out what was going on, and it was just that the air conditioning was broken. So sometimes, we're overthinking, and I don't want to say like foil hat conspiracies full on this, but sometimes it really is as simple as, I need a break, or I just saw a missed call from my kid's school. So
right.
Judge, I just need a few minutes. I do see them up at the front, so that makes me think they're talking about
some kind of sidebar of some sort. We just don't know exactly what it is. And that's the thing, we really can't know because those are not, those are off the record, and can't live stream those. It'd be great if we could sometimes.
Yeah.
But
and then we would know it was just the air conditioning in the room,
exactly.
wasn't it? We had all these amazing hypotheses about what was going on and what was going to happen next. And
it was the AC last week.
Yes.
I think I was really struck by by Aunt's testimony because, this again, we talked about this, this family puts the D in dysfunction.
Yep.
And, his father was, his mother was an alcoholic and had essentially abandoned them and Edna Gladney at one point, and then I think it was the paternal grandmother went and got them and probably didn't do them a favor by doing that. Mm-hmm. They probably would have been better off had they been adopted out. He leaves home at 13. She said he molested her, he was abusive, he lived in trash, was a drug user, the whole 9 yards.
I think she said 90% of his adult life.
He was in prison?
Tanner's dad was in prison, right? She very much was an open book and kind of told it like it is. I liked her.
I liked her a lot.
I liked her a lot. It makes me feel bad for everybody in that family, but I don't know that it makes me feel so sufficiently bad that, I don't know that a juror is going to feel so sufficiently bad that they answer that second question, which is, in this case, I think the magic question. Are there sufficient mitigating circumstances? I don't know that this is the no.
Right. Well, somebody's saying in the chat, bro, cry me a river. I grew up with no father. Family was terrible. I didn't grow up to be the same. I think that's the point, right?
Yes.
That people are saying.
Yeah.
They're on, okay, so Jason's letting us know that they're on their break right now. So we're taking that a little bit early. We're taking the 15-minute break or so. Typically that's what those are, but go ahead.
Yeah, so, I think the commenter's absolutely right. I think that I saw several comments yesterday when I was picking up on the defense case. If anything, it should have made him understand how horrific this case is, because he's seen, and I don't know that we've necessarily heard just yet today with the aunt and with the second cousin about him actually either being victim to or observing violence within the household. I think we have heard that generally. And I think the thread that we heard over and over yesterday, or that I saw in the comments, was, yeah, then you know how bad it is. Like,
right.
You know how absolutely terrible it is. Not that it would be okay to commit this type of crime on an adult, but it is compounded the horror by it being a 7-year-old little girl.
Because there just is no excuse for this.
No, there really isn't.
There's no excuse. There's no explanation.
Nope. There's no why. There's no, we're never going to understand the how.
Right.
Right. So, like, I think we've moved on from there is no why, but we still struggle internally and emotionally, and just kind of like a fundamental value, our principles of right and wrong, good and bad, and how we raise our children. There is no how. There is no how could he ever do this. We're hearing bits and pieces about his childhood, and I'm not having any light bulb moments of like, oh, now I get it.
Right.
And I'm not going to.
No, because there's no, we were, right before we went on, we were talking right before they started back up, I've at the end of the week, each week, I've been kind of sitting down at my computer and writing a long post on Facebook and just trying to process the trial and trying to understand the why. And at one point, I wrote, talking about monsters walking among us, and then a friend of mine reminded me about, that he's human. He's human, like us. He's human, and so that's what makes us hard, is trying to wrap your mind around how one human
can divert.
Right, can not only do this to another human, but could do this to a 7-year-old. And someone's asking, do you think he's done this before? I'll ask you that question, or close to it. What do you think, Jen?
I don't really. I think that he's done other bad things, right? And we've heard about it as well. I think certainly there's things that only he will ever know, whether they were in his childhood, what have you. The way that this crime in particular occurred, and I've used this word, it's impulsive but not impulsive. I think that he was looking for an opportunity to do it. It was, and I last week was like, I don't mean to be ugly about it, but like dumb. Right. I think if he'd done this before, it would have been more sophisticated. I think certainly there would be a better cover-up. I don't think it would have been kind of this impulsive or instantaneous, maybe. And so, I don't think he's ever done something this horrific. I do think, though, if he'd gotten away with it, that, we're one away from, or I guess technically 2 away from him then becoming a serial killer, because this isn't a one-and-done thing.
No, because the thrill. Mm-hmm. I mean, because I think that people that, there's plenty of research on this, that people that do this, they get a thrill out of it, right? They get something that you and I can't understand.
No, and would never even come close to understanding. And I think you're absolutely right. When you look at, so after this happens, and he knows that everybody's looking for the missing Paradise Girl, and we look at his search history, right? So like what you do in the privacy of your own home, or on your own phone, or on your own computer, to me is very telling about who you are at your core. And who we saw him at his core, it's really creepy that he was locating all of those images of Athena, right? Like, I think that I was doing tally marks, and it was 18 or 19 different of the lost posters or missing girl posters, individual pictures of her. And it's not just that same picture that we all have in our head of her with that adorable giant bow. It was different pictures of her throughout the years. And that, it doesn't feel quite, I don't want to say trophy and like make an exaggeration type thing, but when you go back to the thrill of it. So to answer the direct question of the commenter, my spidey sense, because I don't have a crystal ball and I can't actually know everything about everyone, my spidey sense says he hasn't done something this serious, or else we would absolutely know about it. And the state's not like hiding behind it, and there's not going to be some Matlock moment or aha moment where they add this on at any point. I think the evidence that we've heard, we're going to hear, and that we've heard so far is really what we have, and it's horrific on its own. But I absolutely think that
had he gotten away with it,
and it would be very likely that it happens again.
Yeah.
Even if Mr. I think it was Eden,
Eden's.
not doctor, but doctor from yesterday, you know, was trying to go through the statistics about reoffending. I think especially with the not being captured, that thrill, it doesn't just go away.
Because well, I didn't find his testimony particularly compelling. I understand why he has to exist, because I think that a Tanner Horner is a different subset of the offenders, right? He is not your typical guy, person who commits a crime of passion. I mean, we've all covered those cases. Somebody who they do something horrible, but they probably never would do it again, right? But they have to pay the price for it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's not what we have here.
Well, and I think when you look at, when you talk about a subset, like this is a subset within a subset. So when you look at capital murders, I don't have numbers in front of me, but I have, almost 2 decades of experience, or now 2 decades of experience handling cases. And I would say the bulk of capital murders are robberies gone wrong. Right. So there wasn't an intent to go in and murder anyone, but there was a really strong chance that when you go in with a gun to rob somebody, that it can escalate in that way. And they are frequently one-offs, right? Like that's not someone who then is going to go and commit
drug deal
the
gone
same crime.
wrong,
That's
something like
mostly. When I say robbery, that also includes a robbing one drug dealer by another drug dealer.
Covered tons of those in my career.
Yeah, and those really are the bulk of those cases. So when I look at the expert, and in most cases, there are throwdown experts, and then there are kind of specialized experts. I would consider him a little bit of a throwdown expert, right? Like Ms. Anderson's going to have to call him. She's going to need to put on, what it is that he can testify to and his expertise and his opinions or kind of hypothetical conclusions. I didn't really find it very swaying in any way, shape, or form because this is a unique individual, unique crime within a more unique, i.e. capital murder, also within a smaller subset of specifically death penalty cases.
Well, people keep talking about Jeffrey Dahmer in the chat. They haven't mentioned Ted Bundy, but for me, he is, while we don't have proof that he was a serial killer, I don't think he had gotten there yet. Mm-hmm. But again, we know all the statistics. Somebody's done something like this. You don't just suddenly go on with your life and say, I think I'm done for the day.
I might apply for a job.
I've killed that 1 7-year-old. I'm done.
Yeah.
No.
But I'm going to go back to my job at FedEx, or maybe I'll get a job with Amazon or something, and I'm just going to go on and live my life and go buy my son Christmas presents, and work on my wedding, and just hope maybe one day I get promoted at work and kind of have like our normal dreams and life.
People are mad at us for saying we don't think he had done this before, and mostly that's because we think he wasn't that bright, to have gotten away with it.
Yeah, I don't.
We don't. It's not that we don't think he was capable of it.
I think he was absolutely capable of it, and had he had the opportunity prior, I think there's a very good chance that he would have acted upon it. The sloppiness with which he committed this particular crime is why I don't think most people that commit sequential, or series, they get better with each one. They get more sophisticated. They've done it before. They figured out what worked and what did not work. They then, it's the same with us, right? Like the first time that you ride a bike, you're not that great at it. The second time, the third, the fourth, the same with work. And so if you view it through that lens, he would continue to get better. And this was so poorly done. The search history afterwards, the recording on the thing, on the FedEx truck. All of it, it feels very like sophomoric in his approach.
Right. And people are asking if Tanner Horner had ever been to prison before. No, he didn't have a criminal history to my knowledge before this. The 2 girls that testified last week, I think it was last week. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It was last week.
It was last week.
The days are all running together. They came forward after he got arrested in Athena's case. So he there's, I don't know that there would have been anything in his background that would have said, don't hire him for FedEx. I mean, he didn't on the surface have a history that would make you think that he was capable of something like this.
Yeah. Right. So the questions that are kind of the non-public questions that come to mind when I think about, like, should he have been working there? And it sounds like that was the question or comment that was just raised. So I don't know of any criminal background, so that wouldn't have precluded him from having a job like that. Now, if there'd been internal complaints about him being creepy or hovering too long or having, I have daughters, so if my daughters are out in the yard and he's having conversations with them, if I've reported it as a customer to FedEx, those would all be internal things that we wouldn't know, and that would maybe kind of change your position on should he have even been at work that day. I think we've heard rumblings about him having prior struggles with either prescription drugs or something, and so that would be the other component. I would imagine that FedEx does drug testing because they've got drivers out there, and it's important that their drivers don't use and aren't intoxicated in any way or haven't been using recently in order to impair, because they're driving scary, heavy vehicles, and a car accident could be life-changing for somebody. Not nearly as life-changing as having your 7-year-old snatched, sexually assaulted, and then murdered, but still.
Hey folks, y'all are saying, he had 3 pending cases. Those were filed after. They were after Athena. The offenses predate Athena, but those women come forward after Athena is kidnapped and murdered. So what I'm saying is, at the time of Athena's death, to my knowledge, there was nothing that would have been obvious, right? If those girls had come forward before that, that's a different subject, and he'd been arrested or indicted, but that's all after.
And that would be a red flag that an employer, I think, would be like, whoa, I'm not going to hire you because it would have in theory been 2 pending sexual assault of a child charges. Right. I would hope any employer would consider that a substantial red flag and not hire the person, but all of this came forward afterwards. So the charges that we're looking at are really the charges that we're hearing about through this trial. So Athena's charge, and then the 2 women who were strong enough to come forward ultimately last week and walk into a courtroom and testify.
And that was extremely compelling.
Yes, I thought they did. We talked about, like, they owned their warts in the case.
You were there. That's right. You were there that
day. They did a fantastic job doing something that is absolutely terrifying.
Very difficult. Somebody asked, what do you think about the mother, Tanner's mother, saying that he thought he might hurt his own kid?
I think that was really bad for the defense.
I thought so too. I was like, okay, future danger, ding, 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 ding.
Yes, 1,000%. And insufficient mitigation. Like, that's not a warm fuzzy. That's not he helped an old lady across the street or mowed yards for neighbors that were elderly or something like that. It was pretty alarming. And again, who knows him best outside of his search history? His mom, right? Right. She knows who he was, who he is, and using history as a predictor, who he will be, and that's exactly the future danger question. That phrase in particular is pretty terrifying. I appreciate that she was honest about it.
Yeah.
But it was not good.
There was not. I didn't come away thinking there was really anything in her testimony that helped him out.
No, and if anything, it swung the other way. Like, some testimony will just be neutral. So far, what I've heard from the second cousin, who I don't think we've really talked a whole lot about, but we're hearing from right now.
Or who babysat him when he was a kid.
Yes, who babysat him. To me, her testimony just is kind of like in the middle, right? So I thought the aunt's testimony was good, but really doesn't swing the pendulum either way of mitigating, so the opposite of mitigating is aggravating. So things that land in a way that they upset you.
You think mom was aggravating?
I think that line in particular, I think mom's excuses, like at some point it starts to become offensive and it swings out of that neutral zone, certainly not into mitigating. I get that they're trying to explain how he was raised and who his family is. I
Right.
totally get that, how dysfunctional the family is. But at some point, just like we've heard over and over in the commentary, like, okay, and he had a really bad childhood. That absolutely doesn't justify what he did. He had a really bad childhood. Many people have had very bad childhoods and in fact have risen above and broken that cycle. And that's what we heard from the aunt that we liked this morning.
Yeah, no, I liked her. I found her very, very likable, and again, I thought where her testimony helped the prosecution was saying, you know, she's asked, you know, you had a bad childhood, you had a horrible childhood. Yes, I did. And did you, have you killed anybody? Been to prison? No. And you're like, and that just, in my mind, if I was a juror, I'd be like, well, she could do it.
Yeah.
He could do it.
Like, no duh, right? I mean, there's really nothing more sophisticated to say about it other than that. Like, yes, no kidding. I thought that the state did, so going to the aunt, I thought the state did a really, really good job cross-examining her. One of the hardest things for attorneys in trial is disciplining yourself in cross-examination, because I can assure you there are 1,000 questions that could have been asked of that aunt, and they really wouldn't have moved the ball, right? Or looking at the pendulum analogy, like I don't think they really would have swung it one way or another. They could have walked through all the horrific things Tanner did and said, you know, does it surprise you to learn? Does it surprise you to learn?
Which would have been the standard way to do it.
Yes, and I am so impressed with the restraint and the discipline that the state used in not asking all those questions, because they wouldn't change anything for the jury. All they do is just take up a bunch more time. I absolutely think she would have said, yes, I'm surprised. We're all surprised. This is horrific. Like, she was just an open book, to use her phrase, and seemed like just a kind, nice woman that I think would have played into it, and the state doesn't need any of that.
No,
they made their points very quickly and succinctly.
And I think also that when you do that, you blunt the effectiveness of that other line of questioning, right? Because that was essentially how that testimony ended.
Correct.
And so, you know, there's you know, when I'm putting together a story, right? There's I'm a bit notorious for stories being too long. That might be an understatement. And so I have to frequently, when I'm sitting down and I've put that story together, I have to really think about what do I really need in this story. You know, what's my thesis, right? And what is a nice fact or a nice thing, but really isn't necessary for the story. And I think, you know, when you are prosecutors or defense attorneys, you're trying to tell a story, right? And so what you're saying is that would not be in service of the story.
Correct. And it's hard to do, especially those of us
discipline.
It takes a lot of discipline. I too can tell a long story. Anytime I'm like, oh, well, let me just
You're
tell
a
you the
lawyer,
short
of
version.
course you can.
We talk in paragraphs. We don't talk in sentences. And so really, I found it remarkable that they had the restraint and the discipline, that he in particular had the restraint and the discipline to shorten and kind of blunt his questioning, because he didn't need to ask a whole lot more. And I do think that we're in this lull right now, and if I'm the state, I want to speed it back up and get this done. I don't want to belabor this anymore. I don't, as much as I want to do my job every day, I don't want to keep showing up here every single day and kind of hear the excuses or learn the nonsense or listen to it. And so, you know, I think that they're maybe not chomping at the bit, but certainly cognizant of the finish line. Man, it's not close enough. May 5th still feels really far away, but we're getting there.
Well, I'm still working on scheduling my guests because this trial's going on so long. I've got most of the day's books, and Jen and others have been great. Jen's, you know, of course, given us 2 days, and a number of other lawyers have given us a couple days. But it's a big ask for you guys, because I'm asking for a whole day, and we don't really know when it's going to end each day. Could be noon, could be 1, could be 2, could be 3, could be 5, could be 7. You know, who knows? Talk about the create space thing that you were talking about earlier. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So, you know, when Thursday last week was like the day, right? I mean, that was, I think, obviously the biggest day, really the biggest hour of the entire trial.
Oh, yeah.
And if I am the defense lawyers, I am wanting to, I don't want to say stall tactic, but create space as a nice and eloquent and strategic way to address what I would need to do in order to do my job effectively. And that is add in witnesses, days, weeks, if you can get weeks, which they're going to be close to. It sounds, I mean, I was an English philosophy major, I'm not good at math, but I know that in between Thursday of last week, which is when the jurors heard that 1 hour audio and the video.
So we're a week from that now.
Yeah, and we're a week from that, and we have until May 5th for, in theory, for closing arguments. So if I'm the defense, I want to create space, because Thursday was a very emotional and heavy day. I think that I would imagine it made people physically ill, the trauma from it. As you noted, Tanya, earlier, and I hadn't even thought about, the jurors can't go home each day and talk to their loved ones or therapists or priests, no one, right? Like, they have to keep it inside, and your body does keep score, so they are feeling the impacts of that. They are rightfully very emotional having heard that. So if I'm the defense, I want to create space in asking the jurors to really show Tanner Horner some mercy from hearing that audio, because the audio is so horrific. Now, if I'm the state, I want to kind of hurry it along. And I, specifically in Siobhan Randall, in one of the first trials, there was a huge emotional, it could be called outburst, I'm going to say moment on one of the days. And it was already a very tense courtroom, very tense, loaded, couldn't find a spot for anybody to sit in there. Interns, would have to get there early if they were wanting to come watch. Mm-hmm. We had space set aside for families. It was a very tense. And one of the defendants had an angry, aggressive outburst, and the bailiffs.
Which never helps.
It absolutely did not, but I will tell you that in that moment I was like, nope, I've got no more witnesses, I have no questions, I am ready to argue, because the tension has now hit the boiling point in this room. Right. And if I allow it space, it's going to cool or calm, right? And so I want the jurors to make this decision as contemporaneously as possible. The defense in this case with Athena Strand, having heard that audio on Thursday, they want to give as much time before that jury has to make the ultimate decision of, does he get the death penalty or does he not? And if you do it on the heels of hearing that audio, it's a much easier decision.
Absolutely. Oh, for sure.
Still a hard decision for them, but an easier decision for sure.
Okay, so let's go for answer some questions. Somebody wants to know, what do you think the purpose of the cousin, I guess her testimony was she was only a kid and she had limited interactions with him. I don't see the point.
Yeah, I mean, so far her testimony hasn't really been compelling. It hasn't moved the pendulum one way or another. Look, the defense has to put on witnesses. Their job absolutely is to advocate for their client, and what that means is that they need to personalize and humanize him.
They got to do anything.
Anything. Calling a neighbor or a fourth grade teacher or a high school counselor or a friend from middle school's parents, just to humanize him. Sometimes it is, let's talk about what a good kid he was, or this one sweet moment. Sometimes it is, he had a really terrible childhood. And I don't think anyone is disputing that he had a pretty dysfunctional and terrible childhood. And so I think the defense is really just filling in the pages, right? So using that book analogy of, so far we've kind of got this one chapter of who is Tanner Horner, and it's the horrific chapter because it's the chapter of who he is and what he did to Athena Strand. And the defense has an obligation to put on mitigation evidence, anything that they have, and that would include the second cousin. I also think that it helps, going back to this creating space, not stall tactic, but creating space theory. We've heard, an hour from her so far, and so if they can kind of put on more testimony from her and continue to elongate that testimony, then, if we get through 4 witnesses like her today, well, that's an entire day down and one more day in between the audio and the juror's decision.
Somebody's asking, do you think that they'll hear the audio again? I'm guessing that during closing arguments that the prosecution may replay some of it, which is going to get complicated because they won't let us, well, thankfully, won't let us live stream any of that. So I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know that they will. I imagine that conversation has been had on their trial team and with their investigator and their ranger and everybody who's involved in this case. I imagine that they've had this conversation over and over and over, and that even if they have a decision now, they know that the decision may change on game time. If I were on the team, I would really struggle with it. I think I probably actually wouldn't play it.
Why not?
It feels a little
gratuitous.
Yeah, like it's so unnecessary, and it feels a little like a low blow or manipulative of the jury in some way. And I think I would maybe even tell them point blank,
I'm not going to make you listen to this again.
Because I would only be making you listen to it to make you remember how horrific it was, right, and what she went through. And
you already know how horrific.
And you already know. And it would be me capitalizing on your emotions, and I don't need to do that because I trust that you're going to do the right thing. And then I probably would guilt them a little into, not you're welcome for not having to listen to this again, but I trust you to do the right thing, and I trust you to remember how horrific it was. And I'm so sorry that you even had to do it in the first place. Right. Gratuitous is probably the right word. It feels a little like low-hanging fruit. And just, I don't know that it's a play that I would make. We had this conversation on Siobhan Randall of like, do I close out with like the picture of her as she's found versus the picture of her as how she was remembered. And we did kind of a balance in between, and that was horrific, and those images were horrific, but nothing compared to the audio. In some of the cases where someone's been charged with like possession of child pornography, right? Like those are visual images that a jury has to watch in order to determine if the person who's being charged actually possessed it and does it qualify. And I think as a juror, I would be offended if the state then replayed that video that I didn't want to watch from the beginning, that I already had to watch. I'd be offended if they played it again in close, because it is unnecessary.
Right.
We remember.
Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised if he gives like a recount of some times,
right,
and kind of key moments, but I don't think plays those key moments.
Interesting.
But I don't know.
I don't know. I think so far the prosecution's done a really good job, but I have no idea exactly how they'll handle closings.
And they have showed restraint and discipline
in
all the ways. So, I don't know. They're watching the jury. I know, and maybe Rebecca can chime in on this at some point as well, based off her being in that room last week and her view on it, because you can feel it in the room, even if you can't articulate it. And I can't imagine that the answer isn't yes, everyone in the room understood how absolutely awful that video and audio was.
The couple of the jurors were just, everybody is.
Yeah.
She said there's one juror that's more stoic than the other ones, but everybody processes differently. Just because somebody's sitting there stoically doesn't mean they're not upset and affected by it.
Well, Athena's dad.
Yeah.
Right? Like every time we cut to him in the audience, I am like, the strength that really all of the family members, her dad, visually, just appears to be just such a pillar of strength too. All of them, her mom, watching them, stoic is a good word for it. They're having to put on that face because, like the one stoic juror, it sounds like his job or her job is to be a juror right now.
Yeah. I struggle with stoicism. That's not necessarily my strong suit. My friends say you can tell what I'm thinking. It's got written right all over my face.
Yeah, I'm not a poker face person.
No,
at all.
Definitely not play poker.
Yeah. And I get real red when I'm real mad. That's how you know. So.
Yeah. I don't get red, but yeah. Okay, so somebody asked, Jennifer, when the defense asks to approach the judge, does the court reporter record that? Or is that why she keeps asking to approach because it's annoying at this point?
Speaking of annoying, here's the annoying lawyer answer. It depends. So some judges, some courtrooms, some cases have an always, sometimes or never policy about it. I would imagine, because this is a death penalty case, when they ask to approach the bench, it is still what we call on the record. So the court reporter is still taking everything down because death is different. And I heard this phrase yesterday with Bree, and it's a phrase that we all use, but when we say death is different, we don't mean the murder death. We mean seeking the death penalty death. Death is different. So, you know, in a misdemeanor DWI case, they might not put everything on the record if you go up to talk to the judge. On this one, I would imagine that the sweet court reporter is still taking everything down. But what they're doing when they approach is sometimes it's ensuring that the jury can't hear it, and sometimes it's that the audience can't hear it as well. Either about a witness that's about to come on, or evidence that's about to be heard, or it's just legal arguments and the judge would like to hear them up at the bench instead of shouting across the room.
Right. We got Rebecca Lopez on the line. Rebecca?
So right now what they're doing and why there's such a long break is that there are some records that the prosecutors do not have at this point from the defense, and it's regarding one of their expert witnesses. So they're going
Rebecca, I
over
cannot
all
hear
of that
you.
right
My
now.
IFB's dead, but I'll let Jim
Oh,
listen.
you can.
I can hear you okay though.
Oh, okay. Okay, so basically what they're doing is they're going over some of the evidence that the prosecutors don't have yet, some of the and what have you that have not been turned over to the prosecutors yet on a witness to testify either later today or tomorrow. They're hashing all of that out right now to make sure that they also have some of that evidence before the witness is taking the stand. So, and then they obviously took a break there before cross-examination of the last witness, the cousin.
So do you have any idea, Rebecca, about who that expert witness might be that they are working on? It looks like they just gave over, the defense just gave over some records. Do we have any idea what type of or who that expert is?
Yes, I believe that it is a psychiatrist that has evaluated Tanner Horner and has also looked at some of his records that were provided to them from, I guess, him and family and what have you. And so I think that that's some of the stuff that the prosecutors may not have looked at yet. And so that's that they obviously want that so they're able to do a better cross-examination. So and the judge said, yes, y'all need to share these records. And so that's what they're hashing out right now. But it is one of I believe it's a psychiatrist.
Are they done with the second cousin?
No, there's going to be some cross-examination after this break. She'll be back on the stand.
You know, Jen and I were talking about with the when they had the great aunt on the stand, just the restraint that the prosecutor showed. They could have asked her a million more questions. You know, how do you feel about this crime? How do you feel about what you're, you know, all this different stuff. They didn't do that. They just really pinned her down on, you had a bad childhood. Yes. And you didn't go kill somebody. You know, it was, we were talking about how effective that was. Did you get any sense of how the jurors, any reaction to that?
Oh yeah, I was in there for that. It was very effective because you could just, you know, visibly see people nodding in the courtroom. Not necessarily the jurors; they've been taking a lot of notes, but yeah, I mean that was very effective because that's the question I think everybody has. Well, other people have had bad childhoods. Other people have had drug abuse in their lives, or had abusive parents, or been all these horrific things that happen sometimes to people, and yet they are not kidnapping and murdering a 7-year-old child for an hour and strangling them. And so, and the prosecution, I think, is going to keep asking that question, even when they come into talking to some of these psychiatrists and cross-examining them and some of the experts about, they're testifying he has all the disorders, but then the prosecution saying, well, because you have this, though, doesn't mean that you're going to become a killer of a child. And so I think that all of that same line of questioning, you're going to see the prosecution over and over and over make that point.
And you saw this psychiatrist testify when they were doing these Daubert hearings, these hearings outside the presence of the jury, where they were qualifying them in terms of what they were going to say. What can you tell us about what we think we might hear from him?
I think what you're going to hear are, they have several of them. They have several psychologists and psychiatrists that actually examined him, and they're going to testify that All of them think that he had some sort of brain development issues because of the fetal alcohol syndrome, and that he is on the autism spectrum, and that there are these things that happened to him that also have made him. None of them ever diagnosed him as being bipolar, but they say that he's got these other behavioral issues, and he's has a tough time showing empathy. And although they say he knows right from wrong, and I will tell you, the prosecution is going to have a rebuttal witness that went through the same records that these and the prosecution witness and the rebuttal is going to say, yeah, I looked at all those same records. I also talked to Tanner Horner, I believe twice, him, and I don't believe that he has some of these disorders. In fact, he says, I believe he called him a sexual deviant and said that, he is what he is, but he doesn't really have all of the stuff that they're saying.
Jen?
Yeah, I mean, so that is exactly to be expected. And I'm really interested and wouldn't be surprised at all if the answer is yes, if the state's expert is actually sitting in the courtroom right behind the state's prosecutors when these experts start testifying, right? So that they basically get to kind of consult and help make sure that the state is asking the right questions, making the right points, and then coming in. I actually had my husband's partner, his business partner, who's been watching this trial every single day, she asked last week, she said, well, why didn't the state put on, any sort of like psychologist to kind of explain and say, and I said, I think that's probably coming a little bit later, right? This is a little bit of a different case because he did plead guilty unexpectedly. And so traditionally, you would do the guilt innocence and then move on to the punishment phase. It's also a different type of case because death is different. And so there is a guarantee, essentially, that the defense was going to put on expert witnesses. And so the way that it works is that if the state puts on witnesses and the defense doesn't put on any, then the case is done and it goes to the jury. But if the state puts on witnesses and then the defense puts on witnesses, the state can call a rebuttal. And that was the phrase that you used, Rebecca, a rebuttal witness. And so, this isn't a big, maybe the civilian witnesses have been surprises, but certainly the experts are no surprise that the defense is calling them, and the hearing solidified that they are absolutely calling them. This is what they would testify to. And so the state is able to hold back until rebuttal so that then they can conclude and kind of pounce on that. Well, no, we've got an expert who says theirs are wrong, right? They've either got bad information or they've come to a bad conclusion, but the fetal alcohol syndrome, the autism spectrum disorder, and then the third, which I would kind of blanketly call like adverse childhood experiences or ACEs that are culminating in this lack of empathy for him. It sounds like the state has the right expert to come in and say, that is not legitimate. And the jury's going to hear that probably right before closing argument, the day before, 2 days before.
And I also think what you're going to hear is the state questioning how they reached those decisions, the type of testing they used, because they kept asking questions like, well, was this approved, by the FDA, or was it approved by, the experts that, set the guidelines for how some of this testing is done. And in one case, they used a machine that typically isn't used for this type of testing of the brain. And so you're going to have them also questioning the prosecution, questioning the defense witnesses. Well, how did you reach this conclusion? Because that's not what our experts are showing. So, and who says that, who actually diagnosed him with on the autism spectrum and those kind of things. So you're going to see a lot of that kind of questioning as well, questioning how they reached the decision that they reached. And you're going to keep also hearing the prosecution asking them how much they're getting paid to testify.
Yeah, of
they're
course.
Expert defense witnesses.
Well, and one of the phrases that we use when it comes to experts, and I think it's particularly relevant in this case, and what you just said, Rebecca, is junk in, junk out, right? So if the testing is unreliable, it's junk in, and then of course you're going to have a junk out conclusion. If the testing is reliant upon self-reporting, right? So his own stories or his own, or people who are near him and biased in any way.
So guys, I'm going to
junk in, junk out.
I'm going to cut y'all off because Tanner's coming back in the courtroom. Rebecca, we're going to let you go. Okay, so we see him. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
You can keep talking. I just wanted to let Rebecca go, and so we could bring that So go ahead and finish what you were saying.
So with the experts, right? So I do think it's key that they keep hitting how much the experts are paid. I imagine that the jurors are getting paid like $40 a day or $63 a day or something, and you hear from these experts that are getting paid thousands upon thousands.
I was making $450 an hour.
An hour. Well, and did they go through his total invoice about how many hours he spent testing and?
It was like he didn't even meet Tanner. It was like they said like he was going to end up billing like $6,000 or $7,000 or something.
And he was the throwdown expert, so a little less involved. I imagine for the psychiatrist or any other forensic experts that we're going to hear from shortly or in the next few days, they spent hours testing, reviewing the tests, reviewing other notes, maybe talking to peers or looking at other peer articles to see how it may impact, and then writing reports in their conclusion. Then they consult with the with the defense attorneys and then testify. And so oftentimes it can be like $30,000 to $50,000 per expert.
All right, we're gonna kill the mics and see what's happening.
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Goldberg.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I passed the
I'm sorry,
witness.
Miss Anderson. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yep, done, pass the witness.
Oh, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, my name is James Stainton. I'm the district attorney for Wise in Jack County. You and I have not met before today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you a very few questions here.
Okay.
And we're going to let you get out of here, okay?
All right.
The last time you would have seen the defendant, Tanner Horner, would have been 1992?
Yeah, I would. You want me to think of years? Hold on.
Well, let me ask you a couple of questions. Maybe I can help you with that.
Okay.
You said here the last time you saw him, you were 10 or 11 years old. Is that right?
Yeah. It was about 11, 12 was last.
Hypothetically, if your birthday was in 91, right? You were
Yes.
10, 11 years old. And the last time you would have seen him, that would have been, excuse me, if your birthday was 81, you would have
81.
seen him in 92 or 93.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that accurate?
That's about accurate, yes, sir.
So that's the last time you physically laid eyes on him was in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that all that you did as a 10 or 11-year-old was babysitting?
Yes.
And all of your memories and things that you're being asked about today, about his communication skills, all of these other things you're asked about, that's from 1993?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You indicated a little bit here that I think you said you had wrong place, wrong time, or associated with the wrong people at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm not going to get into that, but let me just ask you, did you ever kill anybody?
No.
Did you ever kidnap anybody?
No.
Did you ever sexually assault a child?
No.
Pass a witness.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Fine with the state.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who do you have next?
Your Honor, Dr. Speck.
Come up, please, sir. Good morning. Remind you, you're still under oath, okay? Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goldberg.
Dr. Speck, I'm going to go ahead and hand you Defense Exhibit 48 and Defense Exhibit 68.
Okay.
Now, let me see if you can identify both of those.
Yes.
Mr. Goldberg, I don't know if he's been actually introduced to the jury.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. So my name's Dr. Aaron Specht. I'm an assistant professor at Purdue University with an expertise in exposure assessment and environmental health.
Now we've got
Yes, one is my CV, and I haven't seen it printed out before. One is a report I produced for this case.
Okay, and those appear to be true and accurate copies of both of those documents.
Yes.
Now we've moved to both, what were those numbers, 48 and,
What are the
48
exhibit
and-
numbers, Doctor?
48 on my CV and 68 on the report.
Any objection?
No objection, Joe.
Defense Exhibit 48 and Defense Exhibit 68 are admitted.
so now my first question will state your name. So you said your area of expertise is medical, physics, and environmental health?
Yes, medical physics, environmental health, and exposure assessment, yeah.
Let's back up and go through your education, please.
Okay. So I got my bachelor's degree from Purdue University in physics, and I did my PhD in medical physics in the School of Health Sciences at Purdue University. And then I did a postdoc training at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health in environmental health and epidemiology.
And what are your areas of research?
My areas of research focus on designing instrumentation to allow us to do environmental measures easier, so looking for environmental contaminants, then applying that into different studies, epidemiological studies, looking at potential health effects associated with those environmental contaminants, and looking at the toxicokinetics and the toxicological features associated with those environmental contaminants, which is essentially just how they go through the body and how they interact.
Okay, hang on. You
Sorry.
talk real fast.
Sorry about that.
All right,
I'll slow it down a bit.
thank you. Go ahead.
May also need the microphone a little closer to you.
Okay.
Yeah, pull that closer to you.
Is it this one or this
That
one?
That one. Okay.
And does that include research on X-ray fluorescence?
Yeah, so a lot of the instrumentation that I end up developing is focused primarily on X-ray fluorescence work. And so I can explain what X-ray fluorescence kind of is.
Let's come back to that in a minute
Okay.
and just get through the basics first.
Okay.
The qualifications part that we always have to walk through. So let's go to what are your academic appointments right now?
So my main appointment is at Purdue University, where I'm an assistant professor. I have an appointment at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. I'm a visiting scientist there, and I'm also the director of their trace metals lab. So that just means there's a bunch of people who ask questions about metals, and they don't know all that much about it themselves, so they reach out to us, and we guide them through designing the study or which measurements to make, any number of questions.
And have you published any peer-reviewed articles?
Yes, I've published about 70 different peer-reviewed articles. So a peer-reviewed article is something where I design a study and I write it up, and then I'll send it out to a journal who will send it to anonymous reviewers from the scientific community who will then judge what the merit of it is in the context of my scientific field. And then it can get accepted or rejected based off their feedback.
And generally what topics do you cover in your published articles?
So it's the same kind of topics that I do most of my research on. Environmental health, exposure assessment, designing these instruments, all of that.
And have you been asked to be a peer reviewer for any journals in your field?
Oh yeah, more than a dozen.
And are you a member of any professional societies or scholarly organizations?
Yes, so I'm a member of the Society of Toxicology, and I'm actually the vice president for the metals specialty section as part of that. I'm a member of the International Society for Trace Element Research in Humans, and I'm the secretary for the society there. I'm also a member of the Health Physics Society, the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology, and the International Society of Exposure Science.
And have you received any fellowships, research grants, awards, or things like that?
Yeah, so I have funding from the National Institutes of Health. I have some foundation funding. I have funding from the Department of War, from any number of potential federal funders, and also a slew of foundations as well.
Is one of those from the Department of Defense?
Yes, yeah, the Department of War now. But
okay,
yes.
Department of War. And have you previously testified in court about portable XRF, that X-ray radiofluorescence
Yes.
lead measurements?
Yes, so I previously testified in the Flint water crisis trials related to the lead exposure during that case.
And besides you testifying, have other experts relied upon your findings when they were testifying in court?
Yes, they have.
Now, in that Flint water crisis case, how many people did you test for using the portable XRF for that case?
I believe we ended up testing about 12,000 people that were in the community there.
Now, what are the biomarkers for lead exposure?
So the biomarkers that are traditionally used for lead exposure would be like blood. And you probably are familiar with this. If you have kids, they would get a blood screening, and a blood lead level would be given. This is actually a fairly recent measure of what people have been exposed to, because when lead goes into your body, it actually is going to dissipate fairly quickly from blood. The blood is just a car that transports it around the rest of the body. But when it goes in your body, it looks a lot like calcium. And so that's how it does all of these bad things in the body, is it hijacks places that calcium would ordinarily go. So it will pass through the blood-brain barrier and do stuff in your brain. And the blood transports it on the red blood cells, which is normally where that would happen. And as a consequence as well, the lead will actually store primarily in bone, which is where calcium would normally store. So when it gets into the bone, 90% of the ingested lead actually will store in the bone. And then your bone's going to stay there. It's not here today and gone tomorrow. It turns over very, very, very slowly. So when we actually do a measurement, so with our device, we are able to measure bone lead levels instead of blood lead levels. And that bone lead level actually gives us a very cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to their entire life. And that's important because, lead, it has this impact, and it's going to do something in the brain by passing the blood-brain barrier. But all of our toxicological studies and the general scientific consensus shows that those effects are irreversible. So even though we're going to monitor it with blood, and maybe that will dissipate over time, those effects are going to linger and they're going to stay there for the rest of your life. So when we are able to do a cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to, that is a more effective measure of what the potential health outcomes are associated with that level of exposure.
So how long would that exposure be detectable in the blood?
In the blood, it normally dissipates fairly quickly within a couple weeks. So the half-life is about 30 days. So that means if you were exposed to something 30 days ago and we measured it today, half of it would still be present in the blood. The equivalent then for bone lead would be 30 years. So if you were exposed to something 30 years ago and we measured it today, half of it would still be present in your bone.
So you mentioned for the blood testing, one way to do it. How do you test for lead in blood?
You can do it a couple of different ways. They're really technical analytical chemistry techniques. So one is inductive coupled plasma mass spectrometry, which essentially you digest the blood and you send it through a plasma flame, and then it goes through this magnetic quadrupole system, and it looks for mass to charge ratios, and it identifies a given isotope of lead. The other one, which is much more commonly used because it's much cheaper, is anodic stripping voltammetry, which is, they have these little kits. They call them the lead care kits, and you can drop a piece of blood onto it and then stick it in, and it'll give you a result in about 5 minutes. And those are typically used by like health departments when they do your kids screening. That's what they'll use.
What about bone testing for lead? How's that done?
Bone testing for lead is always done using X-ray fluorescence. You know, the alternative is we do a bone biopsy. But with the X-ray fluorescence, we can do it non-invasively. So what we do is we have some kind of X-ray source, and we put that on the shin bone. And what it's going to do is it's going to send little X-rays into the bone, and each of those is going to interact on an atom-by-atom basis and make those atoms give off signals that are specific to whatever elements they are. And one of those elements happens to be lead, and we can go back and track it, so see how much lead is there, and then relate that to a concentration based off some normalizations we do for the particular physiology of a given person.
So you're talking about one of the elements. What are some of the other elements you might look for with that same technology?
We can look at iron and zinc and some other toxic elements like mercury, arsenic, and cadmium.
And when was that technology developed?
So we originally started doing these bone lead tests back in the 1970s. And this technology has iterated over time, and we've gotten pretty good at it since the 1970s. We used these old devices with a radioisotope source, and we got this radioisotope source from a cyclotron that was, we had some sources in the US originally, but right now the only cyclotron was based in Russia, so we can't get that one anymore. But the device itself was about 200 pounds. It used liquid nitrogen cooling for a high pure germanium detector, and it took about 30 minutes to do a measurement.
And what about the portable XRFs?
Yeah, so the current device we use is not 200 pounds. It's about 5 pounds. It looks a lot like a barcode scanner. And you can do the same kind of thing. You hold it up to the middle of the shin bone, and you're able to actually determine the elemental content of that bone. And so it's using an X-ray tube source rather than a radioisotope source. And now instead of having that huge 200 pounds of liquid nitrogen, we use a thermoelectric cooler, which is much more compact.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I'm just going to put my demonstratives up.
Any objection? No, you don't. Okay.
Okay. So you kind of described these pretty well already, but what are we looking at here?
This is the previous iteration of the X-ray fluorescence devices. So you can see the big liquid nitrogen dewar there. That's where all the liquid nitrogen is stored. The detector on the front, and then that little black dot is actually covering up the radioisotope source on the front of that. And these took about, again, 30-minute measurements. We used these pretty extensively in the 90s and early 2000s with a whole bunch of different cohort studies of lead.
And what's that?
So this is the portable XRF, the one that I use now to do bone lead measurements, and we've used it for the past 15 years or so to do that. It takes about 3 minutes to do the measurement rather than 30 minutes. Again, it has the X-ray tube source, and it's battery operated, so I can take it with me and go into the field and do measurements that way.
And you know which model that is?
That's a Thermo Fisher XL3T Gold D Plus model.
Is this commercially available?
This is a commercially available device that is traditionally used in industrial settings like mining, but we've adapted it with our research so that we can use it for these types of settings. We basically changed software slightly so that it's able to collect and stay stagnant in a particular mode that gives us the readings we want to see for our bone lead measurements.
You said the software, so they're like 5 pounds, this is controlled by software, this isn't you just pushing buttons or anything?
No, so the tablet you can see on the device actually has a firmware loaded up, so it has, like some kind of operating system, and you can go through and make adjustments to the system through that.
So you're adjusting the settings, you're not building something from scratch?
Correct.
Okay. And how do you get the data off of that?
So the data is stored locally on the device on a hard drive there, but you can also get it off the device using a USB cable and plugging it into a computer.
So can you, when you take your measurement, you're able to look and see what the data is on the device?
You can see the data on the device, yes, that is correct.
And are there any studies or anything to show that the portable XRF model that you've used is accurate, is as accurate as previous generations of XRF?
Oh yes, so we've done dozens of different studies looking at, human in vivo studies where we actually looked at this portable XRF versus the one on the previous slide with the huge liquid nitrogen tank. We've done studies of cadavers where we were able to actually do the measurement and then section off a piece of bone that we would then analyze using a chemistry lab. We've done this in wildlife studies and any number of different settings where we've actually validated that this device is measuring what we think it should be measuring.
Okay. Let's dumb that one down for just a little bit. So if you're wanting to know if the new thing you're trying to measure with, so you get a new plastic ruler, and you want to know if it measures the same as your old wooden ruler.
Yeah.
You're comparing what measurements you get with the wooden ruler to what you get with the plastic ruler, right?
Correct.
So you use the old generation and said, what readings did it get? And then use the new generation to see what readings it gets, and if they're the same, that's kind of what we're talking about?
Yep, that is effectively the exact thing we're doing with this.
So like somewhere in the world, there's a rod that tells you what a meter actually length is, and every other meter stick in the world is supposed to match that.
Yes.
Okay. So, but you went further than that, and you actually took cadavers, measured them with this, cut a piece of bone out of it, for just in layman's terms.
Yep.
Dissolved that and saw how much lead was in it and see if that matched.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's how you determine that this particular model works.
Yes.
Have there been studies completed in the United States and internationally to verify how this works, that it does work?
Yeah, so I've done many studies in the U.S. At various universities, Duke University, Harvard University, Boston University, Medical University of South Carolina. I have a study actually at University of Texas, Arlington. And yeah, I have dozens of studies there. On the international stage, I've done measurements in 14 different countries, including Iraq and India and China. I've taken this with me all over the world.
Now, I put some images up of kind of different places, and this demonstrated how you actually would use it. And we're talking about the tibia bone. Is that the bone we're talking about, the front of the leg?
Yes, yeah, that would be the shin bone, yeah.
So with the portable one, I guess in that middle photo, you see with the portable one, you hold it for 3 minutes, and then the one in the background, you would actually have to be...
You'd be like strapped to the chair for 30 minutes.
Okay.
And it was very difficult in that study because we were trying to measure kids, and we watched one movie probably 300 times.
Try to get them to hold still?
Yeah.
Okay. So does the FDA approve using the model of portable XRF on humans?
Yes.
And how is that done?
So it has a 510K clearance, which is essentially saying it's substantially equivalent to something of equal risk.
And is this use of the portable XRF for bone lead measurement recognized by the Center for Disease Control?
Yes. So the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, the the NIH, They all recognize this technology. And actually, I was a subject matter expert and a reviewer for the Integrated Science Assessment of Lead, which is this huge EPA 2,000-page document that goes through all of the potential impacts of lead in the body, but also, importantly, the exposure assessment. And my role was to look at the toxicology and also measurements of bone.
Now, are you aware of other institutions that are using this same model, XRF, to do bone lead measurement in humans?
Yes, so I've listed some off before, but Duke, Harvard, Boston University, Johns Hopkins is using it for humans. These are all just for humans too. Medical University, South Carolina, Purdue University, Indiana University. Yeah, I'm forgetting probably a dozen, but.
Can you give me an approximate number of how many bone lead measurements have been completed with your device?
With our device alone, probably more than 60,000 measurements have been completed on humans.
And did you examine Tanner Horner?
I did.
Did you review any records in preparation for that examination?
In preparation for the examination, I did not.
Okay. Have you reviewed any records that would reveal potential sources of lead exposure for Tanner?
I believe I saw something that he had some lead paint exposure potentially. And then I heard the testimony this morning about him eating coins. That's problematic for lead exposure.
Well, let's go ahead and skip to that, and can tell me about how people get exposed to lead.
Normally, people get exposed to lead through a variety of routes. You can have inhalation, ingestion, or absorption. So primarily inhalation and ingestion being the principal sources of potential exposure. If you think back into the 90s when we had lead in gasoline, we were all exposed to a lot of inhalation sources of lead as everyone was driving cars around that was putting it in the air. I'd say nowadays, most of the higher sources of lead are from lead paint or ingesting lead as a kid. And again, this kind of goes hand in hand with the toxicology of it. So when a younger kid gets exposed to an amount of lead, they actually have a greater percentage of having that actually taken up in the body. So the coins went through his body, and maybe some of it came off, but most of it hopefully went through the rest of his body. But that some of it that came off was taken up in the body very, very easily because of his age, versus an adult who would have probably half the amount would actually get taken up in the body. And that goes with a lot of things, and nutritional needs and whatnot, as a growing kid.
And remember when you conducted your exam on Tanner?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was late last year.
Okay. And was that in the Tarrant County Jail?
The one right over here, right?
Yeah.
I think that was one and the same. I walked by it this morning. I was like, oh, okay. I remember where I am.
Okay. So I assume it was easier to use the portable
Yes.
RF
Yep.
than anything else. All right. So just walk us through what you did to use that with Tanner.
Okay, so the procedure is fairly straightforward. So with the device, we power it on. We have Tanner lift up his pant leg, revealing his shin. And what we do is you set up the software, make sure it's going to operate in the right mode, and you'll align that parallel to his shin bone. So the x-ray tube comes out at a slight angle, so being parallel allows us to go up the bone rather than across and potentially miss. Then when we have it placed correctly, we energize the device, and we essentially just stare at each other for 3 minutes while the device collects its data. Then we turn it off, and the data is collected and stored on the device.
And is that the correct protocol for doing that collection?
Yes, that's the same methodology we've used in every measurement for the past 15 years.
And what were the results of your test?
The test showed that he had been exposed to lead, and it had accumulated in his bone to a degree of an exact measure of 12.1 micrograms of lead per gram bone mineral content. So that unit is the way we've done bone lead measurements since the 1970s, essentially.
And can you kind of put that into context for us? What does that mean?
Yes, so bone lead, again, since it's giving us a cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to, the important thing is to actually have age-matched control data. So we can look at someone else who's the same age and say, okay, well, this is what they would have had in their bone, because it accumulates and it doesn't go away. So we have a population study we typically use for this, which was based in Toronto. And in that study, the same age group as Mr. Horner would have had about 0.5 micrograms of lead per gram bone mineral. And to put that further into perspective, so his level was 24 times higher than that comparison group, first of all. Secondly, you can do a total body bone, or a total body lead measurement. So because we have this in units of bone mineral content, and everyone has a certain amount of bone mineral content over their body, we can actually determine how much total lead he had in his body. And so that comparison, he came back with about 33,000 micrograms of lead. Quite high, compared to his peers at closer to, I believe, 1,500 micrograms of lead.
Okay, and are you aware of how many micrograms of lead it would take to potentially have an effect on someone?
So the CDC sets this level of blood lead, that is the level of concern, and it's at 3.5 micrograms per deciliter. And we actually show that there is harm at lower levels, and the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, the World Health Organization, every scientific organization of merit has said that no level of lead is good for you. But if we do the same total body estimate with that 3.5 micrograms per deciliter, you get to about 250 micrograms of lead as the dose that can cause harm. And so 250 micrograms, very different than 33,650 micrograms.
And I know you said this, but just to clarify, when we're talking about the group that we're comparing it to, it would make a difference in age because you were talking about lead being more prevalent in society, and if you lived in the 70s, you'd have more exposure. So is that why you have to break it to age groups?
Yeah, that's essentially it. So if you're older, maybe you had the exposure from the 90s when you were inhaling the leaded gasoline that was being combusted. And so we'd have to account for that. So that's why we do that age comparison, because this is going to be reflective of what you were exposed to in your life. So you have to do an age-matched control.
And so over time, has that data kind of been updated? You said you were using the Toronto study. Is there a reason why you use that one?
The Toronto study is the most recent study with age-matched control data that we have. There's previous studies from the 90s, but that would be irrelevant because back in the 90s, we had so many other sources of lead exposure in our bodies that it wasn't going to, be as significant as a difference.
And so, to summarize, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
So my opinion is that Mr. Horner experienced a significant amount of lead exposure that would have impacted his health, and particularly his neurological health.
I'll pass the witness, John.
Cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. A couple questions about, Dr. Speck, about this particular device that you're using. It's called a XL3T Gold, is that correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
it's made by Thermo Fisher,
Yes.
okay? And this particular device, and you said that you had some FDA, what was the number you used on the FDA?
510K.
And what do you have from Thermo Fisher giving you authority or direction in using this on humans?
So Thermo Fisher doesn't market the device for these types of tests. We actually do the modifications to the device to allow it to be able to be used on humans. So Thermo Fisher doesn't actually have the approvals needed to go through that process.
So the manufacturer of this device does not approve this device for use on humans, is that correct?
They only have it for the billions of dollars they make for mining and whatnot.
I'm going to ask you again. They don't approve it for use on humans.
They do not sell it for that purpose, no.
Now, as we talked about this, you indicated that your final opinion is that Mr. Horner had a significant lead exposure. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you talked about the coins being an issue, right?
Yes.
And as part of your review for this case, can you point to anything in his medical records where he had some form of lead toxicity?
I'm not a doctor and I did not review his medical records.
Right, but you've made some opinions here about people getting significant exposures and the results of those exposures, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, if somebody has lead toxicity at some point, that's something that's going to be needed to be treated by a doctor, right?
Not necessarily. So we have a couple treatments for high lead exposure. And primarily the one treatment we use often is called chelation treatment. And so this is really the only intervention we have when it comes to high levels of exposure. And so chelation essentially would go into the blood and it would pull out any amount of metals, just general metals though, it's not just lead. So they only use it in cases where there's really high exposures. But again, that focuses primarily on the blood.
And you don't have anything that you can point to in Mr. Horner's history wherein he received any type of chelation treatment?
No, I cannot.
And you would have said that at some point he received I'm going to make a presumption here, you help me with this, a pretty high dose of lead at some point in his childhood, is that right?
Yes, he would have had to have had some exposure to lead during his childhood to accrue this amount of cumulative lead dose.
Now, you said some exposure. Now, I'm looking at your numbers here, and at 24 times higher, that doesn't seem to me to be just some exposure. That seems to be a pretty massive exposure.
Yes, that would be a pretty massive exposure.
Okay. And I know you're not a medical doctor, but a massive exposure like that, is that potentially lethal?
If it was all at once, it could be, but the lethality associated with blood lead levels varies quite a lot by individual. So I've reviewed some cases before where individuals have had blood lead levels of greater than 100 micrograms per deciliter, and they still haven't passed away yet.
Okay. So these numbers that we're talking about here, you said that his level is 12.1 micrograms, and what it should be is 0.5 micrograms. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's where you get that 24 times or 2,400% number?
Yes.
Right. So one of my questions to you is at that level, how is it that Mr. Horner is still walking around and not having some effect from that? How is that possible?
Well, I'm not claiming that he doesn't have any effect from it. He does have an effect from it.
But at that level, at that massive a level that we're talking about, how is he still alive?
So there's levels, there's scales to the amount of exposure needed. The dose is what's really dependent, and when the dose happened over time. Again, the lead is going to come into the body and it's going to have some irreversible impacts, but the lethality of it is really dependent on how fast that happens.
Okay. And you said something about you tested a bunch of people in Flint that had a water crisis.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Were they as high as Mr. Horner at 12.1, or were they lower as an average?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but on average, they were lower.
Okay. So the people in Flint who drank from all that contaminated water for, I would assume 30, 40, 50 years, is that right? Potentially?
No. No, the Flint water crisis was they did have lead pipes, but they swapped the water source, and that led to a huge amount of leaching of lead into their water system.
Right, and these people were exposed to it for a fairly long period of time, were they not?
Not that long, not 30 years or 10 years or even 5 years in some cases.
But their levels were lower than Mr. Horner's?
Yes.
Now, what I'm trying to figure out here a little bit is you said something about, and I'm not a scientist, I'm going to have you help me here.
Yeah.
Is that he had a total lead amount of 33,650 micrograms in his body.
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about that number.
Okay.
You're telling me that there is that many micrograms physically located in his body?
Yes, integrated into his bone.
Okay, so let me just put this on a scale and ask you, 33,650 micrograms. I'm not a scientist. Is that I'm just looking at something here. Is that a cupful?
No.
Okay. And in fact, do you know the conversion to grams? How many grams that would be in his system?
0.03.
0.03365?
It'd be 33,000 times 1 to the minus 6. So, yeah.
I'm going to trust you on that.
I don't know if I trust myself on that, but.
All right. So I guess my question is 0.03 grams. So if we were to extract it all out of his body, 0.03 grams, I mean, is it as much as this right here? Is that 0.03? How much is 0.03 grams?
It doesn't seem like very much, but again, this is something, we ingest a lot of it, and maybe a lot of it's going to pass through our body, but this is stuff that's actually been incorporated into our body. And so it doesn't take all that much to cause harm. And in terms of the toxicology of this, we know, so this was actually just the bone content, but the bone content, you're not super worried about the bone content. In toxicological studies, we have shown that the bone is a good corollary for what is actually in the brain as well. So we can use this as a determining factor. Okay, well then his brain was exposed to this amount over some amount of time as well. And that's more impactful.
Right. I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out how much is it. I mean, 0.03 grams, is that like a BB? Is that what we're talking about? That's the total amount?
It could be on the same order, yeah.
Okay, so something, we're talking in the entirety of his whole body, something like this.
Yes, but it's actually incorporated into his body. And again, it's 24 times higher than what any one of his peer groups would have been exposed to.
Pass witness, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Briefly. So you mentioned before that, I guess, the CDC, the EPA, the Department of War, Duke, Johns Hopkins, I think you said the Medical College of South Carolina, Purdue University, a bunch of places do use this portable device to detect bone lead injury.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And we talked before about other experts relying on your findings. I assume those experts are relying on those findings because lead did have an effect on the person?
Yes, exactly.
And we're talking about a BB, I guess that's the size of a pill too, and those can have effects on people.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. State.
Yes, one last question here. You talked about the normal test that a doctor would do would be a blood test. And you said that goes out of their system in how long?
So the half-life is about 30 days, yeah. And they do the blood test, again, primarily because the only treatment available is acting in the blood.
Right. And so it wouldn't surprise you if Tanner Horner's medical records indicated he tested essentially negative for blood when he got tested, would you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me necessarily, depending on when that test occurred versus when he was actually exposed.
But at this level that what you're talking about here, this extreme level, this massive amount of lead, according to you, in his system, how is it possible that with this much lead, according to you, in his system, that he still tests zero?
Well, I mean, it could easily have been, tested at very different time points in his life. So if you test blood lead level very recently and he was exposed when he was 2 or 3, then the blood test could come back effectively zero. And again, this is effectively zero because even those blood tests aren't 100% accurate.
That's witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further. I'm sorry?
Nothing further.
May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Good to the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
Hand me
that
those
takes-
exhibits. Okay, we're gonna get lunch on the way for you, okay? And so, enjoy it, and we'll see you back this afternoon, okay? All rise. One o'clock, everybody.
Okay, Jen, so we've been listening to this testimony about this, from this lead exposure expert, metals exposure expert. What do you think about what we've been hearing?
I mean, my eyes are rolling back in my head at it so much that maybe y'all haven't been able to see my face, but my face has kind of said it. Look, the defense needs to put forth anything that they can. It feels a little bit like a stretch. I think we've
Like
said
a Hail
the word
Mary? Desperation?
Desperation.
Yeah.
We've said that word a lot. I know that they need to put on anything. I imagine that they're hoping that it lands with, maybe this theory lands with just one juror who saw something years ago on TikTok about Flint or lead poisoning leading to violent tendencies or something like that. And if that lands and it sticks, then they've done their job and they've done it effectively, because then that juror sways their way and then their client doesn't get the death penalty. I think that is kind of a hope and a prayer type thing. I mean, I think we're sitting here listening to it and really just kind of rolling our eyes at it. The more that they keep focusing on how valid this testing mechanism is, the more that I keep thinking, well, it's not valid. If you keep telling me over and over and over how valid it is, instead of just telling me there's a test and this is what we do, it makes me start to question whether even the test is reliably valid. That then leads to this conclusion that he did have lead that has now led to him, which is kind of a terrible double entendre, that the lead has led to
Right.
it. These violent tendencies or proclivities.
Yeah. I also was struggling. We got Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, on the line. She is at the courthouse in the overflow courtroom, and Jen and I were just talking that we were struggling not to roll our eyes. Well, she was rolling her eyes. I was trying not to during the testimony from this metals exposure expert.
Yeah, and that's actually the second time I've listened to that expert testify, very much the same thing. And I had the same reaction because, back in the day, as you recall, he says it, there was lead in the paint, there was lead in gasoline. So a lot of us who were born in the 60s and lived through that era probably have a lot of that lead in us as well. We were tested. I remember my grandmother's house later on that had to get repainted because it had lead in the paint on the outside. But does that lead you to become this, violent killer? And I was actually surprised the prosecution didn't ask that in redirect, because I believe that they did question him in that format, in that way, when they did the preliminary examination of this witness a couple of days ago. And they did ask him, well, but would that cause someone to become violent? And he couldn't make that correlation at that time, but that wasn't asked this time around.
Jim, what do you think about that? Why they wouldn't go there?
So part of the expert hearings that are done in advance and outside the presence of the jury is they're fantastic as the prosecution, because you get an opportunity to see what the defense's witnesses are going to say. Normally you're not entitled to that, but it also kind of lets you go fishing, right? And so you get to go on a fishing expedition to see what the expert's going to say. It also allows you a kind of a first bite at, did this land, is it worth it? What I've seen so far today is that the state, the prosecutors are really editing their questioning, keeping it very, very tight and keeping things moving along. And so maybe they realize like they don't need it. Maybe they are picking up on the body language of the jurors, and maybe they could feel my eyes rolling from all the way over here, or they're seeing it there in the courtroom.
In Fort Worth, they could feel it from Dallas.
And they just realize that that's not needed because everyone's already saying that out loud in their heads.
Right. We lost Rebecca. She may try to call back in. And we were told also that we were going to have, Rebecca said there were going to be 4 witnesses today. That was 3. So are we almost done for the day?
I don't know.
Or is maybe this next witness going to be a long one? I just don't know. I can't really put my fingers around it. And then I didn't. I don't know if is this break a break or are we on lunch? That's the part I didn't catch because it happened kind of fast.
Same, and the camera went
the
up.
Judge. Okay, they just. Zeke just told me the judge said 1 p.m. Part of what happens, guys, is that I'm watching with y'all on the delay, but then stuff is also happening in the now, and so by the time it's complicated. But sometimes it means I miss just a little bit when they go to breaks because I'm trying to figure out. So anyway, they broke to 1, and so we're gonna chit chat here for a few minutes. If you guys have any questions, you can put it in the chat, and we'll try to answer it. So we're going to stay on another, 7-8 minutes. So if you got something, put it in the chat and we'll work on it. So Jen, just reactions from this morning.
A lull, a dull lull, and kind of okay with it. I think emotionally we've needed it. Yesterday obviously wasn't as emotionally loaded as the other days last week, and going back to really opening statement, every day has just been immensely heavy, right, Tanya? I mean, you and I've talked offline about this pretty extensively, and kind of taking care of yourself in order to be able to do this job right here. And so it's been a little bit of a welcome break to hear. I don't like hearing that someone had a terrible childhood, or hearing about their childhood traumas, and hearing from the aunt and her testimony about molestation and her upbringing. That is absolutely awful, but it's just nowhere near the level of awful that we've heard. Certainly the environmental health and environmental contaminant experts that we just heard from is a gross deviation from the emotionally heavy testimony that we've heard all day, every day. So as much as I say it's been a little bit dull and a lull, I do think it's been a very welcomed break. And it is evidence that the defense has to put on. They can't not call these witnesses. They have to do it.
Right. It's just part of their job. Hey, folks, we do have Rebecca back. Rebecca, there you are. We lost you there for me. You went away. Go ahead.
Yeah. When I get a phone call, somehow it knocks me off offline. But they basically, some of these witnesses also read each other's reports, and so you're going to hear some of the lead poisoning again from witnesses down the road. But I believe that they base their their results also on listening to or reading the results from the other experts. So they all kind of like read each other's reports and then all sort of come to the same conclusions. But I found that interesting when I was listening to all the witnesses, that they said, well, how did you reach these results? That, he also had lead poisoning. Like, well, I read Dr. So-and-so the same thing when it comes to the autism and those sort of things. It's that they're all sort of reading each other's reports and then coming up with some of the same conclusions. So, and again, that's when the prosecution's like, well, what's the validity? Like, how did you reach these? And I told you that they were probably going to question the machine and how that machine was used. And you're going to hear that again on when they do the brain scans, because there will be an expert that's going to come up and testify about they did a test of his brain and what they found there and how they reached that conclusion, and they're going to question the testing in that as well. And so the prosecution is just trying to let the jury know, like, look, this particular machine that tested for lead wasn't even made for human testing. It's for animal testing. And so that you should just toss all of this witnesses expert testimony out the window.
Rebecca, where do you expect, so you told us this morning there were going to be 4 witnesses, so right now we've got the third one on the stand. Do we know who the last witness is? Or are we done with him?
I think it's going to be another, no, they're done with him. Yeah, we're done with that particular witness, but we will have another civilian witness, and I'm not sure if they're going to call grandma or she may be one of the last witnesses next week, because there are at least 7 other expert witnesses that we have not heard from yet. So at least 6 or 7. And so they're going to try to not bore the jury to sleep. I'm telling you, this jury looks exhausted. When I saw that some of them this morning, they were like rubbing their eyes. They just look tired. And so they're going to try to put in some of the witness and civilian testimony so that this jury doesn't, fall asleep during some of this testimony.
Well, yeah, compared to the 2 weeks prior, this is definitely a whole different.
Yeah.
I mean, the first 2 weeks were horrible.
Well, and if you're saying that they look tired, and I'm so glad that you're there because you're able to see the things that we can't see, right? They're tired, and they've only really been working this morning for a few hours, yesterday for a little more than half a day, but they were off Tuesday, Monday, Friday, right? And so they've kind of had time in theory to refresh, but I think that really tells you how heavy this case is, right? It's not like they got to go home and take a nap and then you're recharged and you've reset and you're refueled and you're ready to go again. This is an absolute grind, and my heart kind of breaks for them knowing that they still have a long way to go if they're already tired at this point, and we're so kind of early on in the defense testimony.
Okay. Well, hey, Rebecca, anything else you want to add so we can let you go and you can go grab some lunch?
No, that's really about it. Again, you're just going to hear some more of the expert witnesses tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to have 2 or 3 more civilian witnesses, but I think the majority of tomorrow is going to be taken up with 1 or 2 expert witnesses, and that should go pretty much all afternoon tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Rebecca, for coming on.
Okay.
All right. So I didn't want to hold on to her because some of the questions I want to run through are just things that folks put in the chat, and they're not really. We'll just run through some of them. Have you seen that defense before, the metal exposure?
No, I actually hopped on my phone really quick to see if this is like an emerging trend in mitigation evidence, specifically for death penalty cases. My kind of nerd curiosity is piqued in that I'm curious if. I almost got the impression that there's going to be a medical record somewhere that says Tanner was diagnosed with some sort of lead toxicity, maybe at some point in his childhood. And so in theory, if the mitigation specialist is going through that, sees that, and it jumps out, and then they latch on to, okay, well, we need to do further testing, this is abnormal. That's not in everybody's pediatric records. So what could it mean, or what does it mean? And then they found this expert, or is this a trend? I mean, they have to put on any evidence that they can possibly find. So I recognize that. And this one just does seem to be a big bit of a stretch.
Well, and there's a related question. Do you feel they're just crossing their T's and dotting their I's?
I think they're doing their jobs and they're doing it well.
Right.
The defense lawyers have heart and are, look, the law says that a defense lawyer can not do any questioning. They have to stay awake during the trial, but they don't have to object. They don't have to give any questioning. They don't really have to put up any fight. And I think certainly these defense lawyers have respectfully put up a fight, and they've fought for their client, and they're putting forth evidence. So I would give them more credit than just dotting I's and crossing T's, but they do have an obligation to put on any potential mitigation evidence, and they are doing that.
So somebody's asked, do you think it'll rest earlier than expected? I will say, I can't say that for certain. It's, anything is possible, but the judge has said that the defense is supposed to close on, rest on Monday, not this coming Monday, but the Monday the following, May 4th, and then closings will be May 5th. It's possible that could get moved up. And it's possible there's a reason why. I know I'm not clear on all the reasons why. It could just be that he's given them 2 weeks. So anything's possible. And court is court, and court runs on court time. So,
Yes.
People want to know if we're going to hear from his grandmother. I think there's a reasonable possibility we do hear from his grandmother. People have asked if we're going to hear from Cassie. Maybe. It's possible. I mean, who knows? It wouldn't surprise me to hear from them. And then here's one. As a defense attorney, how do you represent someone like this?
You do your job and you do it well. I think certainly the defense lawyers who specifically handle death penalty cases are kind of cut from a different cloth, because the finality of those cases, the heavy lift, the knowing that it's going to be scrutinized, every decision, strategic decision, is going to be scrutinized for decades, right? I mean, there's absolutely going to be a lawyer who comes in after this case is closed that says, they should have done this, they should have done this, they should have done this, they messed this up. And so knowing that, that's what I mean by cut from a different cloth. I fight for my clients, period, full stop. And I think that all of us do that. I certainly understand and recognize that we are all human. And, even just observing the parts of this case that I have observed and watching the live stream and watching the testimony over the last 2 weeks, as opposed to living it, i.e. being the attorney on it for 4 years, it takes an emotional toll. I know, having handled Siobhan Randall's case, what an emotional toll that took on my team and myself, and everyone who handled that case. And this case, Athena's case, is so similar in that way that, we're human, but they have a job to do and they're doing it.
Yeah, and that's part of our system. And I know, you don't want to necessarily get on my soapbox, but that's our system, and our system is not perfect, but I think it affords people the best opportunity. It's not just, it's for the innocent too, folks. And in my career, I've covered many cases where people were innocent. They were convicted, and later on it was found they were innocent. So the system exists for a reason. It exists even for somebody like Tanner Horner. So we don't have to like it, but I would rather have it than not have it.
Yeah. Some of my proudest moments as a prosecutor were dismissing cases that were righteous dismissals, because a defense lawyer shared with me information that made me realize we have the wrong person. Or in a child abuse case, I had one in Houston that still sticks with me, where the defense lawyer was able to share a bunch of information with me that made me believe it absolutely was fabricated. And it's very important that the people who are charged with the presumption of innocence are afforded the opportunity to have a zealous advocate fighting on their behalf. And that's exactly what these lawyers are doing, and they're doing a bang-up job with what they have.
Okay, we're going to do a couple more. Why is he not cuffed and in a jumpsuit?
So each court does things differently. I would imagine that, so jumpsuit and cuffs are different questions. So let me start with cuffs first. It's the judge's decision based off security, and is the defendant a risk? I had a case many years ago where the defense lawyer, who I respect immensely, was really candidly afraid that her client was going to assault her based off his behavior and his commentary, and he wanted to represent himself, and he was an incredibly violent human being, both by history and the current allegations. And so in that case, the judge made the decision for safety purposes that he had shackles around his legs, and he was not cuffed because a jury would be able to see that, but the shackles kept and really limited his mobility. I would imagine that Mr. Horner hasn't had incidents in jail where he has been aggressive or assaultive or violent. One, I think we would have heard about it from the state if they existed, and two, I think the judge would take that into consideration as to whether he needs to be cuffed in order to keep everyone in the courtroom safe. By way of him not wearing a jumpsuit, so what the law says on that is that it's prejudicial to have somebody in a jail jumpsuit. It's prejudicial for the jury to know that the person is in jail because it kind of creates this cognitive bias in your head of, well, if they're in jail, they did something wrong. And that is human nature to kind of think that and to believe where there's smoke, there's fire. But the Constitution says that you're presumed innocent until you've been proven guilty. At this point, he's pled guilty, so I think we're all there. But when it comes to him, we call it dressing out. He gets to dress out or wear a suit. And that is the absolute standard and the expectation here in Texas.
Well, and Rebecca's clearly watching because she's texting me. She says he does wear a jumpsuit during hearings when the jury is not here.
See? So it really is truly just to kind of put on for the jury. There was a case years ago in Houston that was actually tried twice. It was a huge kind of publicity case, the Susan Wright trial. And I remember there was a lot of commentary about her appearance and demeanor in front of the jury versus not in front of the jury. It was kind of the librarian sweater set in order to look meek and demure and timid and kind of the opposite of a murderer, which is what she had been charged with and ultimately was convicted. And we've seen this on a bunch of public cases. I think especially with female defendants, because they will change their looks while they're in jail in order to, maybe tone it down a little bit. And so that's really what we're seeing with him. They don't need him to dress out or change into a suit or a button-up or more professional clothes. If it's just a hearing in front of the judge isn't going to be swayed with the fact that he's in jail, and the judge knows he's in jail, right? I mean, that's common knowledge out there.
Right, exactly. Okay, guys, well, Jen and I, hold on. Okay, here's something else Rebecca's adding. And also, Horner, this is from her text message to me, he hasn't been violent in jail. Apparently he's awkward and makes weird comments, but no aggression. So that's what she's saying. So, all right, folks, we're going to take a break. Jen and I will come back. Let's see. We're going to take about a 45-minute break. We're going to plan on 12:45. We'll come back and chat, and when we come back, I'll ask you guys to put some questions in the chat. We're happy to answer them, and we will see you in about 45 minutes or so.
She is exceptionally.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, joined by Jen Falk, a former child abuse prosecutor and sex assault prosecutor. Actually, what Jen and I were just talking about is that every time they play that slate and it shows those pictures of Athena, we're just talking about how cute she was and just how it kind of, every time they play that, it breaks my heart all over again.
It's a little bit of a gut punch,
yeah,
right? And a very gut punching case, but still.
Because it reminds you what this case is really about every time you see it. But today, we've had a couple of family members. We had an aunt. I think it was a great aunt, actually. No, it was an aunt. She was an aunt, right?
Yes.
And then we had a second cousin. The aunt, of course, was somewhat compelling in the sense that she had much the same dysfunctional growing up, but she got out of it. And the prosecutors did a pretty effective job of saying, well, you didn't kill anybody, you didn't sexually assault anybody, and obviously as if to say, hey, Tanner Horner had choices. And then, of course, we had from the second cousin. I really couldn't make, it was difficult to, didn't seem like that testimony either hurt or helped. And then we had this lead exposure guy that we both didn't find much exciting about.
No.
So.
No. Maybe if you're an environmental scientist, maybe you find it a little bit more riveting. I do think that the thread or the connection from the cousin who was witness number 2 this morning, and I remember when she was talking about Tanner eating coins and eating lots of coins when she was babysitting, both of us were like, what? How, where are they going with this? Or is she just kind of blurting out things because she's nervous? Well, now we know, I think, where that's now been threaded to Aaron Specht, that third witness, the
metal exposure expert.
Yes. Yeah. And so, you know, I think we're going to continue, that thread I think is going to continue to be developed a little bit more. One question that kind of really leapt out with the expert was, have you reviewed medical records that talked about lead toxicity in Tanner Horner? And her answer was no, and I heard almost surprised by the defense attorney who re-asked the question.
Like, kind of almost like, what?
Yeah, like that wasn't the answer that I expected, but it raised to me even more why the cousin's testimony was important, because everything else she said, I mean, look, they had a terrible upbringing, right? The family is dysfunctional. He had a terrible upbringing. Again, just like you said, Tanya, doesn't justify or excuse these heinous acts in any way. The very sweet aunt was able to overcome that and distance herself from the family, and it sounds like has led a beautiful and healthy life. The cousin, or I guess it was the second cousin, her talking about the coins, outside of that, it really was to me kind of neutral testimony.
Right. Yeah, and it's funny, somebody says Google said you can't get lead from coins. Google told us that too. Yeah. Now, we didn't do a deep dive on it, because we were, when the cousin said that, we were like, okay, what does Google say about that, about the coins? And that was what Google told us. Now, we haven't gone and done a research paper on it, but then we heard the expert try to indicate that you could get something from lead, but I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know that that's landing. I think both you and I are having the same reaction to it, which is this is, and I guess we said this right before break too, it feels a little bit like a desperate attempt to just throw anything out there and see what sticks, right?
When you have nothing,
you try anything. Try everything.
Yeah, I mean, what do you have to lose?
Yes. Yeah.
And I think what you, by the way, people like you.
Oh, thank you.
They like this lady. Keep you.
Oh, thank you. I love being, I mean, I hate that I'm here. Don't get me wrong. Like, I posted this the other day. I said, it's an honor, albeit an absolute terrible one that I wish I didn't have to be. But I am kind of geeking out. I like being here. I like doing this. So thank you very much.
No, and we appreciate you being here. It's, part of one of the joy is not the right word. Mm-hmm. I think that the purpose of this is that, we could play the live stream and just play it out, right? We could do like some of the other stations are doing and what Court TV and others are doing law. Just play it and not have any real interaction or somebody to explain what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Why is that happening? And so that's why we do it. And I think it has real value for folks. But you were talking, another good thing about this is we can be repetitive because who knows has been on what we heard or didn't hear, so we just kind of go back over stuff. But you were talking earlier about creating space.
Yep.
Creating space from that horrible, awful video.
They have to do that. I think that if the jurors heard that horrible audio, and then immediately we're asked what's their decision, right? So technically it's 2 questions, but I'm going to make it very general. So what's your decision? Death penalty, yes or no? It would be a very, very, I don't want to say easy because it's certainly a heavy obligation, but much easier to roll off that emotion and that anger and that disgust from having heard that hour-long audio straight into like, yes, check, death penalty. Right. And so oftentimes in a case that has this type of horrific and really kind of sticks with you evidence, one of the strategies and advocacy techniques is to, I don't want to say stall, I said stall tactics earlier, and I specifically am not saying stall tactics, but creating space in between that audio and ultimately closing argument and then the decision that the jurors are going to have to make. If they make that decision based off emotion, it will not be a decision in their client's favor. If they make that decision based off logic and the law and following what the jury instructions or the judge tells them that they have to consider, I think they likely are still not going to come back in the defense's favor, but there is a much stronger chance if the jury isn't just making the decision based off their horror and disgust and upset that's righteous and rightful after what they've heard.
I mean, I'm disgusted, I'm horrified, I'm all the things. I want to note, the jurors did hear the audio. Somebody's posting in the chat. Yeah, the jurors heard the audio. It was last Thursday. Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney that we all both know, went to court and they listened to it. But they only played it in the courtroom. The judge would not allow it, and we would not have wanted to live stream that because it was so horrific. But that's. So we will not, the general public will never hear that, thankfully. So we expect, Rebecca has said that they are expecting to have another witness testify, someone on Zoom, another person blurred. I don't know exactly if it's it must not be an expert. It must be I
assume it's got to be a civilian, a family member or a neighbor or childhood friend or something that would like their identity blurred the same way that the previous family members of Tanner Horner had their identities blurred. It's my understanding out of safety concerns and previous threats. And I get that, right? In this digital day and age, it's very easy to find somebody. And so I think it is an abundance of caution in protecting their identity, but because we believe that the next witness is going to be virtual and is going to be blurred out, I assume it's going to be another civilian or lay witness.
Some kind of, maybe a family member, maybe a friend. I mean, we haven't heard from any friends. I mean, presumably he had somebody that called him friend at some point.
He was in a band, so he at least, right, like, and I know we've heard kind of this theme throughout the case of he was a weird kid and maybe he didn't identify with others, and this lack of empathy we've heard a couple times. And so I think I've kind of heard this or seen this picture being painted of him being like a loner almost and not being able to connect or relate to people and having appropriate social interactions or reactions as well. But I know definitively he was in several bands, I think.
He wasn't in just a band. Apparently, like, from the reason I know is in one of his interviews, it was described as a Christian punk band.
Yes. And the girls that testified, the women, they were girls at the time of the offense, so I immediately put them back into girl view. But the women who came and testified that were his sexual assault victims, they talked about him being in a band and performing with the band. So those are friends or coworkers, however you want to view it. I would imagine if you're in a band, you do it because you like it, right? Hopefully most of us get to do jobs because we like them. And so the people that were around, they are also our friends and our colleagues. So, the defense needs to put on any mitigation evidence that they can come up with. And oftentimes that's people to help just explain who Tanner is or who Tanner was, childhood friends, neighbors from growing up. If he went to Sunday school teacher, anything,
Right.
Anything.
You need anybody you can find that will say something nice about this guy.
Even if they have to admit, knowing now what I've learned and what he's admitted having done, he's absolutely awful, but life without parole helps ensure that everyone is safe from him. The death penalty death is different.
Right.
Right. And so that just is what it is. So I think it'll be someone along those lines. I do think at some point, I think maybe we're all hoping that we're going to hear from Cassie and or his grandmother.
I really want to hear from Cassie.
I do too.
And I really want to hear from Grandma.
I do too. I think I don't place bets. I don't have a crystal ball. I cannot predict the future. If I did, my gut says that we will hear from Grandma. I'm not convinced we'll hear from Cassie.
Because the defense is not going to want to put her up there, and the prosecution doesn't need to.
Correct. She's around right at the time that this offense occurred. So it's a little different than a family member coming in and saying, well, this happened 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago.
Right, because this aunt and the second cousin really hadn't had any interactions with him since he was a little boy.
But if Cassie testifies, I think the cross-examination from the state is very different. And I think it is gloves off.
Look at where they were living. I mean, this was appalling. The pictures of this shed that they apparently had a toddler living in. I don't understand. That was just, wow.
And she has to own all of that. She also is going to be asked all about
Zero and
yep, I was going to say,
was he sexually deviant? Do you like rough sex?
Right.
I mean, all up and down the line.
Right. And the reason that those questions even come out are because, for those of you that did not watch that part of the interview, Tanner at one point, after he rolls his eyes back and becomes Zero, he talks about his intimate relations with Cassie, his being Zero's intimate relations with Cassie, and her, liking rough sex essentially, and that. I absolutely think that the state is going to question her about.
If she's put on the stand.
If she's put on the stand. And most importantly, Star, because everything's really important in this case when it comes to her, it's going to be Tanner's behavior the few days before and the few days after, right?
Did Tanner come home acting differently?
Right.
Was there anything, she's a dangerous witness for him.
Correct. Do you ever check his phone? Do you ever see any messages? Did he ask you anything? Was he watching the news? Was he acting differently? Did he seem nervous? Was his work truck different? Was his work schedule different? And the state, I just asked these really open-ended questions. They're not going to do it that way. They're going to know what her answers are. I imagine she's been interviewed at some point. Mm-hmm. If the defense calls her, I think it's really risky, which is why, and I think these lawyers are really good and really smart. So there's never a definitive right answer when it comes to trial strategy of you absolutely should do this or you never should do this. It's really easy to be Monday morning quarterback and afterwards say that didn't land the way I thought it was going to land and that was a bad idea. Or this question came out in a way that is offensive. I've heard some questioning that I just haven't liked, but it still has to be asked and you don't know until it's done. With Cassie, I think the risk far outweighs any reward. I cannot imagine what she could tell us about Tanner Horner that someone else couldn't tell us that humanizes him in a way that it would be compelling sufficient mitigation.
Right. So somebody's asking a procedural question, and I do like to ask and to go through these. So when the judge strikes comments or statements from the record, how does he expect the jury to disregard? You know they don't.
I know, you know they don't.
You know they don't. Of course, in fact, if anything, it probably makes it worse.
Yeah, so, and that's another lawyer strategic thing, right? So if I object to something and it's sustained, so that means I win the objection, I am drawing attention when I say, Judge, I want you to instruct the jury to disregard, because any juror who wasn't listening is now like, wait, what did I miss?
It's like,
what was that?
What was that? I want to make sure I regard that.
I'm regarding it. I am not disregarding it. Now, procedurally, as the lawyer, if it's something that I think could create an issue on appeal, so kind of the supervisory courts that are checking the trial court's homework, then I have to ask for this. It's called an instruction to disregard. I have to ask the judge to tell the jurors to disregard. And in most cases, truly to preserve appeal, I then need to ask for what's called a mistrial, which is just creating more attention and drawing more attention to whatever it was that was said. I also, and it's a pet peeve of mine, I never ask that things be stricken from the record because they can't be. The court reporter isn't going to take some white out and go, okay, it's removed. Right. Certainly the judge can strike the answer or instruct the jurors to disregard it, but it's there's not a time back machine where we can just go back in time a little bit.
That's why they say how do you unring the bell?
Correct.
You can't unring the bell.
You cannot. And the more you say, oh, no, the bell never rung, then everyone keys in.
All right. Okay, so folks are asking, are they on a break or done for the day? No, they're not done for the day. on the other screen, we can see the camera is just kind of pointed at the ceiling. There's no sound coming from that courtroom. Right, okay, Zeke just put it up. So they're on lunch, and the judge had told them 1 o'clock, so presumably we'll be back pretty soon. But
and we believe we have a witness that's going to be teed up here, and we said this just a second ago, but for those hopping on closer to 1 as we really kick off and get going, somebody via Zoom that's going to be blurred out.
And we don't know exactly who that is. And Rebecca just texted me earlier and said that we'll hear from the brother next week, like late next week.
Tanner Horner's brother?
Tanner Horner's brother.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I checked today because I followed kind of some of the comments, and I saw some people that were commenting about the brother being in prison, and so that's a very easy search to do. And so this morning and last night was checking to see, it was my understanding he was in prison, and so I was able to figure out his name and find him in the prison system. But I checked just this morning to see if he was in the county jail, because that would tell me he would be testifying today. He does not appear to be in at least the Tarrant County jail. I would be surprised if Wise County kept him and transferred him over, but sometimes...
Sounds like he's going to testify from prison. Rebecca texted and said the brother will testify from prison on the 29th.
That's interesting.
So
a lot of logistics and cooperation from
TDCJ,
which is not traditionally all that cooperative, but I imagine if you've got a district court judge like Judge Gallagher saying this is how we're going to do it, it also does seem less cumbersome than transferring him. Normally, we would have to do a very special warrant that basically tells the warden to bring the prisoner, so not just the inmate, but the prisoner, the person in prison, back over to the county jail so that they can come and testify. There's transport, there's security with transport, there's security of keeping the person potentially in the same jail as his brother.
People want to know what he's in prison for.
So
inquiring minds want to know.
You can Google. I don't have it right in front of me, but generally speaking, it was a whole slew of kind of a history of what's called burglary of a building. That to me, based off my experience, and I haven't read his cases, so I can't comment in particular, but normally someone who's got a history of burglary of a building, it's a red flag for me that there's drug problems, right? So we're breaking into...
Which would fit with the family pattern.
Yes, it would, right? So they're breaking into CVS's after hours and stealing things, or breaking into storage buildings. So, the public storage where we keep our stuff, that technically is a building instead of a home. His most recent case was just a few years ago, and he got I think it was a 75-year prison sentence.
But you got to do a lot. That means you were found to be a habitual offender.
Yes, and there were several other priors that there may have been one that wasn't a burglary of a building, but kind of all in that vein. And not necessarily surprising based off what we heard with the family, right?
Well, she basically said that his dad would steal anything that wasn't nailed down.
Yep.
Or would try to, she didn't use that verbiage, but it's my paraphrase.
Yes. And she said, that the dad of the Horner, I don't want to say boys, but Tanner and Terry Horner, he spent, I think she said 90% of his adult life in prison. We know, just from kind of being generally in the criminal justice system, that it absolutely can be a revolving door, both for individuals both for individuals and within families and generationally. Right. I don't think that explains or justifies the horrible acts done to Athena, but it does just, I don't know. We've been talking about excuse versus explanation. I think what we've learned today for me really is more information. It's not really even an explanation. I don't know that you can explain the inexplicable.
I don't think you can. And that's what you told me in the very beginning, was you cannot understand something that is not understandable. And I think that's just the reality about this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another question. Can you help me understand why some things are not allowed to be entered into evidence or talked about because it, quote, could be prejudicial to the defendant? Shouldn't jurors be entitled to know?
That is such a good point. And this case is a little bit different. So let me tell you, so generally the rule is that the prosecutors cannot offer what we call character evidence. So the fancy phrase is action and conformity therewith, which is the most legal phrase I think I've ever heard, right? Like, it's not Latin, but it's just a bunch of gibberish to mean you know, a leopard can't change its spots. So the way that I was taught that rule is, you know, if you steal a Snickers when you're 16 years old and you get charged at age 30 for stealing a Snickers, it doesn't mean you automatically stole the Snickers. You're not always a Snickers stealer, to give Professor Crump credit on that. That was the analogy that we got. And so the jury is instructed that they can't assume or know that because I stole a Snickers before, I must have stolen a Snickers this time. Now, that evidence is kept out because it's overly prejudicial.
Right.
This is different, and I can't think of, and if you can point it out in the comments, if there's a specific thing you're thinking of that was kept out because it was overly prejudicial, please let us know. This case isn't about guilt or innocence. It's not about whether I stole the Snickers here today. It's about what should happen because I stole the Snickers. He's already pled guilty to the capital murder of Athena Strand, and right now it's punishment evidence. And punishment evidence, you get to hear about me stealing a Snickers, cheating on a spelling test in second grade.
They can bring anything in.
Anything. And it's then the defense's job to bring in that, well, I didn't really do those things. Also, Mom and Dad, I did not really do those things. But also that I'm a good human being. I have all these redeeming qualities. And in punishment, it's really, as long as there's kind of grounds for the evidence to come in, I don't find it's overly prejudicial argument to be very compelling. Character evidence, prior bad acts, prior Snickers thefts, those all come in.
Do you, sorry, lost my train, guys. I'm multitasking. I also have emails coming in, so I'm multitasking too, which is, the older you get, it's a little harder to do. Do you think if he had not pled guilty, would jurors have heard this effectively twice? You know what I mean? Like, would it actually have made it longer?
So they could have. I don't think they would have. I think that the state, I've been really impressed with them. And I've said this a bunch, but I want to keep saying it. I have been very, very impressed with the judge and both sets of lawyers. Very impressed. They have very hard jobs. The jurors have very hard jobs. The lawyers and the judge at least signed up for that job. The jurors did not. I do think that the state is savvy and strategic and strong enough advocates to have made a strategic decision about how to prove just guilt, innocence, and not give over everything. If I am them, I probably would have put on the majority of what we heard. So the DNA evidence, I maybe would have actually held back the DNA evidence and evidence of the sexual assault. And it's not to be crafty or cagey, but it is to focus just on, is he guilty of capital murder, i.e. the murder of a child under the age? And she's 7, like, it's easy. So I maybe would just prove up that simple piece, i.e. using his confessions, him taking her, the FedEx truck video, her being in, like, the actual video that shows her in the FedEx truck. And I don't know that I would have shared everything else. I probably would strategically hold it back.
Well, like the if he had not pled guilty, obviously you wouldn't do the 2 women who claimed to be sexually assaulted. That would have come in during punishment.
Correct.
So.
And I think, like, by way of proving up this case, would you have heard it twice? I probably would hold back the audio and play it in punishment and not guilt innocence. I don't think that I would play it twice. I think I would hold it back.
Because you want it to be closer to when they've got to make that death decision.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll never know how the trial would have played out if it had gone the other way, but it is an interesting thought about how, and that's one of the interesting things about doing this is when you guys come up and join me, when we talk about, well, how would you do it? And it's always interesting to kind of like game it out.
Yeah.
How would you do that?
Right. And Cody Skipper is coming tomorrow.
Yeah.
He may view it differently and say, oh no, I absolutely would have played it in the beginning, right? I mean, there's not a playbook on how to handle each of these because they're all different. And a lot of it's decision and it's quick decision making, it's pivoting, and it's strategic. And there's not a right strategy on any certain case.
Well, it's just doing the best you can. We're probably going to get audio back in that courtroom here in a minute. We're expecting that 4th witness to be testifying via Zoom. We have no idea. I don't have any idea who that is, or how long it'll take. Based on prior witnesses, I would not be surprised to see court be done by 2 o'clock, but who knows? You never know. Somebody wants to ask, will Athena's family ever have a chance to speak to Tanner directly? Yes. And you can explain that.
Yeah, so the law provides that victims of a crime or family members of a victim, they're victims too, right? In this situation, have the opportunity to do what's called a victim impact statement. And so that's their opportunity to talk to the offender, in this case, Tanner Horner, about how this crime has impacted them. I don't know how they do that. Like, I actually just got choked up as a mom thinking about, like, even just saying that out loud, because how this has impacted them is in a way that is indescribable. And so how do you put words on that? So that will be their kind of final opportunity to speak. He doesn't get to say anything back. It's not a discussion or a conversation. It truly is an impact statement on how this crime has affected the family.
Folks, we don't have sound from the court just yet. Should have it soon. Obviously we have the picture and we can see the screen up, but we don't have, the judge has been very particular about us not having audio go out when the jury's not in, and so we haven't seen people stand up. So I think I'm making a guess here that the jury's not in the room yet. Well, let's see. Hold on. Now we have sound. There you go.
Here we go.
Mr. Weeks, you're not here to give any expert opinion on this case, are you?
No.
Your role today is to give some historical background information.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Weeks, you said that you were living in Texas at one point. When were you living in Texas?
From approximately, I lived there for about 25 years. So that was approximately 1982 until about 2004.
When you were living in Texas, well, let me back up. You had said that you were a licensed therapist. What does that mean?
In Texas, my license is a licensed professional counselor. I'm licensed in Texas now. In Ohio, a licensed professional clinical counselor is somebody who is licensed by the state to provide therapeutic services to people.
When you were living in Texas, did you have the opportunity to work at a place called First Choice?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what First Choice is.
First Choice was located, I don't think they're there anymore, on East Hemphill Street in Fort Worth, Texas, near downtown. There, we provided services to families affected primarily by drug and alcohol abuse. Commonly, dual diagnosis was present, meaning there was both drug use of some sort as well as a mental health disorder such as maybe depression. Our program specifically was residential, and families were there, so it was common for the women, I can't remember there ever being any men that were the primary clients there, would be there with their children.
How did you get involved with First Choice?
After a therapist is licensed, or in this case I wasn't yet licensed, they have internships in which they work, and they can add to their classroom knowledge with clinical real-world experience working in a facility like this.
When were you with First Choice?
The early part of 1999, approximately February to August of 1999.
And Mr. Weeks, I want to ask you a little bit about the intake process at First Choice. Do you recall what kind of information was obtained from the clients when they entered First Choice?
I don't have any knowledge of that directly from working there. The work I did was as a therapist, usually working just with the children, well, I guess also with the parents as well. I didn't do intakes. That's typically done by somebody else.
What type of information would be normally taken during the intake process that you would rely upon in order to provide your treatment and develop a treatment plan?
There's a history taken when an intake is completed. We're going to ask for any drug history, difficulty with law, if there's any law involvement, if a person has any previous diagnoses, if they have any other non-mental health issues, such as they have a medical diagnosis. There'll be information taken about their education, their finances. It's really meant to be quite comprehensive. So the intake is meant to gather a lot of that information to bring the clinician up to speed regarding the individual.
Why is that important?
The background information is critical, and that can help to inform the treatment that's needed. For example, I'm at First Choice because we primarily worked with individuals that are struggling with addiction issues. If somebody doesn't have any addiction issues, then they might not be an appropriate referral for our facility.
Mr. Weeks, as a licensed counselor, how do you create a treatment plan for a client?
We identify the primary diagnoses, then work with the client to identify what are the areas in which they want to address. So if they're particularly interested in addressing some issues, then we'll center the treatment plan there. But we may also, at a treatment facility like this, expand out to other areas to help with employment, for example. If they need assistance with finances, social workers or case managers will work on that, whereas the clinician will probably work on the mental health issues.
Now, you talked about dual diagnoses. How common is it for one of the clients at First Choice to have a dual diagnosis?
So I don't remember. I worked there, I guess, 26 years or so ago, but it would be shocking if individuals there, our clients at that time, didn't have also a mental health issue in their background. It's ubiquitous.
What about trauma?
Almost always. There's trauma with individuals that have addiction issues, but I don't have a specific recollection of clients I worked with there. I don't have those records anymore.
We talked a little bit about trauma, but can you explain to the jury what the cycle of trauma is?
Yeah, trauma may manifest later on in somebody.
Hang on just a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to object at this point. We're delving off into what appears to be expert and recommendations and testifying from his professional capacity as to what cycle of trauma and all this other stuff is.
Sustain.
Mr. Weeks, let's talk about the facility itself. What was First Choice like? Did they have, you mentioned
It's like
that,
maybe
oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned that they had a residential facility. Were patients or clients allowed to bring their children?
They were.
How was that accommodated at the facility?
You know, as I'm thinking back, trying to remember, it seemed like there were small apartments, maybe even rooms. Apartments might be like small hotel suites, so to speak, that were there, and there would be, maybe we'd have 10 or 20 families there at a time. And then we had the main building in which we did some of the groups and other therapeutic services.
You said that these residents would be allowed to bring their families and their children. Did First Choice also provide services to the children of their residents?
Yes, that's primarily the work that I did.
Why would First Choice provide services to the children?
Services like play therapy, for example, or stress management could help the client, the child, I should say, in this to be more specific, to maybe work through some issues that they encountered with the mother when they weren't in the facility. Being able to work out some of these issues may help them to manage conflict better, to have success in school better, to rebuild the relationship that if it was damaged, it would help them to have the skills to be able to repair those relationships.
You mentioned play therapy. What is play therapy?
I'll object again. He's again offering testimony from his expertise and training in this particular case. It's not his information.
Your Honor, we're just trying to get into what he did at this facility. It is not offering an opinion. He is testifying as to what he himself did. So we are not asking him to give any opinions. What we are asking him to do is to testify as to this facility, what they did, and
With Mr. Horner?
we're getting there.
Well, let's get there.
So, explain again, please, what play therapy is.
Play therapy is the use of toys to help a child to express what may be difficult to verbalize. Art therapy is in some ways related to it. I don't have training in that. But we want to creatively provide opportunities for youth to be able to express things even though they may not have a narrative.
Do you recall, and I know it's been 26 years ago, but do you recall the family consisting of Mr. Horner and his mother?
Yes.
How do you recall them? That's been 26 years. Was there something special about them that made you remember?
No, I recalled the name just vaguely when you first approached me. I think it was you, I'm not, but when I was first approached to provide support here. But then when a picture was showed to me, I clearly remembered, yes, that's Melissa and that's Tanner. Well, I didn't recognize Tanner at all. I knew him, maybe he was 6, 8, I'm not sure his age at that time, but I remembered the mother.
Now, what were your initial impressions of them as a family?
Nothing unique. I found their experience, their presentation to be very similar to the other families that were there. Women coming in who had difficulty with drugs, and their family was affected by it.
Now, you said that you had remembered Melissa immediately upon seeing her photo. What was it about her that you remembered?
I just remembered her face. When I saw it, I recognized her. Nothing else really jumps out.
And just to be clear, in order for Melissa to be involved in this program, she would have had to have had a drug problem?
I assume so. We didn't provide any other services. That was the primary function. There was an emphasis in first choice on 12-step work.
When Melissa and Tanner were at first choice, did she seem to be motivated to work through the program and do better?
I can't really recall anything specifically about her motivation level. My primary work was in play therapy with him. I assume, although I don't recall specific sessions, that I would have just minimal contact with her.
Well, Mr. Weeks, let's talk about your work with Tanner. You said that when you looked at the photo, you remembered the mother, but you didn't remember her son, just by looking at the photo. But after reviewing the records and whatnot, were you able to confirm that you did work with Tanner?
I don't have those records anymore, and I'm sure I did. I assume I did, but it's a good question. I can't say for certain that I provided services to them.
Well, you had said earlier that you had provided services to Melissa and her son. when Melissa was there with her son, do you recall Tanner acting out or having any temper tantrums while at the residence?
I don't recall that specifically. It's very common, and I do assume that I did work with them, although I just want to be really upfront. I can't for sure say that I had services with them. I could have just seen them in the facility, but it's not likely. I probably did work with them.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
You pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stain? I'm going to make sure this works. Mr. Weeks, can you hear me here?
Yes.
And Mr. Weeks, this place where you worked, it seems to me that you really don't have any real recollection other than remembering Melissa's face about what you did or didn't do with them in this case. Is that correct?
I have, generally, yes, it is. I just have basic memories of the services we provided there, but specifics with this family, no, I don't have specific memories.
Thank you, sir, for what you do and taking care of people at this point. Pass it.
Ms. Anderson, redirect.
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Weeks, in order to be admitted to first choice with her son, would Melissa have had to have a drug issue?
Almost certainly. I didn't do the intake, but it's just not what we do. We treat people specifically with drug problems at that facility.
Thank you.
Mr. Tate. No further. May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Weeks, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking your time.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
And may we approach, Your Honor?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so he kind of vaguely remembers
Maybe
Tanner Horner's mom, and well, we already know she had a drug problem because she testified to it. Tell me what the point is to this witness.
I know, again, so I'm just broken record right here. The defense needs to put on any witnesses that they can possibly come up with.
But this is weak.
Even if we think it's weak,
I mean,
because,
come on.
look, here's what I would say it adds. It legitimizes that she did in fact seek treatment at some point versus just her saying she sought treatment, right? So it legitimizes that piece. If you believe he actually remembered her, although he didn't seem clear that he even had any independent recollection about that.
Well, so everybody's standing up. Is court done for the day? I don't know. We see the defense, main defense attorney talking to Horner.
Yeah, and everybody stood, which normally is the sign that everyone's leaving, and this is right after.
Well, we were told there was going to be 4 witnesses, and Horner's leaving. So,
We can recess while I look at these records.
Oh, no, these are copies. Yes, we have the original.
Well, it looks like we're done for the day.
I'm in disbelief. I'm not ready to say that we're done for the day.
Well, it says, okay, somebody's saying in the chat, recess while he looks at records.
Okay.
But I will wait. Jason's trying to get Rebecca on the line, on the horn, because she's in the courtroom, she just has a better, kind of 411 on exactly what's happening. But I'm sorry, that last witness, that if I'm a juror, that makes me mad.
Well,
why are you wasting my time? It's 1:30 in the afternoon. Are you kidding me? I didn't go to work today. I mean, you're costing me money. I mean, I'm starting
to get annoyed. So the judge so far has done a really, really good job of kind of controlling the, maybe the pace of the trial is the best way for me to say it. It hasn't been too much because the testimony that we heard last week was so crushing, right? I mean, it was
beyond crushing.
Every single witness that we heard from was just so heavy and really, truly crushing. This week it's been very, very different, right? Like we're both putting on $1, but yesterday it was last week it was 4 quarters, and this week it feels kind of like 100 pennies, right? Like it's like, well, okay, this, maybe it's going to amount to something, but I'm not really there. And I think that, the judge telling the jurors they didn't need to come Friday, Monday, Tuesday because there were hearings to be done. Right. That is being respectful of their time, letting them have their own lives. Last week there was a day where I think it was actually there were 2 days last week where we ended early, kind of unexpectedly, but at a nice natural point. They were really hard days.
And it kind of made sense.
And it was a little nice to have a break and some ease and not more heaviness. Today, though, I'm like, man, these people have taken days out of their lives, and we got to put on more evidence than just 4 witnesses. Yesterday, I know they broke. What time was it? 2 or 3?
2 or 3.
I mean, it was early.
I think it was 3. It all starts to run together every day, guys.
But that's another day of there could have been 2 more hours of testimony. If we were to break right now, that's 3 more hours of testimony. The concept of time in trial is actually a very surreal thing. 5 hours of work in trial feels like 10 hours of real work when you're actually in front of the jury getting things put on. So after that witness that I was annoyed because it was absolutely nothing, and then potentially, being done for the day. We heard this morning there were going to be 4 witnesses, and this was 4. So
and Zeke just said in my ear that similar to what y'all said in the chat, that the judge is looking at some kind of records. Again, I don't know what these records are. I don't know if these are records from the drug treatment facility. I really don't know. But I've covered a lot of trials, and generally trials, the rhythm of a trial is it starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, goes till about 10:30. They take the mid-morning break. Then it goes till 12, 12:30. Depends on where they're at. Sometimes it can go to 1, right? Depends on if they're in the middle of some big witness and they don't want to switch over yet. But generally, they go, and then they come back at 1:30. They take that 3:30 in the afternoon break, and they pound through till 5.
Yep.
That's the rhythm of a trial.
Yep. And some judges are, let's talk to the jurors about, would you rather work until 6:30 and get 3 days worth of working an extra hour and a half each day? That adds up. That's a half day of testimony. The same can be said on the counter, ending early every day. So up until this week, it's been nice to end early because it's been so heavy, and I think everyone has needed kind of the emotional dump and break. But in the first 2 weeks of the trial, every day I would leave, and it was like the darkness had invaded my soul, and it was hard. And right now I'm leaving, and I'm a little irritated. I'm like, really, come on, let's get with this. Well, and I think too, because we just heard that closing arguments are to be expected to be done on May 5th, and that to me was really
that's a long time from now.
And it was a big kind of a mental and maybe attitude shift for me in it, because May 5th all of a sudden is Man, these jurors have now given up a month of their life. They can't go home and talk about this case.
That's a long time.
This case
Not tough
isn't
to
the
talk
type of
about it.
case that you can go home and just act like everything's normal, right? I mean, I was here last Tuesday and went home and was like, I need maybe to be left alone. I need to go to Pilates. I need to reset my brain. Tanya and I were talking like this weekend. I was like, I need like just a half a day to kind of refill a little bit or recharge a little bit, reignite a little bit, because everything that we processed last week was so traumatizing. And these jurors are being in that room. It's almost suffocating. Like you can feel the pressure and the tension in you, on your chest, in the air. It is absolutely palpable in those rooms. And they're having to do that. And so, you know, in my head, I'm like, I want to be so respectful of their time. And Judge Gallagher has done such a good job of doing that. And certainly when I was a prosecutor, I was really respectful of that. I wasn't going to put on extra witnesses just to kind of kill time or anything that wasn't really important. Now the defense has a different job here. They need to put on all the witnesses that they can. I just don't know if that looks like 2 weeks of working half a day or 1 week of working full days.
I understand last week, you know, those days when, holy cow, we just, you know, when the worst thing in the world you've just heard, and then of course the next day is an even worse thing in the world.
Yes.
And so I get that, but when as far as I'm concerned, we're hearing a bunch of excuses, and none of it's explanations.
Nope.
Not that there's an explanation. There is no explanation for what happened in this case, but metals testing and metals expert, and then some guy from some drug treatment facility that kind of vaguely remembers Melissa Horner.
Maybe.
Right.
Or his brain wants him to remember Melissa Horner, so he's, not that he's intentionally or being misleading in any way, but you know, he's a caretaker, right? He's an LPC. He is trying to help. About someone that he maybe saw decades ago.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Yeah, so I'm with you. Like it's almost bordering into, I can actually feel my attitude and my demeanor shift to annoyance instead of like, okay. I mean, earlier I was like, this is just a lull day, right? Like we're going to have this expert and it's going to be a little bit of a lull. We're going to have some, you know, I think they're trying to explain. We talked about this distinction between excuses and explanations. I've heard more information than anything, maybe attempts at explanations or excuses, but really just information so far. And even the information, it's been like, and?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we got Rebecca Lopez on the line, our senior crime and justice reporter. Rebecca, explain to me what we just saw.
I don't know, but I've never seen a defense witness take the stand and absolutely say nothing. Because we've established, and Melissa herself said that she was a drug addict and that she has drug addiction issues her entire life. She's had heroin issues. So what's the point of having this person come on and say that he vaguely remembers her from 26 years ago, that may have come through her treatment program, but doesn't remember Tanner at all? We all looked at each other in the courtroom just baffled. I mean, the family, everybody is just scratching their heads on that witness. I have no idea why they call that particular witness, because it's already been established that she has a drug addiction issue. So I'm not sure what the point of that witness is. And now at this point, the judge is reviewing records from another witness that is going to testify. But I don't know if that witness is testifying today or tomorrow, because sometimes they're doing things not necessarily in order. Because my understanding was we were supposed to hear from at least another character witness today, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not. So that's what's happening right now here in the courtroom.
Yeah, we're just, like I said, Jen and I were just back here. You were baffled. We were baffled. I'm expecting this guy to say, well, okay, are we getting audio?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let's go take a listen.
Yeah,
Do we have any battery in this? The battery. Triple. No. Okay. All right. I didn't know.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we got.
You all right? Okay, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
There is a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else. Okay?
And Judge, since this is a civilian witness, we just want to re-urge our request to have her face blurred, and we'll be using her first name.
Guys are all on it, right? Okay.
What's her name?
Let's go.
Can we know her name though? Yeah, y'all be good. I know, I'm like, hold on, I'm like, I need to know.
No, you may sit down.
Yeah,
Me
well,
and you and her can sit down. All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mary. How are you doing? Mary, we have agreed that we will call you by your first name. Is that okay? Okay. One thing that I am going to ask you to do is when the court reporter is taking the record, she can only take down yeses and nos and words and head nods and mm-hms and uh-uhs. Don't translate to the record. So if we can get a verbal response, okay? Okay. You nervous?
Not too bad.
Not too bad? All right. Mary, what do you do for a living?
Well, I'm retired now, but I was a licensed specialist in school psychology. To be lots of words, but LSSPs in the schools.
How long had you been an LSSP before retiring?
35 years.
Tell me and tell the jury a little bit about your educational background that allowed you to be a LSSP.
Right. Well, I graduated from high school in '74. I went to college at Texas State University, which then was Southwest Texas State, so that's changed too. Graduated in '78 with a psychology degree and a guidance counseling minor. And they had just started, I thought I would be a school teacher or a counselor, just because I thought that's kind of all there was. But the school had started a brand new school psychology program that year. And so one of my professors told me about the program, and it sounded very interesting because I was very interested in the learning process in children. So I was able to start my master's in that program, finished it, and it was a 2-year program, but I went summers and a full year. So I graduated from there in '79, and then I got my first job as we were called psychological associates back in that day, but we did the same thing.
And just to be clear, you are not here to offer any expert testimony, are you?
No.
Are you here just to talk about your personal interactions with Hannah Horner?
Yes.
After you graduated, where did you go to work?
Well, I was in Houston the first 5 years of my career. Then I married and moved to Fort Worth. Then I was with ISD for 12 years. Then I went to Azle for 8 years. And I finished in HEB, Hurst Euless Bedford ISD, the last 12 years. So I kind of hopped around a little bit.
Now, during your time at Azle, did you come to know Tanner Horner?
I evaluated Tanner.
And during your time in the school districts at large, did you have to deal with students who had been diagnosed with Asperger's or autism?
A lot in the last 12 years. Now, back in the Azle days, or the school district before that, there wasn't a lot of high-functioning autism talked about or really identified at that time. Azle was a smaller school district. I'm sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing.
You're fine, you're fine.
So my memory of testing students on the spectrum, they were typically more severe students, more severe behaviors. Tanner was more unique because he...
Judge, I'll object. If she's here to provide background information, but she's providing based on her expertise in this case as far as evaluation and testing, or just background information on Mr. Horner?
Your Honor, because of her expertise and in her background, let's try this again. Because of her expertise, we will be asking her about the services that she provided for Mr. Horner.
That's expert testimony based upon her training and experience and offering it as an expert in this case and her opinions as far as evaluating and testing him and anything else. She's not designated as an expert.
I'll let her testify as to what services she provided, but she's not to render an opinion as to anything.
No, Your Honor, she is not going to be rendering any opinions. However, what she will be testifying to is what her knowledge was in the service plans and the treatment plans based upon specific diagnoses. And that is not an expert opinion. That is what she has done. It would be no different from a doctor coming in and talking about their service plan.
It's still expert testimony, Your Honor.
I'm going to let her do it. Go ahead.
You said that when you first started with the schools, you didn't see a lot of high functioning. What do you mean by high functioning?
Well, high-functioning autism, people typically that are on the spectrum and on that end of the spectrum have language. Whether it's functional, how functional it is or not is a big piece of it. They typically look like neurotypical people do, people that don't seem to have disabilities of any type. So you might not notice them or pick them out as different.
When you first started back in Azle, did you have much experience with autism?
We were always trained. Every year you had to take a certain 20 hours a year at that time for professional development. So we would be trained, but I would not say I had an excessive amount of training in that particular disability. It was more global.
Did you see a lot of autism when you were
in Azle?
Yes.
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies. When you were working in the schools, would you review records in order to make a determination on what kind of treatment plan to have for a particular student?
No, that isn't how we developed what we called IEPs, Individualized Educational Plan. We would review records before our assessment, so we had some basic information about a particular student.
Okay, so tell me about that. What type of records and what type of information would you look for to develop an IEP?
Okay, the IEP is kind of at the end, when all the evaluators would come together and they would write their report and put it into a document. Then the ARD committee would get together. The ARD committee is after you do all the school people do their assessments, you come together for this one final meeting and you present the information to the parents and the teachers, and it's called an ARD committee, Annual Review and Dismissal. At that meeting is when you talk about the students' needs for special education. When you are evaluating the school district, you are evaluated for special education services. So in theory, well, not in theory, factually, anybody who meets eligibility for special education services has a deficit in some area. It could be intellectual deficit, it could be a learning disability, it could be behavior. Did I answer that? So in the ARD meeting, we then talk about the deficits that the student has and what were some of the accommodations and modifications we could provide in the school to help them improve whatever their deficit areas were.
Okay. So when you're dealing with students with autism, what type of deficits would you normally see?
But there are 3 pillars of autism, and
Judge,
the
I will
first-
object to this. This is definitely expert.
Sustained.
May I respond, Your Honor?
No, ma'am, sustained.
Mary, when you are looking for, looking at a student, would that student often have a diagnosis before they came to you?
Many do. Many do. So yes.
And with regards to autism and students in the ASL ISD, I want to talk a little bit about, behavior. And generally speaking, based on your experience and your observations of these students over the years, how well do students with autism do in a mainstream setting?
I'm not sure I can really answer that because every person with autism is different.
And would you agree with me that you said that every person with autism is different, which means that not all autism is alike?
Exactly.
Would it be uncommon to have different types of symptoms that would play across different people with autism?
I would say there are similar symptoms, but again, the behaviors or the deficit areas are worse in some and better in others. So it depends upon how the autism manifests itself.
Well, let's talk about Tanner and how his autism manifested with him. Did you ever work with Tanner as a student?
You do work with a student when you do an evaluation. You also...
Well, I'll get there in just a second. You're fine. You're doing well. Which school were you working at the time you met Tanner?
In ASL ISD, we would go to various schools, wherever the assessment need was. So I would go to the elementary school. I don't know if he was in elementary school when I first evaluated him or if he was in the junior high or even high school. I don't remember that, and I'm not sure about the years.
Well, what kinds of evaluations, or let me back up, what kind of services did ASL provide for Tanner?
Now, I was able to review some of the ASL records, so I wouldn't have remembered this. So is that okay then?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe at the time, Tanner was in a classroom called a behavior improvement class. And I think he was in there about half of the day, and then he would go out to other classes, to the general education classes, so that he was getting a full education because he was bright. And when I say bright, he was able to be in regular classrooms intellectually. And so he would go out, and typically we would identify the strengths of the student and have those students go into those classrooms initially so they would be successful, so we could build on some successes. So he, as far as I can remember, he had that situation set up, but he also had, and that behavior improvement classroom was to provide a lot of structure for him, was also to provide the behavioral support he needed. So let's say if any student is in a general ed classroom and they start to have behavioral issues, hopefully that behavior improvement class teacher would assist the regular education classroom teacher. He also had, I don't know if he had, I didn't see anywhere in the records, he had speech and language services to address the pragmatic deficits, which tend to go along with, it goes along with students that have language, typically. But I did remember and saw in the records that he received in-home training, which was when a therapist went into his home and she took him out into the community to expose him to different social settings. And she was a speech and language therapist.
So you had mentioned that these services that were provided to Tanner. Let's talk about how the school district would determine that the services were necessary. Was there an evaluation that was performed of Tanner in order to receive services?
Yes, any evaluation for autism includes a speech and language therapist, an occupational therapist to look at sensory issues or motor skills even, a psychologist, a school psychologist, and or a licensed specialist in school psychology. There's a difference there. I'm a master's level school psychologist. I'm not in the clinical realm at all. So that's why I'm using the LSSP term more so. Okay, you asked me who else would evaluate.
Well, let's go to your evaluation first.
Okay.
So what kinds of evaluations would you give students?
Autism? And
Yes.
we're speaking strictly about...
Yes.
Okay. So Tanner did have records when I became involved. He did have a report, an outside report that had, I believe was his initial evaluation. I'm not 100% sure of that. It may not have been his initial. So I was to perform a 3-year reevaluation, and that's standard. We do 3-year reevaluations for all students that are identified as having a need for special education. It's so in theory, like if a child has a learning disability, they get a 3-year reevaluation because the hope and the goal is that the student's deficit disability would be closer to his intellectual ability, so then he wouldn't have the need for special education services. And likewise, a student that might have a behavioral disorder or an emotional disorder, let's say their family provided, a lot of intensive therapy, and the student's emotions got better and they were no longer acting out. Now, autism is a little bit different because it's not really like autism goes away. So you would still have your basic team reevaluate, your speech pathologist, your occupational therapist, and your LSSP.
Okay. So with regards to the evaluations that you gave, what did your evaluation look like?
Okay, wait, don't talk over. We gotta have one at a time, okay? Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
You're doing fine, Mary. What did your evaluation look like?
Typically, whatever records you have, you would review those first. So he came with a previous evaluation, and he was already in special education services. So we had some records based on the teacher reports, what his behavior had been like, what were continued concerns, and then we always contact a parent to see how things are going. So we look for more background information. We use what's already known, and then we go to the new teachers or present teachers and get information, not just from the one teacher, but from several teachers, so you know how the student is doing in the different environments. Because then, if there was trouble in certain environments, then we would want to look at why was there trouble in certain environments. So you try to get a good sampling, and then it involves observations.
What do you mean by observations? Observing the student?
In the classrooms. So we would actually go into the different classrooms and observe the student, see what their interactions were like, and add that to the report. Then,
and I had one follow-up question with that. Was it just in the classrooms that you did the observations, or did you observe them in any other aspect in the school?
That's a good question. Lunch is often a place where students are observed. Physical education, but it's a classroom, I guess. That's another, and outside recess is a very big one where we like to observe students' interactions.
Why is it important to observe interactions in the in the lunchroom or at recess?
There's less structure, and the students can really relate in a more normal environment than like a typical peer would do. So you want to just see simple things like, do they have good motor skills? Are they running, with a good gait? Are they uncoordinated? Are they standing off by themselves? Or are they interacting with anybody? And if they do interact with somebody, what does that look like? Does it look friendly? I mean, you can't hear them. I mean, I'm not like, you're not right on top of them. But you want to get a sense of, is there some sense of cooperation or, I don't want to say friendship, because friendship is different, but some sense of the ability to be with others in a positive way.
Did y'all have do any independent testing or anything like that?
The actual testing, that the speech and language therapist always pulls a student and does an individual. Occupational therapy pulls and does an individual. The school psychologist typically pulls and does an individual. But that looks a little different with a student that has language, because it opens up a lot of more options for you to use. We often use rating scales, or you would ask questions and the student would rate how that made him feel, like, it made him a little happy, a little not happy, or very unhappy. And those kinds of things. And we would use things called incomplete sentence stems, where you read the first part of a sentence and then you have them fill it in with their words, so that we could kind of get a sense of kind of what's on the top of their memories or their brain, or how they look at the world and how they're relating to it through their answers.
With regards to all of these evaluations, do you ever have any one-on-one with the student and discuss their behavioral issues with them?
Sometimes. You don't always, in my position. Sometimes I would, but not always. It depends, again, what you're looking for, what you're trying to elicit or get a clearer understanding of. There are a couple of very standardized assessment tools that we use also for autism. One is called the ADOS. I do not use that with Tanner. I was not trained at the time to use the ADOS.
Did you have any other testing that you did with Tanner?
I did all verbal. It was all of the verbal interview format, besides the interviewing of teachers, parents, or grandmother. It was the grandmother interview, and doing the observations.
So it sounds like this is a pretty intense evaluation. It's not just, a couple hours here and you're done. It sounds like it takes a long time to actually do a complete evaluation.
It does.
Typically speaking, how long does it take to finish this evaluation?
That's a really good question, but you really can't answer it. Some that are pretty easy can take, haven't thought of that in a long time. 10 hours versus 30 hours. I mean, it just really varies.
Mary, I want to talk to you now specifically about Tanner. What kind of evaluation were you doing for Tanner?
I was providing a 3-year reevaluation looking specifically at autism.
Are these 3-year reviews different from the initial assessments?
They may be a little less comprehensive.
Would you still have had the one-on-one time with him?
Yes.
Would you still have used the question and answers that you talked about?
Yes.
Would you still have done the student observation?
Yes.
Would you still have spoken with any of the collateral witnesses?
Collateral witnesses, the teachers and the grandparents, yes.
Yes. And I use the term collateral witness, exactly, the teachers, family members.
Or even sometimes a vice principal. If the student had a lot of behavior infractions, they would spend a lot of time in the office. I would get that information as well.
You said earlier that you had spoken with his grandmother. What was his grandmother like, if you can recall?
I don't recall meeting her in person, we talked on the phone. I remember she was concerned, just concerned.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet Tanner's mother?
I did not.
Were you able to determine at that point if there was any male role model in Tanner's life?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was living in a stable environment?
It seems so.
Now, in preparing for evaluations, you had mentioned that evaluators are able to review records. Mm-hmm. What kind of records do you review? I know that you had mentioned IEPs and ARDs, but what other records would you review?
Well, I know in Tanner's case, I believe his initial evaluation was done by Child Study Center, so that's where I would have started.
Okay.
And then I would have looked at recent teacher reports and kind of started from there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mary, I'm going to hand you what has been admitted into evidence as defense exhibit number 69. I'm going to ask you a few questions for those, okay?
So, do I look at that?
Oh, I'll direct you to the page when I get there.
Okay.
And you're good. What I wanted to ask you was, based upon your evaluation, based upon your observations, based upon your interviews with the family members, speaking with the teachers, speaking with vice principals, and reviewing the records, did what you see in your evaluation, did that corroborate what you found in the records?
Can you say that a different way?
I don't know if I can, but I'm certainly going to try. Basically, what I'm asking is that you read the records, and the records said, showed that there was a diagnosis of autism. Based upon your evaluation, based upon your interview with everybody, did what you see lead you to believe anything else?
No.
Can I get your... Now, Mary, if you would please turn to page 49 of that document. And, Your Honor, for purposes of publication, we have blocked out all the names and any identifying information. The document that Mary is looking at is not redacted.
Understood.
Judge, do you mind, can I borrow the court's copy?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to follow along.
Hang on, let me find it for you.
Right. Mary, I want to direct you again to page 49 of, let's see if I can get this. That didn't help. Okay. Right. First of all, page 49. Please tell the jury what page 49 is.
It's the summary page of an evaluation.
What kind of evaluation?
An autism, multidisciplinary autism assessment.
And was this the 3-year review that you had done?
Yes, this is the 3-year review.
You said that it was multidisciplinary. Who did the final evaluation and who signed off on this document?
Back in that day, the speech therapist, occupational therapist, and the school psychologist did their own individual assessments. Sometimes they would all three be present with each other, and sometimes they would not be. But we would always collaborate together and talk about our assessments and the consistency and what was similar, maybe what was different. So this is only signed by me because this particular one was just the assessment that I did. Now in the ARD paperwork or the IEP, everyone that were evaluators would sign that form.
I want to talk a little bit about the deficits that were noted in your report. You spoke about social deficits and lack of appropriate communication. What do you mean by lack of appropriate communication?
So I should have been more descriptive at that time. Again, Tanner has language and he's able to communicate. What type of language I was talking about was pragmatic language, or what's called social language. The ability to understand the meaning behind the words you say, and also to put them in, use contextual clues regarding the environment in which it's used in. So, so colloquialisms or sayings that we might say, like it's raining cats and dogs, a person might take it extremely literally and not think about the other meaning that we are attempting to say when we say things like that. And idioms that are higher level forms of language that are more difficult for people with autism.
You had, in your report, you state that Tanner lacks empathy and has little ability to form friendships. What did you mean by that?
Well, based on my memory, he did have difficulty getting along with others. But again, I can't explain why. There are many reasons for behavior. Probably I shouldn't say that.
Is that uncommon with someone with autism?
It's not uncommon, and I guess I would say it's common, and it's not so much that all people with autism don't get along with others, because some do. Sometimes it's more limited with others, sometimes it looks a little bit different. It's just, there's a difference.
When we talk about empathy, what does that mean?
Empathy is the ability to feel something else that someone else is going through, to understand it through their eyes.
Is there a difference between empathy and sympathy?
I believe there is a difference, yes. Sympathy is feeling sorry for, where empathy is feeling those feelings within yourself and understanding them on a more comprehensive level.
So when you say that someone lacks empathy, what does that look like?
In this circumstance, for Tanner and for many students on the spectrum with deficits in this area, it would just mean it was more limited. He or she would not stop to think about what how his behavior might be affecting them. Or he or she may not stop and understand that the way maybe his look or his lack of a look made a person feel or do something else. Again, that connection between the way we behave or our mannerisms affect others. I don't think I answered it. I'm not really sure. Let's try it again.
I thought that was a perfect answer. All right, so you had noted that Tanner's ability to use language is not impaired, but the affective and relational aspects of his communication is significantly below what one would expect.
I was speaking about the pragmatic deficits, which was the social language. Again, you know, we as human beings, we pick up a lot through intrinsic ways, by observing others or hearing others or watching others. And so pragmatic language is not necessarily taught. It is inferred and it is learned through, if you have an ability to socially relate or socially understand. So that's what I meant by it's more limited.
We talk about poor eye contact. Why is that important in a diagnosis or in a evaluation?
It's just another behavioral symptom that can tend to be common. It can, you know, the eye contact is typically more limited, or it can be, we often say it's fleeting. Sometimes they have eye contact, sometimes they don't. So it's just a more typical symptom of autism.
You had also noted that Tanner has possibly a sensory issue, especially in the area of his own personal hygiene needs. What did you mean by that?
Well, I do remember that, and this is not uncommon for boys his age at the time, but his grandmother, I think, was concerned about he didn't really want to take showers, or he wasn't maybe using deodorant. I don't remember exactly, but again, that's can happen to many young males that are learning about our body changing. Although, should I say a little more or not?
Oh, go ahead.
You know, so he might have had an aversion to water. Many people on the spectrum have sensory issues. They don't like, things can be visually or auditorily difficult for them. The lighting, too much noise, sometimes water, sometimes getting a haircut, sometimes lots of different little things can cause sensory issues. And I don't remember anything besides the personal hygiene.
You note that Tanner is very rigid about change. What did you mean by that?
Again, that's a fairly common symptom. I wish I had put more explanation about that, but transition, changing from even classroom to classroom, or maybe from doing a preferred activity to a non-preferred activity. In schools that happens a lot because teachers are constantly having to change whatever they're trying to teach at the moment. Many students on the spectrum have almost like a hyper focus for a short time, and if they're not ready to move on, they're not ready to move on. So you may encounter a little resistance in terms of, no, I'm not finished with that, and just not having cooperation in that sense.
Now, with regard to the sensory issues, is it uncommon for people like Tanner to have sensory overloads?
It's not uncommon.
And did you ever see...
Wait, again, expert testimony continuing.
Well, sensory overload, I sustain the objection.
Did you ever see Tanner have a sensory overload?
I did not.
Now, based upon your evaluation, you had noted that Tanner continues to exhibit a mild form of Asperger's disorder. What do you mean by mild?
Well, first of all, now we don't call it Asperger's, that was changed. It's just part of autism. And now it is categorized by the severity level, 3 levels of severity. And so Tanner's severity would have been 1. Now, at that time, his severity level was like a 1 because he was able to function in a regular education environment with some special education support. So that, and go out and, order a burger possibly, or do what we would expect all of us do. Doesn't look different, he doesn't exhibit the flapping or the staring or any of the more unusual when you move up the levels.
Is a mild form of autism still autism?
It is.
To your knowledge, do the school districts still use the terms mild, moderate, and
No.
what do they use now?
If they address it at all, they talk about the levels, I believe. I've been retired 5 years, but.
And reflecting upon your notes and in preparation for everything this week, again, did you have a chance to look at all the records?
Yes.
Now, based upon your review of the records, how confident do you feel about the treatment plan that you had recommended for Tanner?
For that time, I think Tanner had a very good treatment plan. That's all my recollection. He was not someone I heard of a lot, or maybe not often at all. In a smaller district like that, being in my position, I would hear of students that were struggling more. So, not that doesn't mean he didn't struggle, but he was in an environment where you expect there would be some struggling, and it was to be dealt with on that level.
So your recommendations in this case were, it's recommended that Tanner continue with his current programming and instructional arrangements since it appears to be meeting his needs.
Right.
Do you know if that continued?
I can't say for a fact that it did. I don't know what happened in high school.
And you also had noted that you felt that Tanner would benefit from ongoing training of adaptive social skills and problem-solving strategies for peer interactions. Why did you make that recommendation?
Because he had a lot of difficulty getting along with other students, other peers. He was better with adults, although there was some argumentativeness. But again, that was more in the classroom when he was dealing with probably doing things he didn't really want to do.
Did you ever see him get aggressive?
I did not ever see that, no.
Was it ever noted in any of the documents that you reviewed from the school district that he ever became aggressive?
Well, I did notice that one of his goals was to decrease temper tantrums. Trying to think. There might have been something said about decreased aggression, but it wasn't clearly defined what that looked like.
Now, you had mentioned overload and you just mentioned tantrums. Based upon your observations, can those look the same?
Overload and tantrums look the same?
Can one lead to the other?
Possible. I'm not sure I think probably every person with autism handles it in their own unique ways.
Again, one size doesn't fit all with autism, does it?
One size does not fit all.
One of the things that was also recommended was psychological assessment, looking at the emotional deficits. why would you recommend a psychological assessment?
Good question. I wondered that too, but then I remembered that I probably wanted more information about him emotionally. I knew there were struggles emotionally, but I didn't really understand the why.
Do you recall why you would have recommended that he be under the care of a psychiatrist?
Well, for medication management, because that typically, I mean, you can get it from a regular medical doctor, but many medical doctors are not comfortable prescribing medications for children and or to students on the autism spectrum. So that's why I felt like a psychiatrist would have been a better caregiver.
Now, Mary, I want to turn your attention to Azle ISD specifically. At the time when you were there, did Azle ISD have a lot of students diagnosed with Asperger's or autism?
I would say not a lot.
So what does that tell you about Tanner's symptoms if Azle ISD had noted the autism diagnosis in the records?
Judge, I'll object. That calls for an expert opinion from her.
Sustained.
As a person working in the school, when you see an autism diagnosis, what does that mean to you?
Judge, I'll still object. That's going to call for her expertise to be able to define what that is.
I'll let her answer that question.
Okay, repeat the question, please.
Working in the school, knowing that Azle ISD did not have a lot of students who were diagnosed with Asperger's or autism, what did it mean to you when you saw that diagnosis in the records that you were reviewing?
I don't know what it meant to me. It just meant that we had a student that had significant deficits in several areas.
Did Azle ISD have specific special education classes?
Yes, that would be, well, yes.
And were there any special education accommodations that Tanner received while in Azle?
I'm sure there were, but I don't have that in the records and I don't remember it.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned something earlier about in-home training.
Right.
To your recollection, did Tanner receive in-home training?
He did.
You also had mentioned, and I think I have this right, the behavioral classroom?
Behavior, we call it then, we call something different now. Behavior improvement class.
Is that what they refer to as BIC?
Yes.
Okay. What is BIC?
Well,
what does that look like?
Sorry, let me say. It is a more restricted environment for a student. Special education provides a range of services. We start with the least restrictive environment. So a student, say, that has a learning disability, they only need assistance in the area of learning. So they may go to what it was called, it may be different now, the resource room teacher. And she would provide additional, help. So then the continuum of services increased all the way up to a self-contained classroom, which is where a student would stay in that classroom all the time. Now, the behavior improvement class was originally a self-contained classroom, but the goal was always to get students to be mainstream, to go out to other course classes so that eventually they would all be in general education. If their program was successful, they would all be in the general education classrooms.
So how does a student who was in BIC transition to a general education classroom?
By appropriate behaviors and based on their IEP goals.
And so if the IEP goals are met and the behavioral modifications have been successful, then a student can go from that self-contained classroom back to a general?
Eventually. It's not a quick system, but yes, usually one class at a time. See, is there success? There is. Second class is out. Success, yes, there's enough success. And so on.
I believe you just used the expression class out. What is class out?
It would be a general education class.
Did, to your recollection, did Tanner receive an escort to and from classes? Or to and from the bus?
I don't remember that.
Would you consider the big classes? Was it me this time?
It was the defense, it's the state's turn this turn.
It's mine, Your Honor.
These big classes, would you consider them to be a structured environment?
Period.
Why do you say that?
Well, it was a much smaller student-teacher ratio, maybe, let's just say 10 students versus 20 or so in a general education classroom. This is many years ago, of course. Now we have many more students in classes typically. Sorry, I keep saying that. So each student has their own IEP, so that teacher has to be very structured as to make sure that each of those, their students is getting the type of accommodations and recommendations that he or she needed to provide for each of those students, and they would be, it'd be pretty timely also, and there should have been positive reinforcement for appropriate behaviors, and usually a loss of points or loss of privileges if there was a significant negative behavior.
Now, based on your observations at the big classrooms, did the students with autism tend to do better with the structured environment?
I can't answer that because I don't remember, but again, there wasn't a lot of students identified with high-functioning autism that I remember.
Do you recall if Tanner did better in that structured environment?
Well, just based on what the records say and then that 3-year reevaluation, it seemed to be providing him some positive regard in school.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Further, Your Honor.
Y'all need a break? Okay. 2:45, 15 minutes.
Okay, Jen, your reaction to what we've been hearing from this
2:45, everybody.
this school counselor, school psychiatrist, psychologist?
Yeah, I mean, kind of the same reaction that we've had throughout this course of the day, where both of us are just saying, and? Okay, and? She seems like a lovely human being.
Yeah.
It sounds like she does actually remember, and remember to some extent, more so than the witness right before. Tanner.
She at least knew who he was.
Yes. And has records that help her remember, but still I'm just like, okay, and? I mean, he has a diagnosis of mild Asperger's. I think they called it disorder back then, but that was what her notations in her report said. You know, they noted some of the deficits that they recognized or observed. And none of it was so alarming or red flaggy that I'm like, oh, now I understand why we're here.
He's not setting fire to animals, or at least not in these records.
Yes.
And he lacks empathy, and he has little ability to form friendships. He has issues making eye contact. He's rigid about change. Well, I'm also rigid about change. I really hate change.
Yes, well, I'm very uptight. I'm very, very type A.
Yes. But I mean, again, I have not killed anybody. I've not kidnapped anybody. And so I just,
and
I struggle.
I know, it's like, okay, I think one thing that we were talking about when this witness was testifying, you know, that is really leaping out to me now that I'm really kind of focused on the defensive evidence, and that's the phase that we're in right now. All of this, I think they're supposed to say, you know, basically like he's not adjusted, right? Like he lacks empathy, and that explains why, you know, why we are where we are. What I'm hearing is he wasn't able to develop relationships and interact socially with kids, and you know, kind of function the way that kids, you know, maybe not on the spectrum or that don't have that neurodivergent element to them, maybe wouldn't. And I'm like, okay, and well, as an adult, he held a relationship and engaged in a relationship. He got a job, he held a job, he engaged in that job. Like he's interacting with customers day in and day out as part of that job. Yeah. He has this relationship with Cassie to the point where they have a son. You know, I mean, he's adulting in all the ways that adults adult.
He's a member of a band.
Right. So, okay. And I don't think him having Asperger's explains or justifies the brutal murder of Athena Strand. I don't think him having fetal alcohol syndrome explains or justifies the brutal murder of Athena Strand. I don't think him eating coins and having lead toxicity explains or justifies the brutal murder of Athena Strand. And so honestly today, I feel like you guys can probably see it in the comments. I'm not as like bubbly and nice and charismatic because I'm just kind of annoyed.
Yeah, I'm annoyed too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get to some relevant evidence. Let's get to something.
Remember the old commercials, Where's the Beef?
Yes. Where is it?
Where's the there? You know, and we always kind of knew that the defense would have a really high bar, right? I mean, but when you put a witness on the stand who doesn't know the person, can't speak about the person, can't remember the person, has a vague memory of the person's mom. I mean, that's weak. And then when you and I were talking about it while we were watching Mary, the school psychologist, that Mary, why didn't they qualify her? Why didn't they have her testify as an expert?
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting, and I even made a comment at one point. You know, maybe Rebecca, who's in the courtroom, who's picking up on things that we can't pick up, maybe has some input, and at some point we can ask her when we get back to her on a longer break. Maybe from a legal perspective, that was unique, and I'm interested to see if there's a why behind it, because the state keeps objecting every time Mary is being asked basically to come to a specialized conclusion or opine on something. And the state says, no, she's not an expert. She's just here essentially as a teacher or an educator who knew Tanner in that way. Clearly she has expertise. She's not you or me who knows him, or a neighbor who, well, not that we know him, and also knows him, or a neighbor who also knew him. She has a specialized background and what we would consider an expertise specifically in this world, and interacted with him. So she's almost like the perfect type of expert witness. So I'm very intrigued why they didn't qualify her as an expert, didn't qualify her on an expert. And clearly the state is hammering down on that. And as a result, not allowing her to testify, or the judge really isn't allowing her to testify, because the state keeps objecting to these, maybe they would be the answers to our
Yeah.
And
I mean, and my question is every day going to be like this?
I think the next few days are going to be like this. I really do. I am confident that they are going to have forensic psychiatrists, forensic psychologists who will have done some recent testing on him. I think we heard reference earlier to brain scans, which is a different type of expert than a forensic psychiatrist that's going to come in. So, we haven't heard from an expert yet about fetal alcohol syndrome, so I also think we might hear a tie-in about the lead toxicity at some point. So I do expect that there's going to be more expert testimony that I think is elicited to explain who Tanner is and why we're here today. I don't know that it does that. So far today, it's just kind of landed flat, almost with some witnesses, to an offensive. Like when we look at the pendulum of neutral to, okay, it garners sympathy and it's mitigating, to, oh no, that's aggravating. The annoyance starts to push me emotionally over into the more irritated Mr. Weeks. I don't know that his testimony really isn't offensive, but it's like, what was the point of that?
Somebody asked, is it possible that Mary didn't want to be labeled an expert?
I mean, the witnesses don't really get to choose that. They either have this qualified expertise or they don't.
I mean, I've not heard that before.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess if I'm calling a cardiologist in a case to talk about a heart attack, the cardiologist doesn't get to tell me, oh, hey, I don't want to be an expert. They are. They have the education, they have the experience, and they view things through a different lens than I or you do.
Right.
And as a result, they're educating the jury. She's being brought forth, one, to shed light on who Tanner is, but also clearly to educate the jury about what additional supports or educational supports he was given in school, what his diagnosis was in the reports, what his noted deficits were in the report, and how those were supported in a school environment, how he acted.
Yeah, I don't really understand, like, the...
Not an expert.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you know Susan Anderson. I mean, you know this defense team.
Yeah.
I mean, those are people, they're well known, and pretty much every attorney that I've had on over the last 2 weeks knows them. And I think it just comes down to they don't have much to work with.
For calling the witnesses, for sure. On the not expert, Miss Mary from Azle Elementary, I am confident that Susan has a great reason for why she's doing it, and I'm intrigued by it, and maybe we'll find out or we don't, but I am trying to figure out what it is because I haven't figured out what I think it could be yet. I trust that she's got a reason for it and a strategy behind it. All of these witnesses, you know, I say, like, I'm annoyed and today's kind of a lull and day. She's got to put on anything because what may not land with you or I or one of the viewers may land with one of the jurors, you know, and that's all she needs.
Just one.
That's all, and all that they need. They need one juror to identify with one little nugget that she has provided them, or they have provided the jurors throughout their putting on of evidence and throughout their case. And she doesn't know, Susan's doing the questioning right now, so I'm kind of focused on her, but, you know, they don't know what's going to stick with the juror. We don't know until after we talk to the jury afterwards, and I say, you know, sometimes after we get a verdict, we, the lawyers, are able to go back and talk to the jurors and say, why'd you do what you did? Or is there anything, a lot of times it was just, are there any questions that I can answer? You guys have had a really hard week. You have a really hard job. And even if you didn't do what I asked you to do, I respect immensely that you showed up every day to do the job. It's then that we find out, like, okay, well, this worked. This did not work. This absolutely did not matter to them, and I thought it was the biggest thing in the case.
Right. Well, folks are asking if they're court appointed. Yes, they are. This is part of a special unit of the state of Texas that defends capital murder cases. So they're defending him. I think they might even be state employees.
I think so.
I think they are.
They're part of a very, very special commission. And I will tell you, I think sometimes people, you know, kind of look negatively upon court-appointed lawyers. These are the best of the best. I mean, in order to be qualified to even take a capital case where you're not seeking death, the hoops and the experience, the hoops you have to jump through and the experience you have to have is substantial. Specifically for a death penalty case, I can only think of one in probably the last 15 to 20 years in Texas, all of Texas, not even just here locally, where there has been a private defense attorney that was hired and was successful. I mean, it was in Lubbock, and it was Chip Lewis and Lauren Byrne, Amy Ballatino, and Lisa Andrews were able to secure a life without parole sentence instead of a death penalty sentence. And that really is the only case I can think of that had truly all private defense team working on it. The majority of these cases, because they are so highly specialized and highly scrutinized for decades to come, the lawyers are really the top of their game.
Right. We were talking while we were watching this that it seems like they're focusing more on mitigating than on future danger.
Yeah, so far. Maybe all, yeah. I'm feeling a little conflicted today about that. And I haven't slept well in the last couple of weeks. I don't think any of us have that have been part of this, but last night, up until yesterday, I've really been mitigation. And I think that's been the defensive strategy, and that's what's come forward. And that is what's normal in these cases, really to focus on mitigation. Normally, I think the state has stronger evidence of future danger, that first question, than in this case. And we've talked about this offline extensively too, but I think all of us were really surprised last week when we heard the evidence come forward and from the beginning of this trial about really how horrific it truly was. I really thought that it was going to be, I hate to minimize it in any way and say just the death of a child, but that really was what I expected. As we learned, it was more than that, and clearly more in the worst possible way. And so I think that it would still be a death penalty question whether the state was going to seek it or not, and I think it's probably one that they would. I haven't heard a lot of what I would normally hear when it comes to future danger. So historically in these cases, you have someone who has a lengthy criminal history, and I say lengthy, violent criminal history. So not just lengthy as in they have a drug problem and they've been in and out of prison for drugs and stealing in order to steal money for drugs, but violent priors. Certainly I would expect to see altercations in jail, or what we call infractions in jail, because if you can't behave outside, normally you can't behave inside. And so there's lots and lots of those. And, you know, over my decades of having been a prosecutor and in private practice working on these worst of the worst, that's what we would see. You would have somebody who really their resume was a history of violence. Well, that's the easiest predictor of future danger. And Tanner Horner, we don't really have that. What we have is this horrific case, which in and of itself may be sufficient for future danger, although I think that starts to become a stretch. We did hear from the 2 adult sexual assault or sex assault survivors last week. If I'm the defense, this was my kind of wake up in the middle of the night thought. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if one of their arguments in closing hammers on the future danger. If the jurors don't believe those sexual assault victims, proving future danger becomes a struggle. I say that there's a 1 hour long audio that I think is going to be all the future danger that the jury is going to need.
Somebody that would do that,
how could they ever be back in? And I say society, now obviously society, because the other option, right, if he doesn't receive the death penalty is automatically it's life without parole. He's still in society, it's just a very different society, right? It's limited society within the TDC system where there still is access obviously to other inmates, to correctional officers, to employees or trustees, chaplains that may come in, to nurses and doctors that work there. So it may not be the society that you and I get to live in, but it still is a subsect of society. So the future danger thing I'm a little fixated on today, and maybe if I were the defense team, I would focus on that. We may hear from that. That may be part of their argument. I am confident they're going to argue how they want the jurors to answer both of the questions. What I've heard so far is a focus on that second question of mitigation. I started my last night wake up, and my kind of ruminating in my brain today has been maybe the focus should be on future danger. And it's easy for me to sit here a Monday morning quarterback.
Well, but that's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
I mean, let's put it this way. The live stream is, you know, pretty much nonstop Monday morning quarterbacking of the attorneys. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, during Uvalde, we were, you were here one day during Uvalde. No, you weren't here with me.
I wasn't.
You didn't get to do Uvalde with us, but don't worry, you'll be back on some of the other ones.
Okay.
The prosecution was just abysmal, and so I mean it was some serious Monday morning quarterbacking on that one, and then you know the defense was great, and so of course he got off, which is a different case.
Everyone may be seated.
Very different, but also I mean look, our job is to
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe not criticize, but critique.
I want to thank you for being here today and talking with us about some of this, okay? I'm going to try to keep it pretty brief here. Let me ask you, your extent of your contact with the defendant, Mr. Horner here, is that just to do the evaluation, or did you have other contact with him during that time?
typically, a school psychologist would just go in for an evaluation. Well, I shouldn't say typically. Every district is different. In this circumstance, I would go in for the evaluation, do all the pieces, write up the report, go to the art meeting, and that would be the end of it. Unless there was more reasons brought to my attention that I needed to be involved. And that did not happen in Tanner's case.
So you saw him essentially just the one time?
Little snapshot. When you say one time, I mean, I did the observations. I mean, it was within a small time frame compared to, a whole school year or anything like that.
Yes, ma'am. Let me clarify with that. You saw him which you needed to see him to do this 1 3-year reevaluation.
Exactly.
That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that had several parts, and we've talked about that.
Right.
And you said that after that, you did all the report, and we've looked at this up here. So as a result of that, the first thing on here is it says he has a mild form of Asperger's disorder, okay? And you said even under current standards, that would be like did you say level 1? Is that what you said?
I believe it would be level 1.
So still mild.
Compared to the continuum, yes.
Right, okay. I mean, and we understand it's a spectrum, but on the far end of one end of the spectrum, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so in the school, we talked about a lot of these records. Now, truthfully, ma'am, you didn't actually write up all these records, right?
No.
Okay. And you looked at these, but these are not actually your specific records.
That's true.
But you felt comfortable enough to be here to talk about some of the things that went on with the school and with Tanner based upon your interaction with him. Is that right?
In my recollection.
Okay. And so in this case here, and even though you just had that and had that interaction with him, your words earlier were that he was bright. Now, I think that's what you said, right?
I tried to change it a bit. Bright enough to function in a general education classroom.
Okay.
I don't remember what his IQ was and any of that. It was sufficient, so I misused the word bright.
Okay. And that's fine, but your definition was, when you used that term, was that he was able to be in a normal classroom.
A general education classroom.
Okay, I'm gonna try to use the terms, okay? So he was able to be in a general education classroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I said normal.
That's fine, I understand.
All right. And so as part of that, you said he still needed some support from the school, correct? And that, to your recollection, he got that support from the school?
Once he was in special education, yes.
Right. And then up and through when you did your 3-year review, he maintained that?
As far as I remember, yes.
But still in a general education classroom?
I don't remember that part. I don't know how much special education he was still involved in. It could have continued all the way through high school. I don't have any memory of that, or that wasn't addressed in any of the records.
Okay.
At least that I saw.
But based on what you're saying here, it wouldn't surprise you if he graduated high school normally?
Well, no, it wouldn't surprise me when you say normally. You can still graduate from high school and you have a lot of special education support. But I don't know what that looked like. You're right. Yes.
Now, during this time, it's my understanding that you had some contact with his grandmother. Is that right?
That's right.
And at that point in time, was that your point of contact for him?
It was with the family. It was. I understood. You want me to?
No, go ahead.
That his mother was in and out of his life, and that did cause him a lot of. The grandmother felt like that was a big trigger for his emotions.
Right. And so, as a result of this and what you did not get re-involved with Tanner Horner at any time after you did this.
No.
And I think you said that he was, and I'm gonna use one of my terms here, is he really wasn't on your radar in the school.
That's true.
Okay, because you said there were some kids that you would, I think you said you would hear about.
Right, but in the office, when the other evaluators or other special education personnel would say, oh, you need to check on so-and-so, or this teacher might need you to talk with them, it would be that kind of a thing.
Right, and he wasn't on that.
Not that I recall.
And so, we worked through this. You talked about some of the records here. Do you remember in here, you said he was getting, behavior improvement?
The class,
Yes, he was getting some form of behavior improvement training.
they were supposed to be providing social skills supports and training in the behavior improvement classroom. That's part of the program.
Okay. And, to your knowledge, based on this, was he receiving those services?
Based on the program's standards, that's what should have been happening.
All right. And then you also said he had additional services outside the home,
The in-home training,
in addition to whatever he got in school.
correct.
And I think you said you didn't remember the details of it, you just remember that he got it.
And that I saw the summaries that the provider had written up about how some of the sessions had gone.
Okay, all right. And so, all right. Got a lot of information. Excuse me here. And when you looked at these records, did you note in here that some of the training and information and things he was getting were providing positive improvement for him with regard to his behavior?
I don't know that, that's a hard question. I'm assuming it provided some positive direction for him, but it's not a quick fix, any of these deficit areas. So it would take a lot of training and repetition. So I'm sorry, I don't quite, maybe restate the question.
Okay.
Possibly.
Well, in some of these records, do you note that whatever training he is getting in his classroom is having positive results?
I don't remember seeing anything specifically from the classroom. The notes I remember seeing was from the in-home training. Now,
Okay.
maybe I didn't, I don't know,
Okay.
miss those
Well, let's just
notes.
talk about that then. So in the in-home training that he was getting, did you note in there that he was, it was having a positive effect on him getting the in-home training?
There were times that he had a positive interaction with the in-home trainer when they would go out to the community. There were a couple of times, though, where he had some struggles, such as, I believe there was one time when a friend was over or around and they were doing a game, and Tanner's mindset was that the game should be played a certain way, and that wasn't what was happening. So there was frustration level there, and that was one of the skills she was working with.
Right, and a lot of the stuff you're seeing here and some of the behavioral issues, they don't all have to be tied to autism, do they?
Let me think about that a second. I would say that things like turn-taking and learning to share and learning to cooperate with another, those are skills that are typically, we try to teach our preschoolers that. So essentially by elementary school, we should have a pretty good repertoire of what that looks like, and then you begin to make friendships. I believe that Tanner was late in developing those abilities. I don't want to say skills because I don't know how far he really got developing the skills based on what services were provided. Because also, may I add one more thing?
Go ahead.
It's not just the school's responsibility to provide a lot of support for students with autism. The home environment is a big factor as well.
Well, and you said that his grandmother was active and communicating with you, correct?
Again, for my evaluation, not it wasn't a regular phone call here and there.
Well, in all these records, you don't have anything to indicate that she wasn't.
Correct, right.
Last thing I'm going to talk to you is you talked a little bit about lack of empathy, right?
Yes.
And lack of empathy doesn't always exist in individuals with autism, does it?
It looks different. They do. Many people with autism have empathy, but it may look different. So it's not really an all or nothing. It's more of a some do, some don't.
But there's other things that could cause that, personality disorders, oppositional defiant disorder. There's other things that would cause some form of lack of empathy, right?
Well, I didn't have knowledge that those were factors that I would need to consider or look at the time.
Okay, but you'll agree with me, there's other conditions besides autism that could cause that.
Can cause trouble with
Lack of empathy, if it exists.
I agree.
So what it, and I just want to summarize here, what it seems like here is that at Azle ISD, they were providing him the services, to the best of your recollection, through the time that you quit seeing him, that he needed at that time, based on your recommendation.
Not based on my recommendation, based on that's the law. And they, for him to continue to receive those services, he had to have a need. So there was obviously still a need, so he was still receiving services to some degree. What degree that was, I can't talk about that because I don't know.
But at this point in time, he had you doing an evaluation in your capacity.
Mm-hmm.
He had a speech therapist
Should have,
working with him.
yeah,
He had a special classroom working to help him.
yes,
He had in-home stuff also working to help him.
right.
And I think you said there was another possible professional in there besides the ones I listed?
Well, I mentioned an occupational therapist, but I don't, there's nothing about that in the records, but that's one of the standard assessments typically.
It sounds like to me that he had a whole team working for him in school. Is that right?
I believe he did.
That's witness, Sean.
Redirect, and you may redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mary, I just wanted to clarify a few things. When you talk about the evaluation that a school district does for a student, is that a 20-minute check the box and go, or is it an extensive evaluation?
Well, every evaluation is different depending upon what you need to provide the data necessary to meet the criterion for the disorder or the disability. So, some are quicker than others. Autism is not typically a quick, easy evaluation.
Well, when you do an evaluation for autism, what is it that you're looking for?
You're looking for deficits in 3 areas.
And what are those 3 areas?
First areas.
Judge, I'll object. She's again providing expert testimony. She's not been designated as an expert to provide that testimony.
All right, objection's overruled. You may have a running objection. Go ahead.
You talked about the 3 areas.
I
What
can
were those
answer.
areas?
Language, social relating, and emotional responses, and then sensory and specialized interests.
What is it about those specific areas that, why is it important to look for deficits in those areas?
Well, those are the pillar markers of autism, so you would expect to find deficits in all 3 areas to some degree.
And if there are no deficits in all 3 of those areas, would that result still in a finding of autism?
Not necessarily.
So in order to have that diagnosis, would you have to have deficits in those areas?
Yes, you should have deficits in all 3 areas.
And even if the diagnosis is considered mild, does that still mean there are deficits there?
That still means there are deficits.
When we talk about students with autism, what type of symptoms would you expect to see in those students?
Well, again, it's a very wide range depending upon the severity, their intellectual level, how many impairments they have in each of the areas. Having language is a positive thing, but it's more limited. So you might not see as much with that in the language area to the untrained eye, and even the trained eye may have to provide special assessment tools to really get an assessment of how big the deficit is. And that's why I talk about pragmatic language. Speech therapists work very hard at providing a lot of information for assessments, and I wish we had one of those. I'd be curious myself about that. The social relating piece and emotional response was obviously a big one for Tanner, because I think the behavior disruption was probably one of the reasons he was initially evaluated back at his very first evaluation. And I don't think he was initially identified until he was about 9. So something was showing up in him that they weren't sure what was going on, and they had this evaluation, and he met all 3 of the pillars, even the sensory or the special interests. I don't remember what his special interests were, if he had any. So he did meet that eligibility. So there was something going on that was significant enough that he did meet that criteria, and not until he was 9. But that is not that unusual for people with language. Their behaviors can be misunderstood, and it can look like oppositional defiance, but maybe there's something driving that behavior.
Well, let's talk about oppositional defiance. During your evaluation of Tanner, did you diagnose him with oppositional defiance disorder?
No.
Did you diagnose him with any personality disorder?
No, but that was not my task. My task was to look at a 3-year reevaluation specifically for autism.
If you had seen anything that could lead to a diagnosis of ODD or personality disorder, is that something that you would have noted?
Yes, if I saw anything that led me to believe it wasn't autism. But also, some of those conditions are not easily identified until a student or a person is a little bit older in life. Oppositional defiant disorder, they're usually consistently oppositional and defiant, not just in this environment and not in that environment. It's a pretty global behavior.
So if someone has oppositional defiance disorder, you would tend to see it would be a common occurrence.
It would be very common, I believe. I'm not an expert in that disorder.
Okay. Then I won't ask you any other questions on ODD.
Okay.
But you had talked previously about sensory overloads.
Yeah.
Explain to the jury what a sensory overload is.
Well, again, sadly, we don't really have any documentation, or I don't have a memory of what Tanner had sensory-wise, but I know in general there are many sensory indicators that students struggle with, and that can be, the visual, the lights, the hum of the speakers. It could be just too much action going on in the classroom, which is very common. It could be, that's why we also do a lot of observation in the PE, physical education, and in the lunchroom, because there's a lot going on in those environments. And students can get very agitated in those environments if they have deficits in the sensory area if they get overloaded with that kind of, with those issues.
Well, with regards to noise overload, is it uncommon in your experience to have people who are autistic like music?
Oh, no, it's not uncommon.
And music can get loud. So how would you be able to reconcile playing, loud raucous music and versus having a sensory overload due to noise?
Well, again, I'm not an audiologist, but I believe it makes sense that it gets into a different part of the brain. If there's an interest an autistic person has in a particular thing, could be music, they might get even, they might need more input from that particular, whatever, like I'm trying to think of, OTs would say that some students need extra pressure because they just lack that, they need that. So it could be that a person that is super interested, had a high interest in music, could listen to it in a loud volume, but yet they, in a classroom of, tapping and pencils moving or people clearing their throat and the lights and the hums, it's a different sensory load. It addresses a different part of the brain.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. State.
And we talked just a little bit about sensory overload here. You're not saying that you didn't test Tanner for that. You don't know anything about if he's affected by that.
Right, and that's typically the occupational therapist who looks at sensory issues.
And that, you said, it could be things you said within a classroom and things of that nature.
Could be in a classroom, could be in the lunchroom, PE room, and the art room. It could be at many places.
And you said that's a sensory problem, right?
It could be.
And he said everything from tapping to noise, maybe someone screaming.
Well, someone screaming, you would think would be a little...
You would think would create some form of sensory issue.
I don't know that I can answer that. I was thinking, focusing on educationally, what would be some sensory issues that would impair him.
And the last thing I'm going to ask you about, in the first couple of pages, you've got your records there in front of you, right?
Yes.
And even as, I'm going to turn you to page, I think it's the fourth page in here. Back in 2002, there's a note even as far back as 2002 where it says behavior reported by parents. You see that on there?
Page 4?
Yeah, the fourth page, and I think what you have.
It's a checklist?
Yeah, it looks like this. 10-2-02, behavior assessment intervention plan.
Oh, yes, I see it.
And it says here, behaviors back in 2002 reported by parents, quick to anger, is that right?
Yes.
And then also reported by school staff, quick
to anger. Yeah, I see that.
And then as we flip through these pages, you'll agree with me after your review, there's several indications where that Tanner has indicated even as far back as 2002 that he's got anger issues.
Correct.
That's what Ms. Shaw.
Ms. Anderson.
Is it uncommon for people with autism to be quick to anger?
Again, every person with autism is different, but I would say it's not uncommon.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. State.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
It's fine
No
with the state.
objections.
Thanks, ma'am. Leave those there. Just leave those. Okay, I'm going to do some things with the lawyers that involve the rest of the afternoon, so I'm going to send you home, okay? We'll see you in the morning, 9 o'clock, okay?
Okay, they have wrapped up for the day. It's been an odd day. Just a lot of people, a lot of testimony, but not a lot of
substance.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how I would characterize it.
I don't feel like we learned anything today that really helps make decisions, or that was surprising, or that is really being contested. I keep saying, like, okay, and I mean, I don't think anyone is contesting his diagnosis of mild Asperger's syndrome, and I don't think that explains or justifies what he did to Athena Strand.
Yeah. I mean, and this, he had empathy issues. It looks like he had trouble getting along with other people when he was in school, when he was a little boy. But like you said, he joined a band, he got a job, he got a girl, he had a baby.
Yeah.
So
he maintained a job. I mean, even the band, right? Like, you have to work in a group together. We heard about multiple gigs, so we know that they had gigs. He had social relationships, both with the people in the band and the two women testified, right? And they even testified about other acquaintances. So I'm struggling with really how today added anything other than added to my annoyance that we really didn't do anything. There wasn't really any substance. Yes, we heard from a handful of witnesses. Nothing to me that really moves, I don't want to say moves the needle, but kind of moves the ball down the field at all.
I think the only substance might have been the aunt who, talks about how, they have this horrible, horrible family history. And she's asked, well, have you ever kidnapped anybody? No. Have you ever killed anybody? No. You ever sexual assaulted anybody? No. Well, the obvious answer, thing that they're getting at is, well, you had a pretty crappy childhood too.
Yes.
And you didn't do any of those things.
Correct. And if anything, you realize how terrible it is to be exposed to and or a direct victim of those types of behaviors. And those types of behaviors times 1,000 are exactly what Tanner Horner did to Athena Strand.
Exactly.
Right? And we've seen the comments over the last weeks from the viewers about, the two themes that I've heard over and over and over are, I had a bad childhood and I'm just fine. And or, he should know better.
Right. Yeah, so this has been, and I don't know that what I really expected anyway, because we kept saying during the prosecution's case, boy, they've got a really high bar, and they've got a really high bar. It's really hard. And maybe it's just, this is all they got.
And they have an obligation. Of course,
I know you're like, of course.
I just choked up. Yeah, I did so good all last week, and then right here. It's because we talk during the breaks all the time too.
Well, this is why in Uvalde I lost my voice. Anybody who was watching the Uvalde trial, the final day of the trial, I had no voice. The voice left the building, and I mean, at the beginning of the day I had a little bit of a voice. By the end of the day, there was none. The verdict is coming down, and I'm handing my notepad to my guest and writing out my questions. It was quite something.
Just the read aloud.
So, exactly.
The defense has to do their job. So as much as I say, like, I don't really think this added any substance, and I'm being kind of more critical than normal today, they are doing their job. And so I need to praise them for doing their job. They have an impossible job. I used the phrase earlier, it's a Sisyphean task. I mean, they just are rolling this massive boulder up a hill, and it just keeps rolling back on them. And they have to do it.
No, they do. And folks, if y'all have questions, if you want to put them in the chat, we'll stay on for, another 15 minutes or so and answer your questions. And so, I mean, what do you think, where do we go next?
I think we're going to have several more days like this. One of the things that we talked about earlier was this concept of creating space. So I don't want to say that the defense is drawing this out or just trying to stall or kill time. But I do think that the defense has to they need to create space, right? I mean, they need to literally create time in between the jurors hearing that horrific audio on Thursday and all of, look, I can guarantee you that all of those jurors had nightmares and have every single night since then, and they're going to. That is just the nature of being exposed directly to this type of traumatic event. And so I think that we're going to hear more days like this. I anticipate there will be more civilian witnesses. I was, maybe a little surprised today about the civilians. I kind of expected it would be neighbors, school teachers, family members, second cousins, childhood friends or their family, something a little bit more with a direct relation versus Mr. Weeks, who thinks he worked at a treatment center that Tanner's mom went to, and maybe Tanner was there.
It was pretty.
And he was, he answered the questions truthfully, and I applaud that, but it felt a little bit like filler, maybe almost, to create that. So I think we'll have more civilians. I absolutely anticipate that we're going to hear from additional forensic experts. So psychiatrists, psychologists, probably somebody who's done some brain scans on him to talk about the health or lack of health of his actual brain. And then you'll hear from an expert who's going to use really fancy words to say the brain damage or whatever lack of health, or, I say damage, and I don't necessarily mean like a brain injury, but it can just be like any sort of just damage that helped lead to why we're here today, whether it's what he did or how he acted after he did it, or his lack of ability to kind of empathize with others. Because I did find his behavior, I don't know why I would expect anything different from a child killer, but his behavior in the days afterwards with the investigators was jarring, alarming, just it leaves you in utter disbelief. And so maybe the defense is going to have experts to try to explain some of that. They have a hard job of not providing excuses, but providing explanations. Today, I don't really feel like I heard a lot of either. I heard information that you can take it or leave it, and the whole time we were like, okay, and? Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We're going to bring Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who's at the courthouse. So Rebecca, Jen and I are pretty much where we were earlier, which is that we didn't, she was just saying we heard a lot of information, but not a lot of what we would consider substance today.
Yeah, and I think that you're going to continue to feel that way because I've listened to some of the expert witnesses again over the last few days to the jury coming here when we got to hear the expert witnesses, and they are going to have an expert that's going to talk about the study of his brain and brain scans and things that they did. But really, at the end of the day, if I remember correctly, the testimony was that it was still minimal damage on the leg and the other things that he's experienced in his life, the drug use, had minimal damage still on his brain. So I don't know that they're ever going to get there with that. And even with their expert witness going to bring on at the very end, who diagnosed him with multiple disorders, when they, pushed her to say, well, but is this what caused him to be the way he is? She really couldn't answer. To say, well, yeah, that this is why he is who he is. The only thing that she would say is, we're not here to find reasons why he did what he did. We are just here to show you who he is and how he became who Tanner Horner is today. But I don't think they're ever going to be able to make that link because all of the witnesses that I heard in the last couple of days before the jury got here all said there is no excuse for what he did. What he did was horrific. And there are a lot of people that have suffered, or have been diagnosed with more severe disorders that did not do what Tanner Horner did. And so I feel like the jury's never really going to hear that. The expert witnesses. And then you are going to hear, though, from Tanner Horner's brother, who is in prison. And he is going to, I think next Wednesday or Thursday, he's going to testify. And I'm not confirmed yet whether or not his grandmother will be here, but I suspect that she will also be here to testify on his behalf because they have those phone calls. The 911 calls, not 911 calls, the jail calls. I keep calling 911 calls, the jail calls that they made between one another. And with her talking to Tanner after Athena's death and after he was arrested. So obviously they're going to bring those into evidence as well.
Are we getting, I guess we probably won't know what's coming up tomorrow, or do we have any idea at all what might be coming tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm told it's going to be at least 2 or 3 more civilian witnesses and an expert witness or two. That's going to take us pretty much all afternoon, all day and all afternoon. It's my understanding. But, you know, it's also how this jury is feeling. The judge is being very careful about watching the jurors, make sure they're okay. And like I said, this jury seems exhausted. You can tell just by their demeanor. And so the judge is definitely watching the jurors to see if they need a break and if maybe they call testimony off early on Friday or not. We'll see.
Now, what do you think, Jen?
I mean, my heart's breaking for the jurors, really, right? I mean, today, you know, as much as we're like, there wasn't a lot of substance, they're still having to be there in that courtroom. And Rebecca, you know, from being in there, it feels suffocating at times when you're in there, even on, you know, what we would call an easy day. Today, for me, this felt like an easy day. It certainly is much easier than when I was here last week. And just doing the commentary externally, there is palpable pressure in that courtroom that the jurors feel. And so I really appreciate and respect that the judge is being considerate of that, because there is a balance of, well, if you break early every day, then this is going to take doubly as long, and that's exhausting for the jurors. But they've also really been put through the ringer, and even the easy days are really hard days for them. I think you're right. I think the next few days are going to be exactly like today has been, which is some civilians, maybe an expert or two each day, depending on how far they're able to go and how quickly they're able to proceed. But I will be interested to see if they're able to really pull it all together and make a compelling argument based off their diagnoses or their evaluations that really comes up with sufficient mitigation. That's the key thing in this case for the defense right now.
Yeah, I don't see how.
I don't know if you guys heard that at the very end, there was a little bit of concern too about there are some protesters here, and one of them, I guess, they have signs that say "Execute Tanner Horner," and the defense was worried that maybe the jurors were seeing that, but the jurors are being busted or they're being brought in by the sheriff's. So they're navigating them around some of the protesters that have begun to gather. I mean, I've only seen a few of them myself. There haven't been a whole lot, but they do have signs that say "Execute Tanner Horner," and obviously the judge continuing to admonish the jury not to listen to or media or listen to any newscast or read anything about this case, because it's important that they, you know, stay impartial.
Are the protesters brand new? No, we didn't hear that. So we only hear when the jury's in the room, typically.
Yeah, they started showing up, I want to say about a couple of days ago, where the jurors, the couple of the protesters started showing up with those signs.
That's interesting. I thought you were going to say that they were anti-death penalty protesters instead of pro-death penalty protesters, and I'm sure that the defense is raising alarms about that because they don't want that to influence the jurors in any way, and neither does the state. They want to try kind of a clean trial one time and be done with this and ultimately respect the jury's decision that they come back with at the end of the day.
Rebecca,
apparently one of the people that posted was one of the prosecutors, but she took it down. The judge said, you know, we're just trying to get through this trial. So, you know, help me out here.
Do you think that have you gotten any indication, Rebecca, about whether or not the jury will be sequestered during deliberations?
Not gotten an indication of that at this point.
You think they'll be sequestered, Jen? What do you think?
I think there will be a request for sequestration. I think that this judge and both of these teams are really smart and savvy. So what I really think will happen is they will do closing arguments the very first thing in the morning, so that the jury has an entire day to deliberate. I think probably the jurors will be told, bring an overnight bag or two, right, and kind of make accommodation. Like if you were planning on going home and like, I'm making dinner for my kids tonight, you know, you need to make other arrangements. But normally what will happen is they will work hard and late. I don't know that this is a case that will take multiple days of deliberation. We won't know until it happens. But it would not surprise me if Judge Gallagher says once the case is with the jury, it's up to them about how long they want to work and how hard. And it sounds like he's already doing that and being respectful. But I would be confident that one side or the other, probably the defense, will request sequestration. I don't know that it will actually be needed, because if they do closing arguments in the morning, the jury will have the case by lunchtime. Judge will probably bring in lunch so that they can work and really do the job that they're there to do over lunch. And, you know, in theory, if they work until 8 p.m., that's an entire full day of work after hearing closing arguments. And so the actual sequestration may not be needed, but I would fully expect that does happen if they go into day 2, day 3, day 4 of deliberations.
Are you getting any sense, Rebecca, that the judge is going to tell the defense, let's move it along? I mean, to me, this seems, I don't understand why. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Tanya. They have basically a calendar that they've come up with of which witnesses and how many per day, and that is why the judge is very, that's why he told us, you know, we're going to go until May the 4th, and that is when we're going to hear the final witness, and then we're going to go into closing arguments on May the 5th. I mean, they have this mapped out. I do not think that they're going to cut any witnesses unless the defense decides to, but I don't think they're going to. I feel like we're going to go the whole way, all the way to May 5th.
So we're probably going to have a lot of days where we probably end about 3 o'clock then.
Yeah. And I do, you know, yesterday you were asking me of the makeup of the jury. So there are 7 women and men, and 7 women and 6 men. I'm sorry, because we only have one alternate. There were 2 alternates, and one alternate, they lost that particular juror. I'm sorry. They lost that particular juror before the trial started. So we just have the one alternate juror. I don't know who that is, but there are it's majority women on this jury.
Wow, one alternate. That's tight margins.
It is. But I mean, that's why you've got, it sounds like they started with 2 alternates, and that's exactly why you have the alternates. I always throughout my career asked the judge for an alternate, even not on cases like this, even on cases that I thought would be 3 days long, because I was a little snake bit in that regard, and I frequently had to use them. So I'm glad that they have it. One feels a little precipitous here, like it's a little scary, but the jurors knew what they were getting into, how long it was going to take. Scheduling was well vetted during the initial selection process. I am confident. And so, you know, there shouldn't, knock on wood, be any issues that would require certainly a second alternate being needed.
Well, folks are asking how we'll handle the verdict. Typically the way we do these things is whenever the verdict, we'll keep the stream up, and whenever the verdict comes back, generally there's a 15, I don't know how Gallagher will do it, but generally there's some lead time knowing that the verdict's coming back. Usually it's 15, 30 minutes, or maybe sometimes longer, maybe even longer in a case like this. You know they're coming back.
Yeah, you got to have everybody, you've got to get everybody, back into the courtroom, but I suspect that they'll all be pretty close, around here. I mean, the defense team does have hotel rooms because, again, they're from Wise County. So they do have hotel rooms near the courthouse within walking distance. They won't be too far away. So it shouldn't take too long to get the attorneys and everyone back into the courtroom for the reading of the verdict.
Okay. Anything else you want to add, Jen?
I mean, so the only question really that I had for Rebecca was if she had any kind of spidey sense about whether Cassie, the fiance, would be testifying, or if you've heard anything. You mentioned grandma earlier. We've talked about some other civilians and experts, but any kind of inkling on that one?
Kind of be a little bit surprised if she is called, because apparently she pretty much cut ties with Tanner Horner. And at one point they were talking about she's with her new boyfriend, or she's got a new boyfriend. And I don't know that she's going to be very beneficial to the defense. And apparently you're going to hear from an expert witness who says that after also talking to Tanner and talking to Cassie, that she is the one that suggested that he come up with the multiple personality, the alter ego of zero, because she claims that she has multiple personalities. And so I think that would be, I don't know if I were a defense attorney, if I would put her on the stand. That's more for our expert, but she apparently, according to this particular expert witness that, talked to Tanner about where the alter ego came from. He said it was at Cassie's suggestion. And again, this particular witness is going to say he made it up. It's not real. He does not have multiple personalities. There is no real alter ego. And it's just another thing that he made up to try to and lie about to find an excuse for what he did.
Jen?
Yeah, I mean, that was we talked about this a little bit earlier, and I was hoping, and you had kind of inside knowledge, which you're able to share, which is great. I said the exact same thing. If I'm the defense, it's real risky to put her on. It'd be real fun for the state to be able to cross-examine her, and I'd be very surprised if she did testify, especially with the alter ego and what he said when he was zero, as he was out there at the scene that night with the investigators and during his recorded statement, specifically in relation to his physical relations with Cassie. So I'm not surprised by that at all, and certainly the information that you shared enlightens us even more in that.
Absolutely. Well, Rebecca, we appreciate you joining us, and we will see you again tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, this is one of those days where it's hard, we don't have as much to talk about.
No.
Because it was just, it was what it was. There wasn't a lot of substance. Some interesting things, some interesting information. Well, I guess before I wrap this up, I'm going to ask you to sum up the day.
So I would say kind of key takeaways were confirmation that his family is dysfunctional and that he had a really rough childhood. I don't think that there's any dispute in that, though, so I don't know that we needed the confirmation. Again, where are we going with this? The lead experts, I've got my eyebrows raised and my eyeballs rolling into my head a little bit on that one. I would say that was a takeaway from today. But overall, I mean, I would say my view of the day is that it was a lot of fluff. I mean, it was a lot of information. We had hours and hours of testimony that really, it was talking without saying anything.
Right. There's a lot of just monotony, and I have to wonder how the jury was feeling. If we were annoyed from here and we could get up and we could move around and we could chit chat with each other, they're sitting in that jury box and they can't do that. They've got to sit there, they've got to be quiet, they can take notes.
They have to pay attention, right? They can't check their phones in the middle of it or anything like that to distract them. I mean, they're really, really in it. I think from a defensive standpoint, it's a good strategy, right? Like we sucked out a lot of emotion from this case today, right? Today was a pretty, Tanya and I were talking at break, like neither of us feel like we were punched in the gut today. Some of the evidence that we heard, of course it's hurtful. Like he had a terrible childhood. It sounds like his mom had a terrible childhood. It sounds like his aunt, all of them really did. I hate that, but it was not at all the gut punches that we've had every hour of every day earlier in this trial. So today was just a meh.
Yeah, I think I posted on Facebook last week that I think it was if it was my last one or that during the prosecution's case that every day when I thought it couldn't get worse, it did.
It did.
It did, and it was every day I thought, oh my God, I've heard the most horrible thing I've ever heard, and then the next day it was, oh my God, I've heard the most horrible thing I've ever heard, and then it just kept building, and that went for 2 weeks. And it was horrible. And so again, we've talked about this. We talked about this jury. They cannot talk to anybody. And then knowing that they've got to now, we're going to go another, essentially 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean another full week and a half.
Yeah,
that's a long time. So you talk about how last week we just kept getting surprised and kept getting surprised. When I was here last week doing commentary, at each break you would be like, okay, what was your key takeaway? And I'm like, this and this and this. Oh my gosh, it's all so important. Like, it was all so jarring or surprising or compelling. And today has really been the antithesis of that. It's been the opposite. Today's just been a like, I'm not really swayed by anything that I've heard today. I'm getting into almost a point of annoyance because we have spent an entire day kind of really doing nothing. I did not find their last witness compelling, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I understood what her role was and I understood the information that she gave. I felt like she was a little skewed towards the defense. She was combative on things with the state that she didn't need to be. And so that, maybe has pushed me even a little bit more into the, like, what exactly did we do today, right? Like, how were we productive, right? How did we make something happen? And I'm struggling to figure out what that is. It was kind of a day of nothing, a little bit.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
And, but we are every day this trial goes on, we are one day closer to this jury delivering a verdict on Tanner Horner and to justice for Athena Strand. And I've said this before, I'll say this again, this case is about Athena Strand. This is about a little girl whose life ended too soon and in a way that should never, ever happen to any child. And I will see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.